Hi, Julie. Can you hear us?
I pointed, I'll show you the video. I will definitely.
Hi, David. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. Thanks. Hi, Bonnie. Can you hear us on Teams?
Morning. Good morning, Council, and welcome to the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting of Wednesday, November 26, 2025. This meeting is being held in person and by electronic means. Council members and the public may participate by either method. Any members joining electronically are reminded to enable video to confirm quorum. I understand we do have one councillor online today. This meeting is being live streamed on the city's website and YouTube, and meeting progress will be updated regularly by the clerks on X at Van City Clerk. In case of an emergency requiring evacuation, there are 2 exits located beyond the glass doors and to the left. If the glass doors are blocked, please use one of the 4 additional exits within the chamber. Do not use the elevator, use the stairs instead. If you require assistance, remain where you are and security staff will guide you to a safe location. A defibrillator is also available at the end of the hallway outside of council chambers. Today, we acknowledge that we are on the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples. We thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I'd also like to recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver's team members who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Sim. And Councillor Dominato is in the chair. Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Bly. Councillor Bly, can you hear us?
Chair, on a point of personal privilege. It's Councillor Bly here remotely. I'm not able to hear anything from the chamber. I'm not sure if it's just me
Councillor Bly, we'll look
or
into
if you
that.
can
So
hear
we'll
me.
just recess for 2 minutes just to confirm audio. I guess she probably can't hear me anyways, so hang on.
Yes. No problem.
Council, we'll just take a 5-minute recess. So if you have other things to do, 5 minutes, thanks.
Hey, Bonnie, can you hear us now? You still can't hear us? Can you hear us now?
I can.
Bonnie and Julie, can you hear us on Teams?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep,
This is
perfect.
Bonnie.
Thanks. I think we're good.
I can hear you on Teams.
Yes.
Okay, Council, appreciate your patience. I think Councillor Bly, you can hear us now. So we are going to move ahead. Or that's actually, I don't think we finished roll call there. So clerks, may we'll just finish roll call. Thanks.
So Councillor Bly,
Present.
you're very faint when you're speaking. Thank you. Councillor Fry. Councillor Claassen. Councillor Montague.
Present.
Councillor Meisner has a leave of absence today for civic business until 1 p.m. Councillor Joe.
Present.
Councillor Orr. Councillor Maloney. The meeting has quorum, Chair.
Thank you, clerks. So council, the plan for today is we have 8 reports and 4 council member motions. We do plan to break at noon for lunch, then return at 1 p.m. to continue to deal with the remainder of the agenda. If needed, we'll recess at 5 p.m. For a dinner break and then reconvene at 6 p.m. to complete the agenda. And we'll move to matters adopted on consent. We can consider reports 1, 2, 4, 7, and 8. So 1 through 4, 7 and 8 on the consent agenda for the committee's consideration. We will hold reports 5 and 6 to hear from speakers. So the committee may adopt the recommendations, again, reports 1 through 4, 7 and 8 on consent. And just noting that report 5 requires 8 affirmative votes. Does any member wish to hold any of these items for debate or questions to team members? And I do see Councillor Claassen, so I will advance you, Councillor Claassen. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sure you said this already. I may have missed it, but I would like to hold reports 1 and 2, please, for questions.
1. Okay, so just to recap for council, Councillor Claassen has asked to hold reports 1, which is FIFA World Cup 2026 bylaw, and 2, the patio program updates. Councillors, is there any other items you wish to hold? Oh, I'll advance Councillor Fry. Go ahead, Councillor Fry.
Report 4, please.
And report 4. And that
And
is
Chair,
the contract award for tree removal and associated services in Stanley Park. Sorry, Councillor Bly, did you want to go on the queue?
thank you very much.
We'll just, clerks just add Councillor Bly. Go ahead, Councillor Bly.
Just wanted to confirm that report 5 is held for speakers.
Yes, correct. Reports 5 and 6 are being held for speakers.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Councillor Fry, did you still have?
Yeah, apologies, Chair. I also wanted 8, and I was on the next page.
Okay. Councillor Fry, you've asked to hold report 8, the new St. Paul's Hospital and Health Campus road establishments. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Just before we move consent, any conflict of interest to declare? Hearing, seeing none. So I just want to, so the consent agenda has been moved. Can I have a seconder? Seconded, Councillor Montague. All of those in favor of the consent agenda? Moved. All in favor? Show of hands. Thank you. That carries. I am just going to recap the reports that were held just for, I think, just for clarity for all of council. So just recapping, report 1, FIFA World Cup 2026 bylaw was held. Report 2, patio program updates. Report 4, contract award for tree removal and associated services in Stanley Park. And report 8, the new St. Paul's Hospital and Health Campus road establishments. Those were all held by council. Any questions on that? Are we clear as mud? Great. Okay. So we are going to move into our reports. We are going to start with report 1, the FIFA World Cup 2026 bylaw. Again, any conflicts of interest with respect to this item? Okay, hearing, seeing none. There is not a presentation for this. So if you held this item, this is your opportunity to ask questions. So please put yourselves on the queue. Councillor Fry, are you on the queue or is that a holdover? Okay, so I'll advance. Councillor Klassen, go ahead. Councillor Klassen, you have 5 minutes.
Yes, thanks very much. And thank you, staff, for this update and this report. I just want to get a few points of clarity for the sake of the public. These bylaw changes have attracted a little bit of news attention. And indeed, there have been some questions and comments swirling around the fan zones surrounding particularly BC Place. So I'm going to sort of dive straight in around comments made, particularly around vulnerable populations and the downtown east side. I'll start with an allegation that, and I say this knowing that I wouldn't understand everything that's going on in the city all at once, but I was pretty actively involved with the 2010 games, followed it extremely closely, and was very present with that event, and did not see. So the question I have is, were there active measures to sweep vulnerable populations off the streets during the 2010 games?
Hi, Karen Levitt, Deputy City Manager. The answer is there were no street sweeps, so to speak, associated with the 2010 games, and there will be no street sweeps associated with the FIFA event next summer.
And I know that there was, during that time, there was a lot of anxiety. There were groups that were, with good reason, brought forward questions about whether this is going to happen. But from what you're telling me, that did not happen. There was not an active measure in that regard. Will there be anything like that happening during the FIFA games?
There most definitely will not be. We have teams deployed to these areas. We have teams deployed to help people experiencing homelessness, trauma-informed responses. We are actually developing a human rights action plan associated with FIFA. It's one of our obligations as the host city, and it addresses this topic among many others.
Okay, thanks very much. And so what safeguards are being considered for vulnerable populations? I mean, you've mentioned working with human rights groups and what have you, but, you know, it's with all the crowds that are coming in there, those neighborhoods potentially could be more impacted by noise and crowds and what have you. So can you describe a little bit of the plan that's in the works to address that? With respect to vulnerable populations? I would say the downtown east side, because they are close neighbors. Of course, Yaletown and other neighborhoods are very close to that zone or incorporated in that zone, as is the downtown east side.
That is not the direct topic of today's report, and therefore I don't have that information at my fingertips, but happy to bring that back to council. We do have a lot of work underway in that space, and we will bring it to council. It's on our plan to bring to council, so you'll get getting much more detailed response than I could provide today.
Fantastic. Okay. And with regard to the extended noise allowances that that are going to be accommodated with this bylaw for broadcasts and amplified music that'll go late, how are we intending to kind of balance the quality of life of residents that are going to be impacted by that?
Yeah, well, I just want to note, first of all, that those relaxations to the noise bylaw, for example, in fact, all the relaxations and all the restrictions in this report you see before you today are time-bound to about a less than 2-month time period, with the exception of one pertaining to the building bylaw, which is longer because we need to build things in advance of the event. I'll also note that in terms of noise, a lot of the places where that will be happening are already kind of places that are used to elevated noise around entertainment districts and so on. And that's the short answer. It will be an active period for the city, especially around the PNE and the stadium in Killarney.
Okay, thanks very much. I've about a minute left. What kind of supports or exemptions could be offered to local vendors and restaurants who may experience some reduced access or due to the stricter regulations in the zone?
The city, we have what the community activation guide, we're just about to publish a second version of that on the near horizon, and that speaks to these types of topics. The city's working directly with business improvement associations and other business associations, and sometimes directly with businesses, especially if they're in the zone of street closures, to have those very discussions.
And obviously, a lot of communication will follow from that from the city too.
It's already an open line of communication, and that will continue all the way up to and including the games.
Okay, thank you very much, Karen. That's all my time.
Thank you, Councillor Clausen. Councillor Orr, go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thanks so much, and thanks, Councillor Clausen, for asking those questions. I too have heard concerns around increased sort of street sweeps, but I guess we're not calling it that. I've heard that there won't be an increase in sort of bylaw enforcement in terms of sheltering in parks or belongings on the sidewalks, just sort of the regular amount. Can you confirm that?
I'm going to ask our DBL representative to speak to that, if that's okay.
Good morning. Is that okay? So our enforcement measures are the only additions that we're really adding is around brand protection. So enforcement on sidewalks and in parks, there would be no increase to that type of enforcement.
That's good to hear. So does that apply to the 2-kilometer sort of beautification zone? It's mostly about brand protection?
That's going to...
You're a credit union.
Excuse
I look like I need help, but I'm fine.
Councillor Bly. Councillor Bly, I think your mic is on. Councillor Bly. Thank you. Go ahead. Keep going, Councillor Orr.
Yeah, 2-kilometer beautification zone is mostly for the sort of pop-up ambush advertising that we've seen, or
that is our focus. As a part of our agreement, or the whole city agreement, we have certain requirements that we need to adhere to, and that will be the focus of the additional enforcement during this time.
So I've heard concerns of shelters near that zone. There won't be any sort of limited access for people accessing those shelters, or
there would be no policy change around that. If there's a safety issue of like major obstructions, I believe our engineering department does follow up on that. But nothing new would be done as a part of the games.
Okay, thanks. I was told also at the Urban Indigenous Peoples Advisory Committee that there is a human rights framework to FIFA. That's not included in this, but that will be coming to the public. I know that the public is probably pretty concerned about this. So
one of our obligations as the host city committee is to develop what they're calling a human rights action plan, which probably is what that is. And the plan is to make that public at some point. FIFA's trying to coordinate that across the 16 host cities, so the timing isn't totally up to us.
Okay, so mostly FIFA. I think people definitely want to be assured, that there is an action plan. So that's good to hear. In terms of increased sex work or other human trafficking as well as a concern. Just just to clarify on the busking is really just about sort of crowd movement, crowd control. It's not really like a punitive thing. It's more of a safety measure to train stations.
One of the two of the main regarding all the changes you see before you today are safety indeed and brand protection. Those are mostly, and I guess the third is just logistics and operations. For example, letting trucks run longer downtown than they normally would on non-truck designated streets.
And then my last question is around the graffiti. It's a 24-hour sort of turnaround now instead of a week, right? So just how are we communicating to the small businesses around that change in the graffiti bylaw?
Yeah, as I said, we already have very open lines of communication with all the right business associations, business entities, and we are communicating all of this as early as after this report today, presuming it passes. We are starting that communication early, and we will be doing it often.
Great. That's all my questions. Thanks.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Orr. Councillor Fry, go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. And so on the subject of graffiti, because I think I heard in the briefing that there would be some, the bylaws and the fines and the cost recovery are in place, but not necessarily going to be acted on by the city. But obviously that's not really clear in the bylaw per se. And I worry that, it may be quite onerous on businesses, especially if businesses are forced to curtail their activities during FIFA and to give them 24 hours notice, or the city will come in on presumably an urgent basis and an overtime kind of basis and paint over it and send a bill and put a lien against their taxes. That seems a bit onerous and certainly inconsistent with what we saw during the Olympics bylaw. And even, when we had the problems with graffiti in Chinatown and we were more supportive of independent businesses and helping them to rid themselves of graffiti when we saw an explosion in graffiti. And I worry that in the context of FIFA, fans, what have you, we might see more graffiti and unfairly burden small businesses. What kind of remedies can we provide outside of this bylaw?
There's two main reasons why we will be quickly enforcing the removal of graffiti. One is that there'll be commercial graffiti, like pop-up ambush marketing type graffiti. In that case, the business will have been paid to use their wall or their property for that. And we think that's reasonable that they then pay to remove it because legally they have to. The second is hateful graffiti, as per your Chinatown example. We will work with businesses to get it done as easily and quickly as possible for them, but we need these rules in place to make sure we don't have that graffiti on the worldwide stage with billions of people literally watching Vancouver.
I mean, I see pop-up graffiti marketing, guerrilla marketing as totally separate from actual graffiti. I'm thinking more like, some business gets tagged with like Argentina rules, Chile sucks, I don't know, that kind of thing, and nothing to do with them, and they're going to be dinged with a pretty significant cost.
Well, they will just have to they would get their graffiti removed anyway. They'll just have to do it within, the only thing this change does is shorten the period of time in which they have to get it removed.
Yeah, I think 24 hours is a bit onerous, to be totally frank.
It's just what we have to do in this situation.
Right, and so, okay, not loving that. In the example, and I had it up here, with regard to street postering and street advertising and that kind of thing, how broad is that limitation? Are we talking about people advertising gigs, like rock and roll shows or handing out flyers for club nights?
Yeah, I'm going to ask.
No, we're not. We're not talking about that. And I think also we have to be mindful of the fact that when the event is happening, there will be a number of moving parts across the city. So what we have to do is really be prepared to act on the most egregious violations, where we have to act quickly and swiftly. So we need a path to make that decision. We will not be actively looking to, I would say, bureaucratize the removal of all of these posters and that. I think at the end of the day, what we're trying to do is, if something blatantly egregious that puts us in violation of our FIFA agreement or is I would say very offensive, it is a preparation for that eventuality.
So where's the articulation of that specificity? Because I'm looking at page 34 and the tables.
Legally, Legally, we have signed an agreement, around, we as a city have already signed the agreement. So the gray can't necessarily be inserted into the report, but it's a gray. Like, I think what we want to do is make sure we're prepared to deal with that which is clearly a violation. But we will be very busy, and it's not meant to go after people in a sort of a proactive manner. That is just unrealistic in terms of the resources we have.
I mean, I'm worried that some kid's putting up posters on a legitimate street pole for a show at the Red Gate, and they're going to get dinged $1,000 a pop.
I think we've, as best we can, addressed the question. That's not the intent. There, we will have leeway in how these are enforced, but we need the black and white regulations in place so that we can enforce when we need to.
So really, this regulation is 100% about guerrilla marketing, FIFA branding, that kind of thing, and not intended. So I'm struggling with why it's not articulated in these bylaws that give the leeway for residents of Vancouver, businesses of Vancouver to operate as they need to do business in what will be a challenging time. I'm going to move for another round of questions, actually, if I may.
Yes. Can I get a seconder? Okay, you're out of time. We'll get some.
Yes, I'm out of time, but yeah, thank you.
Go ahead. Councillor Maloney, maybe you want to move that.
Yeah, I'll move for a second round of questions.
Seconder, seconded by Councillor Zhou. All in favor? And that carries. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Maloney. You'll have to add yourself back to the queue. Go ahead.
Thank you. How can members of the public get help or assistance if they're suffering negative effects of, say, for example, extended hours of truck movements or different routes through their neighbourhoods or any other negative effects of FIFA?
I think the same way they usually get help from the city, calling 311, reaching out to elected officials.
All right, so there's no hotline or particular new. No?
Not specific to FIFA, no.
Okay.
We're talking about a 6-week period, roughly, or roughly 2-month period.
All right. The report does, actually, sorry about that. I just want to talk about transport and bylaw enforcement, because I know we've got, we're going to be, we have this situation where we were informed that on average, every 2 weeks, a bylaw enforcement officer is physically assaulted. And I'm just concerned about whether there'll be any additional protections or communication programs to the public about to reduce any antipathy from the public against our bylaw officers and reduce the chances of them getting into conflicts with residents.
I'm going to ask Mr. Brar to come up and respond to that.
The communication and the training is specifically with our staff around how to manage the situations and how to put their safety first. We're also building teams of people. Often these incidents that you referenced occur when folks are on their own. We will not have any enforcement staff on their own. They will be in teams, and they will be given clear direction to not engage in any risky situations.
Yeah, I'd really encourage you to work with our communications department to see if that message or some kind of education campaign could be worked on, because I think it would help the public to realise that bylaw enforcement officers are there for safety reasons and they're not just trying to upset them.
As council may be aware, we already have broader, more comprehensive programs doing just that to protect our staff.
Yeah, but particularly a communications campaign I'm very supportive of. In terms of transport, I think I've heard, not being here at the time, but I've heard one of the real successes of the Olympics was traffic management, and that was because of the strong message sent out to the public that they should avoid driving in specified areas or downtown during the Olympics, and it ended up that caused a lot of traffic evaporation and that it worked very well. Is there a communications program like that contemplated to make sure that emergency services vehicles and people that need to get in and out of downtown and have to drive can still get around?
Absolutely. One of the first work streams we stood up was our transportation planning, and among all the things we're doing to prepare for this event. And we are ready the team is having discussions. It's a question of balance of what we say can happen downtown and what we don't want to happen downtown. And it very much has a security lens, but also a city activation celebratory lens. And so the team's working very hard, a lot of very bright people putting their minds to striking that right balance.
Great, I'll leave it for now. I'll come back on.
Thank you, Councillor Maloney. Councillor Fry, go ahead.
Yeah, so circling back on this issue of street advertising and stuff, and I'm trying to make sense of where it's not protected for, you know, freedom of expression and legitimate advertising for events that have nothing to do with FIFA, that are just, you know, our ratepayers trying to conduct their business. And I see under the restrictions in 104.1, person must not exhibit, display, visually project, place, install, or distribute any advertising matter, blah, 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 on a street pole, projection, but it doesn't specify that this has got to be within that sort of FIFA thing. It seems very broad. Am I misinterpreting this, that the letter of the law is quite broad?
Hi, Jessie Adcock, host committee lead. I think the interpretation is the way you're interpreting it is not how we're going to apply it. So we first of all, there are a couple of different categories. In that case, a poster about an event that's not related is not something that would sort of register on our radar. It's not something that would be reported. Additionally, there's a principle called business as usual. So anything that's already been up for 6 months will not be looked at, because that is a legal principle that applies. And so in the examples that you've given, those are not cases that we are trying to solve for.
Where's the discretion there? So like, for instance, like a punk rock show that's like an anti-FIFA punk rock show, would they be captured under this? Would that be a thing that they would be fined $1,000 a poster?
No, I mean, again, what we're going after is the ability for the city to not breach its obligations in its host city agreement to FIFA, and those use cases that you've just outlined are not examples of a breach. So that's not something we would look to enforce. We're very much looking at brand protection for the commercial affiliates of FIFA.
I guess I wish that it was more articulated clearly in this, because the gray area is what kind of frustrates. And I appreciate that that's not the intention, but
Yeah.
because it's sort of somewhat discretionary and it would be up to bylaw officers to decide, presumably, I see that as a burden. So that's just my frustration that I'm going to have to vote on. But can you tell me a little bit more about the Human Rights Action Plan? I appreciate that it's coming, and we've certainly heard a lot from residents, in particular in the downtown east side, vulnerable populations, concerns around what it might look like. What is the outreach, and how are we preparing to do this? Because I feel like it's a little overdue, and it's got a lot of anxiety. And could you give me a sense of where the outreach is happening?
I don't have that information at my fingertips. We are on the near horizon. Well, actually, I don't know the exact date when we're going to bring it forward to council, but there's an outline. I think there's about 30 different categories that FIFA has have us dig into and make sure we can mitigate risks and harms in each of these categories. We have done outreach. We're doing outreach in the downtown east side right now. And we'll bring back that information to council, but I'm not really prepared to speak to it today. I don't have
Sure,
the
I think that would, I'm very keen to see some of that, because it's certainly questions I'm getting in the community. Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Karen.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Lots of great questions. Can I get someone to move the recommendations? Moved, Councillor Montague, seconder. Councillor Jo. Any discussion? So please put yourself on the queue. Okay, seeing no one, just a reminder to councillors online to please have your video enabled to vote. In that case, we'll call the question. Please vote on the question. And clerks, I'll take a vote assist in favor, please.
Chair, could I have a vote assist in favor, please?
Yes, you can. May. Okay, and thank you, Council. That passes unanimously, and that completes Report 1. We will move to Report 2, our patio program updates. Before we begin, are there any conflicts of interest? Hearing, seeing none. This item does have a presentation and invite our team. They have roughly 32 slides. Welcome. I'll give you a minute to get set up there. And I know I see staff transitioning in, so thank you.
Excuse me, I've joined the meeting and I'm sharing, but I'm not seeing the presentation up.
Okay, we'll just check on that.
Perfect.
There you go. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm Danielle Wiley, Associate Director for Street Use Management. Today I'll be reviewing some of the patio program review background as well as proposed program updates that will begin to be implemented in time for summer 2026 patio season, and then some next steps. In September 2021, building on the success of the temporary expedited patio program, which was a pandemic-era response for patios to support businesses, Council approved a permanent summer patio program and also directed staff to undertake a review of the full patio program, including design guidelines, accessibility policy, and a fee review. Following that direction, staff's first priority was to implement the new summer patio program. We now have 3 years of experience under our belt in that program, and also to undertake some key process improvements to streamline the application process and really make things simpler for businesses. Following that, we engaged in a jurisdictional scan of similar patio programs or comparable programs across North America. And we also engaged with a Rick Hansen certified accessibility consultant to support accessibility audits to see what patios were like in the field in Vancouver. We also did 3 rounds of stakeholder engagement, which I'll touch on briefly later, which helped to inform the recommended program updates that you see in the report today. If approved, those updates would begin to be implemented in time for next year and then would be ongoing. We had 3 rounds of stakeholder engagement that included current permit holders, but also previous permit holders from the TEP program that were no longer participating, key industry reps from the food and hospitality industries, and also the Persons with Disability Advisory Committee, thank you, Advisory Committee. We had a very good level of participation in these 3 rounds of workshops. We started with really identifying the challenges for accessibility and other barriers to businesses in our current program. We developed draft design scenarios and then finally presented them with the final proposed updates. What we heard from stakeholders is that there's really a range of needs from businesses. Some just want a cheap and cheerful patio with a couple of umbrellas to put in front of their business to attract a little bit of extra attention to their frontage. Whereas others really want to invest in better weather protection, an elevated customer experience with lighting and heating, and they really want to make that investment long term. We also heard from businesses that they need guidance on achieving accessibility, particularly for curbside patios where the level between the sidewalk and the roadway is different. But they're also concerned about costs for creating that accessibility solution, but also related to seasonal patios for storage, removal, reinstallation each year. Finally, we heard that the permit process can always be streamlined. Businesses are very interested in the costs related with that, and also they're interested in exploring innovative approaches to potentially sharing patios, etc. So based on that engagement and our experience in delivering the program over the past few summers, we developed some key objectives for the updates, and that is to provide really clear accessibility and safety requirements, especially around curbside patios because of their location in the street. We want to expand those design options while maintaining a streamlined application process, so we're not adding a bunch of new steps and costs for businesses. We want to improve public realm management in clarifying both the roles for the city and for businesses. And finally, we want to balance any changes to fees with financial supports for businesses. So at a glance, some of the updates we'll begin to see in summer 2026 are those new accessibility requirements and expanded design options for curbsides, some significant changes to storefront seating, enabling added seats on patios to to increase overall occupant load for businesses, improve our compliance and enforcement approach, and as well as a review of fees and financial tools. First, looking at the types of patios in the program, you see A is the curbside patio. It is as per its name, in the curbside. It is protected by a railing, but also traffic safety measures on either side of the patio. It is able to have licensing for liquor service if the business wishes. B is a sidewalk patio, formerly called large sidewalk patio. It is also protected by a railing, also enables liquor service, but is against the building frontage. And C is the former small sidewalk patio, which we're now calling storefront seating. While most of the updates being rolled in 2026 refer to summer curbsides, there are also significant changes to the storefront seating. To transition this program, we're really trying to create a low barrier option for businesses to have seating outside their business. So first of all, expanding eligibility. So it's not just restaurants and cafes. If you have a t-shirt shop, or if you're a barber, you can have loose tables and chairs outside your business as a waiting area or an area to socialize. There would be no fee and a very permit-light process in which you just need to submit a document acknowledging that you understand the guidelines, that you have insurance and a business license, but there would be no other application in terms of a drawing, etc. Looking more closely at the summer curbside patio design guidelines, what's currently allowed is very, very simple, stemming from the TEP program. It's tables and chairs on the road surface, a simple railing, a single post umbrellas, and option for propane heaters. In the updated guidelines, we'd be looking at more elaborate structures such as posts and frames where you could suspend lighting or planting or other accessories, summer appropriate overhead covers in flexible materials like textiles, an option for electrical service from the building to the patio to power lighting, other accessories, and public realm enhancements. There's also an option for a patio to extend onto the boulevard. You can see the dashed box there to have a larger footprint. These photos give a bit of the flavor of what patios could look like under the new guidelines. So you see a variety of frames, off-the-shelf or custom overhead covers. You see an example of a patio that spans onto the utility strip or the boulevard from the Granville Street pilot last summer, a variety of railings that integrate planters or windscreens, and some examples of public realm enhancements like planters behind barriers or painted barriers. While enabling this design flexibility, we also want to make sure that core accessibility needs are met. That's a key concern that we heard when the program was first launched. And so the new program will include accessibility requirements of providing a minimum of one accessible seat on every curbside patio, as well as an accessible path of travel from the sidewalk to and onto the patio to that seat. We know that meeting those accessibility requirements could be a cost for businesses who need to substantially redesign their patio. And that will be a cost and require some planning. And so we're providing up to 3 years for businesses to meet that new requirement. We also want to provide businesses with tools. And so the new design guidelines are going to have a lot of illustrations and simple diagrams to explain how a business can achieve these requirements depending on their site conditions and their own preference. So we see some examples here. You could do a full deck. You could do a partial deck for a more economical version. If you have a sloped site, you might need to terrace the deck to provide that accessible area or that seat. And there's also an option for a ramp. So this is just an example of some of the diagrams that you're going to see in the guidelines. While decks are not currently allowed in the existing program, some businesses do already have them. And what we've learned from some of these unapproved decks is that they can be very challenging in terms of street operations if they're not built for proper drainage. You see in the photo there's some major issues with pooling and accumulation of debris. So the guidelines will also explain to businesses how to build a deck properly for drainage and how to maintain the area around their patio. While adding all of these options and requirements, it was a very core consideration that we would not be making the application process more complex or more costly for businesses. And so we've worked internally to develop some building bylaw amendments that would, for example, eliminate the requirement for a building permit or professional drawings for all of those design options that you've seen in the previous slides. And so that means that a business who it wants to build the same patio as last year, or maybe the same footprint but add a cover, would not need to submit a professional drawing. They can use the same patio footprint from last year and just submit a simple declaration form saying that they're adding those elements. We're also doing bylaw amendments to unlock added seats, meaning you can increase your overall occupant load, and that can potentially boost revenue. After summer 2026, we'll continue to do improvements. Some of our first priorities will be to look at our sidewalk patios and bring them more into alignment with the new curbside guidelines. We'll also be looking at our year-round curbside patios. We do have an existing trial with about 50 patios out in the field that have been staying out over the winter. What we've learned is that they do have challenges, and so they need different design guidelines and a management approach. And so we'll be developing a long-term approach for year-round patios and helping to transition those patios that are in the trial. And another key area of work that I want to highlight is ongoing alignment of the public and private patio programs. Development, Building and Licensing Department has a patio program for private patios. Engineering runs the public patio program. And we're looking to scope a potential single portal to make things easier for businesses, because to a business, regardless of where a patio is on which side of the property line, a patio is a patio. So we really want to streamline our programs. Keeping a simple application process with reduced requirements often means that we need to pay more attention to compliance and enforcement. And so we were working a lot with businesses about how to collaborate in making sure that the public realm is managed properly, particularly for curbside patios that are in the public realm, they're in the roadway, and they have a relationship to other elements such as fire hydrants, trees, and all of utilities in the street right-of-way. We need to make sure that patio... the city does deliver traffic safety measures around patios in the curb lane, and that has really evolved since 2021 when the permanent program was approved. And we're always looking to review and improve our approach to safety. And that is a significant resource that the city invests in this program. But businesses also have a role in safety. If a business installs a patio that is not in the right dimensions or not in the right location, that can cause real traffic safety risks. It can cause risks to pedestrians on the sidewalk. It can block access to utilities, etc. And so if public realm management is a shared responsibility, the city has a key role in providing those clear requirements through guidelines and terms and conditions. We do site audits, and we work with an education-first approach with businesses to communicate when there are non-compliance issues and to support them to come into compliance. But the business also has a role in applying and obtaining their permit and ensuring that their patio meets key requirements and is properly maintained. Touching briefly on fees, we've been hearing a lot in the past couple of days and yesterday's meeting specifically that the city and businesses are both operating in a period of significant economic uncertainty and real constraints. And so when we're looking at our fees and financial tools, we really need to look at that balance. Briefly looking at our fees today, an average curbside patio is around $2,000 downtown and around $1,400 outside of downtown. And compared to other jurisdictions, that puts us around the middle of the pack. There's a variety of different approaches. We see some cities that don't charge permit fees at all at this time, whereas other cities with comparable scaled programs such as Montreal and Toronto, their fees are higher. A brief update on patio permit fees. Permit fees will be applied per Council's decision in yesterday's meeting on the 2026 engineering fees report. And so that means that permit fees will be held at current levels for 2026. But apart from fees, there are other proposed tools in the program updates that support businesses. One important one is that there will be a one-time permit fee refund when a business makes that investment to upgrade their patio to meet the new requirements. Other cost and time-saving measures are the elimination of those professional drawings for simple patio structures.
Added seats, again, add that revenue boost, and that businesses are now offered a permit-free option in the storefront seating. We presented these proposed program updates in a final engagement in June, and we heard that 80% of respondents were supportive of the proposed updates overall, and the Persons with Disabilities Accessibility Committee did support the accessibility requirements. A majority of businesses felt that they could meet the new requirements within the 3 years, or if they were installing a new patio, that they could meet them when they build that new patio. And a majority also said that the roles and responsibilities for managing the public realm were also clear. The bylaw amendments that are proposed bylaw amendments that are included in this report include amendments to the building bylaw for the added seats and the exemptions for decks and lightweight structures, as well as changes to the street vending bylaw to support the transition to storefront seating, update the patio names, and also hold the fees. Next steps, if approved by Council, we'll be enacting the bylaw amendments in December and beginning to roll out the program updates. A key next step for us is that in December, we will be launching the new design guidelines and doing outreach with businesses to introduce them to the changes and to any changes in the permit application process. And then we will, after our focus on rolling out the summer and FIFA, we'll be turning back to our next phases of work, meaning the sidewalk patios, the year-round trial, and the ongoing integration of the private and public patio programs. Thank you.
Thanks for the presentation. I appreciate that. And I do have a number of councillors with questions, so I'll advance. Councillor Claassen, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, staff. And thanks for all the work that has gone into this. We know how much this is a priority for our city, for our sort of people who have enjoyed the patios, but also just the business owners that have been able to bring these on stream. And it has been definitely a learning process, and it's guided certainly by the experience that we're hearing from business operators, people who have the patios, and of course looking at other jurisdictions. But I have a few questions about just how we still do this. We're still getting some feedback. I serve as chair of the Vancouver Business Growth Task Force, and we've struck a subcommittee focused on red tape and regulatory reduction. So they have brought some questions forward, and I have a few questions surrounding around the regulatory red tape side of things, particularly with FIFA coming up and having that in the background. So businesses do need patios to open fast. Can the city guarantee approvals in weeks rather than months?
For summer 2026, if a business is renewing a patio that they built last year, our renewals are within 3 to 4 days. And so a business would have the option to install the same patios last year, renew their permit, and that would be a matter of days. For a new application for a new location, our process timelines are in the order of around 4 weeks.
Okay. Will businesses be able to have a single point of contact for patio permits, or will they continue to have to navigate sometimes 2 different departments?
Are you referring to patios that are on both sides of the property line, or just?
Yeah.
Okay. So currently we do have 2 patio programs, one for private property, one for public property. Our teams are becoming increasingly integrated, are in close communication, but currently businesses do need to submit 2 separate applications for each side of the property line. We're beginning to scope work to develop a single application portal over time, but that would not be in place in time for FIFA this summer.
Okay. So with FIFA World Cup coming to Vancouver next year, do we expect patios can be fast-tracked so businesses are ready by kickoff?
A business's best option is to renew the same footprint that they did last year. It's a very fast application process or renewal process. If they are doing a new application, we would say to submit their complete documents as quickly as possible, and we accept those on a rolling basis, so they could apply anytime. We would be able to support them in time for FIFA.
Okay. I've heard that when the pandemic was happening in the patios, that we kind of really opened up the opportunities for patios in a way that really made things happen very quickly. Is that something that we can kind of go back to?
You're referring to the TEP program?
Sure.
The program that we have today is based on TEP, but it is an evolution of TEP. And it strikes that balance of, I'll say, improved traffic safety and management of the public realm while having the kind of speed and efficacy of TEP. So yes, it is a little bit slower than TEP was, but we do take the time to do a technical review, a safety review, and also deliver those traffic safety measures around for every patio location.
Thanks. I'll leave my questions there for now.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for the overview. As you know, I brought many motions forward and many amendments with respects to patios. So I guess my question, kind of cutting to the chase, is 5 years ago, TEP was 5 years ago on the pandemic. And we've been working for some time towards regularizing this program. I think in your presentation, you showed about 2 years, 3 different phases of engagement. At what point are we done in sort of like, what is the end goal and how quickly can we get to just regularizing something that we know people love in the city? It's valued by the restaurants, the patrons love it. And it's 5 years later, it's been 2 years, and then I'm still hearing more work to be done on a portal. So where does the rubber hit the road? Is there a way to simplify and get this done?
I think there are many ways to simplify. I do want to say we do have a regular summer program. It is regularized, but what we heard from our stakeholders is that they want to be able to do more. And so these updates to the program are updates to a regular program, but are meant to expand options and also to improve the accessibility approach. We have also been hearing that there are challenges for the patios on both sides of the property line, and so we're looking to integrate that and simplify for sure.
Okay, so no timelines? It doesn't sound like we have them. I'm going to keep moving. My other question is, I've given direction in the past around looking at simplified design guidelines so that, each restaurant doesn't have to reinvent the wheel, so to speak. And the different scenarios that you showed there, this is what a good accessible one looks like, but with an actual design that you can pull one off the shelf. And decide if that's the patio that you want, or if there's a number of businesses co-located, such as on Main Street. Here is what a sort of contiguous one looks like, and they don't all have to do those. I know you're waiving drawings now, but in terms of providing resources for something and saying this is a design that's acceptable to the city. If you have this curbside, this is what it looks like. If you have sort of large street side, this is what it looks like. Where did that go? Where is that at?
The design guidelines are trying to strike a balance between providing tools and resources for businesses, but also addressing that businesses want different things and also have different site locations. And so the guidelines are intended to be a really simple resource to show what a business can do if they're on a sloped site or a flat one, if they want a simple patio or something more elaborate. Because we did hear in our engagement that businesses do have very different needs, but they all want simple tools.
Do other cities have standardized design guidelines? I think of like North Van City, for example, around the Lonsdale Quay area.
We looked at a lot of design guidelines from other municipalities, and they had a range of approaches, and we were inspired by what we think were the best ones. And in general, they provided illustrations on how to do a patio that best suits your needs and your location.
Did you look at Montreal?
Yes.
Okay. And they actually, as I understand, they actually include provision of materials and building some of the patios, do they not? Their fees are higher, but they actually provide service.
Mm-hmm.
Have we looked at something like that in terms of the design guidelines, or there's storage considerations, there's all sorts of things, but
yes, we know that there are many considerations. So the design guidelines that we hope that we're launching are going to meet most business needs. That's the feedback that we did hear from businesses.
Okay. And when are the design guidelines going to launch?
We're going to launch them if approved by council, we'll launch them in December, and we'll also have outreach in December and January to introduce them to stakeholders.
In December, so that people could be using them to put their summer patios up for 2026?
Yes.
And we would be able to accommodate them both designing and approving
yes.
their applications. How long does it take an application if I'm doing a new one? And say I look at these design guidelines and I want to do a patio, and I say, okay, I'm going to go with that type of direction. And then how long do I need to allow for my application to the city,
For
and the
it,
restaurant?
if you already have a patio in that footprint, you only need to renew your permit. And so that's a matter of a couple of days if you have your complete documents. And then you would submit a declaration form, just letting us know what elements you're adding. And so it would be very little time. If it's a brand new patio application, a new location with a footprint, then you're looking at about a month.
A month. Okay. And can you just give us a little bit of color? Because I know it used to take a lot longer. What did that used to take? Did it used to be about 6 months where you had to put your application in by the fall for the following season?
Prior to TEP, there were sometimes multiple years that it took to have
I remember.
patio permit
So we have made-
application.
we
So
have made strides
this is a huge change in our process.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you for those questions. Councillor Maloney.
I'm interested to know what the reason is for the barrier around the sidewalk patios, because I know it's not, it's actually, from my observations, pretty uncommon in other parts of the world that have a lot of patio usage outside restaurants and cafes.
We developed a technical design brief for protection of patios in the curb lane.
No, I'm just talking about on the sidewalk.
Oh, the railing. Oh, pardon me. So for the railing that encloses the patio is related to liquor licensing. So in order to have alcohol service, you need to be able to contain that space and make sure that that alcohol is being served in a designated space. And the additional reason is simply to separate that space from pedestrians. And so it becomes a privatized area of the sidewalk for the business use.
Yeah, I must say I'm not keen on that. So changing that would involve the province changing liquor licensing regulations.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay, thanks. How do we deal with a situation in the future where a business has invested a lot in their patio structure and the city's plans for the streets change? For example, a bus lane, a bike lane, or an extended sidewalk, or alteration in land use.
That can be challenging, and it's something that our staff deals with, every summer or every patio season. Sometimes it can be that changes need to be made to a patio location because of construction, and it might be temporary, it might be permanent. We always work with that business to scope on an alternative. So if they're in the curb lane, maybe there's an opportunity to move them to the sidewalk or vice versa. As much as possible, we try to work with the business to find a location. There are instances where a patio, unfortunately, isn't feasible for a given business.
In the case of on-street patios, is there any proposal to reduce speed limits on busy roads to increase safety? Because I must say it weighs on my mind, the collision risk.
Hi, good morning. Paul Storer, Director of Transportation. As part of our Vision Zero update, our goal is to create a framework for where we would look at reducing speed limits across the city. And things like use of curb space and, pedestrian activity and busyness of the area would factor into that.
Okay, I'll look forward to hearing about that. In terms of accessibility, do the design guidelines encourage more flexibility? For example, there's a patio that comes out every summer near me that's great, except that it's wooden benches, so there's absolutely no capacity for flexibility with fitting wheelchair users in, or more than one wheelchair user. Is there any encouragement to set up a patio that hasn't got fixed fixtures?
In general, we don't review and enforce on furniture, but the guidelines will provide resources for businesses to have, ideas for different furniture that's more accessible and recommendations. So we'll provide that within the guidelines. There is a requirement to have one accessible seat. So if you are using picnic tables, for example, you would need to modify a picnic table or have an accessible picnic table to accommodate that use.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maloney. I'm just going to advance myself. I really appreciate the updates and the presentation. I did just want to circle back to you outlined, and I know the focus was not necessarily barriers and security safety measures, but particularly for those on-street patios. I'm looking for some sense of it, for all on-street patios, is there bollards and barriers installed, or is it on a case-by-case basis? So in the context of sort of safety, I think ideally patios, having them flush against buildings is more ideal, and I think a better experience, but we do have a number of street curbside patios. So I'm just curious, is that a sort of and it's, I guess the question is, for every single street side patio, are we going to have barriers?
Every patio in the curb lane has wheel stops on each side, as well as object markers, so that they're more visible to traffic, but also the wheel stops protect them from a car that could be parallel parking and maneuvering around the patio. Concrete barriers are only installed for some patios, and that's done according to a technical design brief. So it's sometimes in relation to distance from an intersection, distance from a bus stop, et cetera. And so it's based on an analysis of the traffic movement around and near that patio.
Okay, so effectively, if I was just to reflect that back, is you've established some criteria to determine when it warrants and makes sense to have those concrete barriers and bollards versus other areas where you have more the signage, to signal that there's a patio.
Yes, that's correct. There's a technical design brief, and every location is reviewed each year, even if it has been in that location before, just in case any traffic-related, anything traffic-related has changed in the street. And that design brief is also reviewed each year.
Okay, that's helpful. I think it's important. And I think you've heard that from a few councillors. That was all my questions. I appreciate the update. I'm going to advance Councillor Claassen. Go ahead, Councillor Claassen.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. I have an amendment, so I'm wondering if we just go to an amendment queue, please.
Yes, if you could just put yourself on, Councillor Claassen. And go ahead.
And hopefully we can get that amendment posted. One moment. Right. The window's open here. Yeah, I just wanted to, first of all, just with regards to this, the where we're moving is in a really...
Councillor Claassen, could I just interject for one moment? My apologies, and hang on, Councillor Bly, one moment. Councillor Claassen, could you, just before you do your amendment, could you move the recommendations, the report?
Yes, okay.
They just haven't been moved.
I'd like to move the recommendations for the report.
Can I get a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Montague, and now Councillor Bly, sorry, did you have a, or was it, no, I heard. Okay. Sorry, Councillor Kirby. Oh, okay, my apologies, Councillor Zhou. So we'll just note that Councillor Zhou seconded that. But could I just, I thought I heard Councillor Bly as well online. Councillor Bly, just checking in.
Nope, that's nothing from me right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Claassen, back to you. So we have moved and seconded the report.
Yeah, that's okay. Thanks, Chair. So first of all, again, reiterating that I'm really excited that we are moving forward with the work on patios. And as Councillor Kirby Young said earlier, she and others in the chamber have been really real strong drivers to kind of push us in this direction. I recently had an enjoyable short stay in Europe, in some cities where patios were just everywhere, and really for me the patio culture of those cities was something that I thought that we could be capturing better, and they really do represent the vibrancy of those places, and I feel that they do the same here. It's really exciting to walk down some of our thoroughfares and seeing tables filled with patios. So the amendments that I've put forward here are really intended to try and strengthen the red tape cutting exercise that this really does help with, and also bring clarity for businesses. So they really emanate from the work of the Vancouver Business Growth Task Force. We have a subcommittee made up of people in the hospitality sector, and these recommendations align with their goals, knowing that some of the work is happening with the street, but that I think it just underlines and emphasizes the importance of trying to streamline how we do take in requests for patios, make sure that we work, at a strong pace to be able to make sure to implement them, and also just make sure that we make this a more permanent feature of our city and not necessarily something we need to kind of continually drive through a piloting. So the amendments are there for council to discuss and to deliberate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clausen. Could I get a seconder for the amendment?
You had.
Councillor Fry? Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I appreciate Councillor Clausen sort of identifying that we're trying to provide the simplest process for our restaurants and moving towards the single applicant interface piece. And as we heard, we've made great strides in the timelines. It used to be that you had to decide what you were doing next summer and well ahead of time, sort of 9 months out, and businesses need to be nimble. So we've made good strides, and I really appreciate sort of the work there and Councillor Clausen bringing that forward, representing the business task force. I have a couple clarifying questions, if I might, Chair, through you.
Yes.
And it's really around in the second couple of points here. I just want to understand from staff's perspective. In the second point, where it reads further that council directs staff to evaluate the existing patio pilot programs as part of the January report back with recommendations to either make current pilots permanent or bring them to a conclusion. Do you read that then that we would not have an option for a business to have a pop-up patio? Say you're a new business and you want to have a temporary patio pop up and see how it goes before you invest in putting a cost into sort of a much more robust kind of higher quality longer term patio, that then that option would cease. And then what would it sort of be, one set of design standards? I'm just kind of looking to make sure that we're not concluding patios in terms of shutting down options in this language. I just want to understand how staff understand this.
Good morning. I'm Lisa Parker, Director of Public Space and Street Use. I do not interpret that how you've referenced the pilots in there. We will continue to have businesses be supported with a patio through the application process. How we're interpreting that is some of our longer term pilots that relate to other initiatives within the street use as a whole.
Longer term pilots. So give me an example. I want to make sure I really understand this. That there is
An additional example is that this past summer, both on Granville Street and on Water Street in Gastown, as a part of those larger public space initiatives, we were piloting and supporting varying types of patio uses within that greater pedestrian zone pilot. Or even the curbside patio, we have those as a pilot for the summer only. And we're looking at the year-round pilot of curbside as something that still needs to have a decision around that.
So the year-round regular patios for restaurants would not be affected in any way? This is specifically for activations on the streets like Granville or Water Street?
So it'd be any of those pilots we would be bringing forward for council to have a consideration and decision-making on that. For technically, our curbside patios for year-round are still considered a
Okay, so
pilot.
it doesn't affect regular restaurants, but can I just reflect back then? So for say the Granville Promenade or the Water Street pilot, you're saying those could not continue in their kind of ongoing iteration without future decisions around what they look like from council? I want to be really clear on this, right?
Sure, I can answer that. So the pilot patios within the pedestrian zones like Water Street and Granville Street have been a great tool for businesses to learn alongside with us.
Yes.
But as those areas move towards a more permanent design, our intention is to transition those pilot patios into our regular program. We can kind of prove what the long-term footprints can be through the pilots and then transition those businesses to an ongoing renewing patio.
But things like in Gastown are years away in terms of some of those public space improvements. And we have been playing with the timing, for example, in Gastown, where we were doing the sort of the whole summer period, and now we're doing Sundays, et cetera. So I'm just trying to understand how that we would coexist that flexibility to make it permanent if we're doing shutdowns, for example, on Sundays, because you can have extended patio activation into a broader area beyond next to my restaurant, for example, into the public realm during, car-free Sundays or whatever that looks like, right?
Water Street's actually a really good example of where we've been able to prove out the patio footprint that we'll be able to renew on an ongoing basis, even though those long-term capital improvements have not happened. The patios themselves can still move into the regular program.
Okay, Chair, can I move for a second round so I can keep going?
Well, we are on an amendment.
Oh, we're not. We're on an
Yeah,
amendment.
you
Okay,
have-
then.
So
You're
we've
saying, so,
30
okay,
seconds
so
for
just
debate.
for my comfort then, you, I guess, Chair, follow up through you. You're saying it will not impede our future activation for whatever a Granville Promenade or Water Street looks like?
The amendment as written, no, it would not.
Okay, that's great. And then D, on with respects to, oh, sorry, no, on the design guidelines piece, how do you view that as different than what you're launching in December?
You're referring to the third paragraph of A?
Yes.
The design template, I think, would be just a single standard design. In our work, we found that challenging because of the differences in site locations, and so we've offered these illustrated design guidelines as an alternative. But under this amendment, we could continue to explore if design templates could be added to those guidelines over time.
I'm out of time,
Yeah,
sorry.
that's your time, but thought I saw Councillor Montague on there, but okay, if there's no further questions on that, or sorry, it should be actually debate, but simply going to call the question on the amendment. Please vote online. Yes, I've separation's been called. Can you identify what you'd like severed? A further that. The first further that. Is that correct? Okay. So council just and clerks, let's start with the A and the first further that and highlight that, and we will vote on that first. And then we'll deal with the rest. Is everyone clear on that? Just to check in with council. So what you see highlighted, we are voting on first. Yeah. Just the further that. Councillor Kirby-Young, just to clarify, as well the first part of A? Just the further that. Okay. Yeah, second that paragraph that's highlighted. So please vote online. And clerks will take a vote assist in favor, please. Just highlight what's highlighted in yellow we're voting on.
Chair, I'll take a vote assist in favor, please.
Oh, so it's the second one. Okay, sorry. We're gonna just, so clerks, just to be clear, sorry, we're actually severed is the and further that council directs staff to develop a visual design template. Is that clear? That's the item. Okay. So we'll do a new vote just for everyone's count. And Councillor Bly online, just to be clear, I'm going to read it. Oh, we're going to just put the amendment back up. The section we are voting on is and further that council directs staff to develop a visual design template for a minimum standard patio that provides clarity for businesses and reduces reliance on case-by-case review to ensure predictability and long-term regulatory stability for businesses. That is what we are voting on, and it has been severed. And so please vote online. I'll take a vote assist in favor, please. Councillor Bly, do you need a vote assist?
Yes, vote assist in favor, please.
Okay. And that passes. Thank you, Council. And then we'll move to the rest of the amendment. And again, this is an amendment to the report. We'll vote on the remainder. And we're just going to get that pulled up for you. Yes, okay. Go ahead and vote, Council, and I'll take a vote assist in favor, please.
Vote assist in favor, please, Chair.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Bly. Noted. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. So we'll move back to the amended report. And if this time, if any council member wishes to speak to the report as amended, this would be the time to put yourself on the queue. Councillor Clausen, you're still in the queue. Do you have anything further?
No, I think I'm concluded there. Thanks a lot, Chair.
Thank you. Any other? Nope. Okay. In that case, I'll call the question. All in favor of the amended report, please vote online. I'll take a vote assist in favor.
Vote assist in favor.
And Councillor Bly as well. Thank you. And that passes unanimously. Thank you, Council. And thank you, staff, for all the work on that. And it's a really important part of the city, and really pleased to see all the changes coming forward. So thank you. Council, we are going to move to report 4, which was held. This is a contract award for tree removal and associated services in Stanley Park. This was held by Councillor Fry. I do not believe there is a report or a presentation for this item, but I'll just double check. No, there is no presentation. So Councillor Fry, I'll advance you. Go ahead with questions, please.
Yeah, I'm a little curious about the procurement process, and were there other proponents noting that there is some controversy around this particular proponent, and also curious around I understand there's a court proceeding around this particular action of tree removal. I'm wondering what the status of that is at this point. Is that?
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Alex Ralph, Chief Procurement Officer. Related to the procurement process, we went out publicly with a request of expression of interest. This normally includes just general questions to test and see if there's interest in the market to be able to do some of the proposed scope. We asked, as part of that request of expression of interest, for proponents to be able to put forward a couple of options in terms of the work that was intended to be done. And we only received one just specific proposal. This was the case of Blackwell Consulting, and therefore there's provisions in the request of expression of interest to be able to continue negotiations in the case that if there's only one proponent, to be able to refine the scope and ask for a detailed quote. So that's the case of this specific procurement.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I appreciate the scale of this is probably precludes a lot of smaller tree faller operations, that kind of thing. Can you speak to the current sort of, I don't know if it's a judicial review or a legal case around this particular action? Is that ongoing?
Yes, and I would not have that information, and as well, since it's in front of the courts, that information would have to be just discussed in camera.
Okay, so I guess that kind of derails my questioning and confidence in this, in awarding this procurement, knowing that there is a potential legal proceeding that may result. Okay, I guess I appreciate that it would have to be in camera. I'm going to have to abstain on this particular vote, given the lack of available information. Oh,
if I could just add, Amiketa, Director of Park Operations. So we have completed proceedings and we're just waiting for the ruling. But this contract award, within that framework of what we're proposing to council to approve, we with procurement and legal would make sure we construct whatever that looks like moving forward. So there is no risk of council, say, proceeding to approve. We would still work through legal and procurement to assure that the contract process is done completely and thoroughly so that there's no risk to the city as well.
So why not wait until the outcome of this legal proceeding before this particular contract award?
One of the concerns we have is the timelines. So right now, the work we've got in scope, the original timeframe was to be starting the work this October and be finished at before the end of this quarter. Right now, the proposal is that if we are delayed, that is okay. We can start the work in January to get the work done in Q1. This work needs to be done during the winter season, essentially fall or winter, so that we can get moving on the reforestation work in spring and summer. So it's more of the timeline, but we do have time still to negotiate and work that through. But of course, next steps was to come to council to make sure that we can then engage in those conversations with procurement and legal.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Seeing no one else on the queue, could I get someone to move the report? Councillor Klassen, seconder. Councillor Kirby-Young. Any discussion? Councillor Fry? Let's call you Fly. Councillor Fry?
Right, that's, yeah, and I totally appreciate the context within all this, but I do appreciate that there's also a judicial review and that this is somewhat controversial, and I'm gonna just abstain based on some of the incomplete information that I have and some of the solicitations I've been receiving from members of the public around this particular action, so. That's it, thank you.
Okay, thank you. In that case, I'll call the question. Please vote online, and please have your video enabled if you're online as well, councillors. I'll take a vote assist in favor, please. Councillor Bly? Yeah, okay. Great. Thank you, Council.
Voted chair.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you. We've got your vote recorded and that passes. Thank you, Council. We are now moving on to report 5, which is the 2025 Community Services and Other Grants. Thank you, staff team. I'll just make space for you to transition in, out. I do just want to check in with council. Do you have any conflicts of interest with respect to this report? Hearing, seeing none. There isn't a presentation, and so I'll move to questions. Any questions to staff? Oh, yeah, no, that's okay. Go ahead, Councillor Orr, you have 5 minutes.
Just very quickly, how do the rates this year compare to previous years? Just in sort of general overview of how it compares to previous years.
Thank you for the question. Margaret Whitkins, General Manager, Arts, Culture and Community Services. In a general sense, we are seeing higher demand for the grant programs, and the funding has been stable.
Okay, thanks. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Orr. Seeing no one else on the queue at this time for questions, we are going to move to registered speakers for this report. As a reminder, public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. Our first public body representative is Victoria Young. Do we have Victoria here or online? It says she should be in person.
We're just checking,
Chair,
Chair.
the Vancouver School Board?
Yeah, we're just checking. We have a known number on the line. We're trying to determine if that might be the speaker.
We'll just take a moment to see if that's our public speaker. Okay, we'll just be 1 moment, council, as we check about the speaker.
Hello?
Hello, is that Victoria?
Hi, it is. I am actually just parking outside City Hall, so I'm actually just going to park my car, and if you don't mind, am I able to just present virtually instead of in person?
Yes, you have that choice, or if you want to come up in person, you can. We could recess for 2 minutes to make space for that. What would you prefer?
I would prefer, or may I speak second so you don't hold up other speakers?
Victoria, you are the only speaker on the list, so we could recess for a couple of minutes for you to come and speak in person, or you can just continue online on the phone.
I would absolutely love to speak in person. May I have a 2-minute recess to show up?
We will recess for 2 minutes, and then you can come and speak. Thank you.
Thank
Councillor Bly?
I'm not sure if you can see the video, Chair, but
Okay.
it's camera's on.
Thank you. Okay, we do have quorum. Thank you. Welcome, Victoria Young, Chair of the Vancouver School Board. You have up to, is it 3 minutes or 5 minutes in this case? 3 minutes to address council. Go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you for accommodating me this morning and for the work you do for our city. My name is Victoria Young, Chair of the Vancouver School Board, and I'm here to speak in support of the Food for School grant application. Thank you again to you all, and thank you to staff for all the hard work that you're doing, especially in supporting youth and young people in the city. Every day, the Vancouver School Board feeds nearly 4,000, or every school day, nearly 4,000 students through our school food programs. These meals are essential for student well-being, academic success, and mental health. In 2024, 23% of Vancouver youth skipped breakfast, up from 14% in 2018. A troubling trend that reflects growing food insecurity. Nutritious food isn't just about physical health. It supports brain function, emotional stability, and learning. When students eat well, they focus better, retain information, and succeed. When they don't, stress and anxiety rise, and so do long-term costs for society. The $325,000 grant before you today is not just funding, it's an investment. It ensures continuity for programs that thousands of families rely on. Without it, we face fewer meals and more hungry students. I want to acknowledge Councillors Fry and Bly who wrote that Food for School program is an essential service to students in Vancouver and a key component in the fight against food insecurity. They also noted that the program faces significant financial pressures with rising costs. Their letter strongly supports restoring funding. I also want to acknowledge recent funds announced from the federal government. Until all hungry school children have access to food in schools, I'll continue to ask for your support. Other cities are stepping up. Toronto declared food insecurity an emergency and increased school food funding from $19.3 million in 2024 to $25.2 million in 2025, expanding programs to over 20,000 more kids across 48 of their schools. They also leveraged their federal dollars through the Canada's $1 billion National School Food Program. I don't want Vancouver to fall behind. I ask you humbly to approve this grant and commit to sustainable funding that reflects inflation and our growing need. Again, this isn't about feeding stomachs, it's about feeding brains. It's about giving kids a fair shot at success. Declining this funding will ultimately cost more down the road. So please choose investment over crisis and opportunity over scarcity. Thank you, and thank you again for accommodating me coming to speak in person.
Yes. Thank you very much, and thank you for addressing council this morning. I'm just going to confer with the clerks for one moment. Thank you to our public speakers. That is the end of our public speakers. Could I get someone to move the motion? Moved by Councillor Zhou, seconded by Councillor Clausen. And just a reminder, before we do vote, we do need 8 affirmative votes for this item. I'll invite committee members now to address council and to debate the report. Any debate on this item? Hearing none, I'll call the vote. Please vote online.
Parliamentary procedure.
Yes.
Do we have enough councillors in the room to make this vote?
We have
Wow,
Councillor
look
Bly
at that,
online as
Maloney.
well. So yes. Yeah, so we do. Thank you for checking. Okay, go ahead and vote online, please. I'll take a vote assist in favor, please. Thank you, Councillor Maloney. So we have recorded that, and that passes unanimously. Thank you. We have sufficient votes. Yeah, it does pass. Thank you, staff. Okay, council, that concludes report 5. We are on to report 6, business improvement areas, renewals for 2026. Any conflicts of interest? Hearing, seeing none, we'll move to questions. There is no presentation, so councilors, if you have any questions, please put yourself on the queue now. Okay, seeing none, we're going to move immediately into our speaker list. And just bear with me here. We have one speaker, Rick Hurlbut, who's here in person. Good to see you. You have 3 minutes to address council.
Hello, Mayor and Council. In reading through the material provided by the BIAs, I came across this passage in the West End BIA package. Quote, "The Renewal Committee also explored a boundary expansion. However, the group determined the value proposition was not yet evident and plans to revisit the opportunity when the St. Paul's Hospital site is redeveloped in the near future." Good on the West End BIA for thinking ahead, but I expect they may have a competing claim from the downtown Vancouver BIA since the St. Paul's site borders both districts. This got me to thinking about BIA boundaries in this region of the city overall. Is it time to revisit which city blocks belong in which of the West End, Downtown, Gastown, Chinatown, and Yaletown neighborhoods? Have there been significant changes in land use and community identity that would warrant a review of these areas? When the Downtown Vancouver BIA was established as one of the city's first BIAs, downtown was a very different place, dominated by retail, light industry, and office towers. Since then, huge numbers of people have moved into the district, making many of the city blocks to the south, towards False Creek, more residential than commercial. Given that Yaletown and the West End are predominantly residential, doesn't it make sense to rejig the boundaries and transfer relevant areas to those other BIAs? The Downtown Vancouver BIA consists of 90 city blocks, which is huge compared to other BIAs. So maybe some right sizing would also seem to be in order. I'm also thinking about the new community center at Burrard and Davie. Davie Village, part of the West End BIA, is the heart of Vancouver's 2S LGBTQ+ community. But the community center will be effectively orphaned from the rest of the neighborhood because it instead lies in the downtown Vancouver district. So I also think it makes sense to transfer that block to the West End BIA to essentially keep the community together. I would encourage council to ask staff to review these and other BIA boundaries with a report back to council in the new year with recommendations on just what belongs where these days. Thank you.
Thank you for presenting to council this morning. And that is the end of our public speakers list. Could someone please move the recommendations? Moved by Councillor Clausen, seconder. Councillor Montague, any discussion? Okay. Hearing none, please go ahead and vote. Thank you, council, and that passes unanimously. And thank you, staff. We are now moving on to report 8 in your package, the new St. Paul's Hospital and Health Campus road establishments. And this was held by Councillor Fry. Councillor Fry, do you want to go ahead with your questions?
Oh.
Sorry,
go
ahead.
My bad, sorry. It's a bit of a blast from the past, going back to the 2019 report where council unanimously supported Prior Street as the east-west connection, provided it's downgraded to a collector, and I see it mentioned here as an arterial. So first and foremost, I want to understand is the commitment to Prior Street as a collector, not an arterial, and the commitments to pedestrian and cyclist and park user safety still baked into this work as far as Prior Street and what the future Prior Street looks like?
Lon Leclerc, General Manager of Engineering Services. Yes, that is still the commitment. And it may have been an error that it says arterial there. Again, we don't actually have a strong distinction between arterial or collector, but we would see this as one lane in each direction, supporting walking and cycling and low speed through the park.
So there's very little, and obviously that was also, there was a condition or consideration around an underpass. Obviously, that's gone nowhere anytime recently, I would assume.
Yeah, so with the grade separation of the road and the railway, we do rely on the partners to participate in that construction, in particular the railway itself, which would own the structure. As you might be aware, with the Powell Street overpass, our contribution to the grade separation was in the order of 3% of the cost. It was about a $100 million project. We would expect similar partnership, but they have not stepped forward to advance the project.
What does this look like for the eastern approach of the viaduct at Prior and Gore?
So in the
traffic management wise, so obviously it's a complicated intersection. And
at Prior and Gore, we have, as part of the work to complete the hospital, there will be a temporary intersection there, which will be modified into a new design once the viaducts are replaced.
And in the event that the viaducts are not replaced anytime,
it can function for an indefinite amount of time. It'll be safely designed intersection, so we don't have any concerns about that. It has some limitations in terms of the useful, like the ultimate design of the new intersection has more functionality.
Okay.
And is better for the hospital itself.
And there was conversation around that sort of prior around between Gore and Dunleavy and how it's going to integrate with the hospital. I think the language of sort of Great Street was used and that kind of thing. Is that?
Yeah, so that would be all done as part of the both the hospital, but also the project that is actually on Prior there, which actually is where we receive a lot of the dedication for that extra space for the walking, cycling connection and the right turn onto Malkin.
Okay, lastly, I see that Trillium Park is identified as in the care and custody of Park Board, not actually a permanent park. What does this new road, the new north-south road going through Trillium Park's western edge look like for the park functionality?
For the, do you want to answer that?
I read that right? There's a new road going kind of.
That's correct. That new road already exists. It's fully legally dedicated. We're just taking a chunk of the north section of what is Trillium Park and creating the connector, which will be the future Atlantic Street. So there's the north-south road does exist now. That's not part of this report. That's already completed.
So there's no impact on Trillium Park, regardless of its status as a permanent or care and custody park?
No, not in regards to park use, none. Parks Board has planned for this north section to be removed to allow for a portion of the road to continue through there.
So other than little soccer players breathing in more exhaust fumes, they're totally...
Yeah, vehicles will be a little closer.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. Just before I go to Councillor Maloney, just confirming that there was no conflicts of interest on this item. I just didn't ask that earlier. Confirming no one has a conflict of interest on this item. No. Okay. In that case, I'll advance to you, Councillor Maloney. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'd just love to be run through a bit about how what work has been done with the design to make sure that motor vehicle traffic to and from parkades and cycling and walking traffic don't have conflicts in this road design, integrating with the design of the hospital.
Yes, so the road network that actually surrounds the hospital was designed contingent with the hospital. So the two are were designed at the same time. So when the hospital was being placed, we changed the adjusted the location of National. You notice that to the south to realign it so that that becomes a safer intersection. The Goer Station Connector, which kind of creates some new access and circulation in the area. And then, of course, these new roads, including the ones that are in this report, anticipate the parking access, anticipate all of the emergency vehicle access. So the road network was designed at the same time as the hospital.
Yeah, so we're going to avoid some of the issues we see in the conflicts between parkade entrances, etc., on 10th and Vancouver General Hospital.
That's right. It's one of the advantages of actually doing it this way, designing the road network at the same time you're designing the building. Yeah.
Great. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maloney. Seeing no one else on the queue, I'm just going to flag before we move any resolutions. There's two parts to this. We're going to do two votes. So I need someone to move Part A, which is the report first. I think I saw Councillor Clausen's hand up. Second, Councillor Kirby-Young. Is that correct? And then we will deal with the resolution second. So we're going to do two votes, just to be clear. So Part A, the report's been moved and seconded. Any debate or discussion on that? Hearing none, I'll call the question. Please vote online. And that passes unanimously. Oh, we're just waiting for one more vote. Mayor Sim? Yes, you may. Thank you, Council. That passes unanimously. And now we will move to Part B, which is the resolution. Could I get a mover? Moved by Councillor Zhou, seconder? Seconded by Councillor Kirby-Young. Any debate? Okay, seeing no one on the queue, please, I call the question. Please go ahead and vote. And thank you, Council. That passes unanimously. That does conclude Report 8. Thank you. And that does bring us to the end of our reports, and we are going to move directly into council member motions. Clerks, if I could just get a clarification, do I need to cede the chair? In that case, I could probably cede it to the deputy mayor or mayor. I guess mayor. I cede the chair to you so I can introduce my motion. I appreciate that. Thank you. Just give me a moment.
Go ahead, out of the chair.
Thank you. And thank you, Council. I'll be brief, but I am introducing a motion entitled National Child and Youth Mental Health Day Actions. As many of you know, that we held a successful recognition of National Child and Youth Mental Health Day on May 7th of this year. We held that in Chambers here, along with Family Smart and a number of other partners in the space of child and youth mental health. The Children, Youth and Families Advisory Committee has had a number of discussions about the subject of the importance of child and youth mental health, and wanted to see this come to council as not only a recognition of the issue, but to endorse an ongoing annual proclamation of National Child and Youth Mental Health Day, but also to support work and efforts with Vancouver Coastal Health and their committee to raise awareness within the public realm, particularly in our civic facilities, like places like libraries, like community centers. And so that's what this motion hopes to achieve. And I think just to acknowledge, we know that young people are facing growing concerns, depression, anxiety, suicide risk. I used to work in this space when I was the Director of Student Wellness and Safety for the province. And so it's incredibly important that we continue to raise awareness. And while we are not directly responsible for healthcare, we can continue advocacy around mental health supports for individuals of all ages, but particularly children and youth, but also any efforts to raise awareness. And I think that's really what the committee hopes that we can do with Vancouver Coastal Health. I'm happy to support, and that's why I brought this motion forward today. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Now, before we move any further, if anyone believes that they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to disclose it. Seeing no one there, thank you very much, Councillor Kirby-Young, for seconding the motion. We're now going to hear from registered speakers to the motion. And so the first speaker we have is Public Body Representative, speaker number 1, Amy He. Amy, are you on the line? Hi, please go ahead.
Yes, I'm on the. Okay, perfect. Good morning, everyone. My name is Amy He, and I'm a first-year university student. I was born and raised in Vancouver, where I attended Crofton House School, and this is my 4th year as a youth representative for the Children, Youth, and Families Advisory Committee. And today I am speaking on behalf of the committee in support of Motion 1. Mental health is an issue that is deeply meaningful to young people all across the city, country, and world. I was elected to the role of Prefect of Health and Wellness at Crofton in my senior year, where I worked extensively with student services to support student well-being. Researcher Brene Brown once said, "Shame corrodes the very part of us that believes we are capable of change." And we see the truth of this statement as over 70% of youth do not receive the support they need as a result of the heavy stigma surrounding mental health. Thus, I made it my goal to initiate meaningful conversations that destigmatize mental health and help students become more aware of the resources around them. I organized a school-wide wellness week around the theme of authenticity and vulnerability, with the first event being an open conversation between myself and Crofton's head of school, where we shared our own mental health experiences. As I watched students turn around in their chairs and nod along to my every word, I witnessed firsthand the tangible impact that open and honest engagement with mental health discourse can have. As a result of these initiatives, counseling visits at Crofton grew significantly. I am incredibly grateful to have attended a school like Crofton that is committed to providing strong resources for socio-emotional well-being, but I recognize my immense privilege as the vast majority of students in the Lower Mainland do not have access to this kind of support. As a result, I proposed to the Children, Youth, and Families Advisory Committee that we adopt youth mental health as one of our commitments, which ultimately led to Mayor Ken Sim honoring Youth and Child Mental Health Day with an official proclamation on May 7, 2025. This year, the committee requests the city's help as we work to translate the proclamation into meaningful and concrete actions. By working with city staff and Vancouver Coastal Health, we hope to engage schools, community centers, and public libraries in providing opportunities for youth to learn and partake in mental health discourse through panels, workshops, or other ideas. Through these initiatives, the Children, Youth, and Family Advisory Committee aims to increase mental health visibility, creating a city where all children and youth can feel seen, supported, and capable of thriving. Councillors, your support will be invaluable in helping us uplift Vancouver's next generation, and we hope that you will consider passing this motion. Thank you very much for your time.
Great, thank you very much, Amy. The next speaker we have, actually speaker number 1 has withdrawn. Speaker number 2, Chloe Martin Carban. Is Chloe here in person?
No.
No. Chloe on the line? No. Okay. The next speaker we have is speaker number 3, Sukhmanjeet Kaur.
Hello everyone, this is Sukhman. I am a registered nurse and a family nurse practitioner student in training. Today, I'm very thankful for the council to have me because I come from Bellingham. I'm not a resident of Vancouver. Having this ability to be able to speak for my people, my population, which tends to be 9.6% of the population, Punjabi population. Sat Shri Akal. I do also want to mention that all these people have a stigma around the mental health. So I see today the presence you have here is a testimony only to be an acceptance side of this Mental Health Awareness Day. In our community, we strongly emphasize on grades and success, but where does this mental health go? So today is the day that we talk about this. In all mentality, we have the stigma about mental health where people are extremely devoted to have just success in life, where anxiety, depression, and also social isolation has taken a complete also deviation towards where people are not able to express who they are. So my notions are just 3. Number 1, as a former teacher in high school, I have taught science, and I always have this motion that we should include 15 minutes of having debrief time, the time where a child can come to you personally and talk about what is going on in their life, especially our youth, because these days, especially after COVID, we have had decline of mental health. So addressing anxiety, social anxiety should be a pretty big deal, especially when it comes to parent-teacher meetings. So we are able to have those meetings every 3 months. We should be able to address the anxiety, depression also to the parents and how to seek help. At the very end, I would also like to ask for psychologists and counselors, especially in schools, to be able to address those needs. And at the very end, always ask how the person's really doing. Because asking how you are might implement one thing, but asking how the person's really doing, emphasizing on that really part, is very, very important. Also, secondly, we need to create safe spaces. This can be youth centers, also awareness of school, a home, and sometimes also a teacher or a person who is, in my regard, a nurse. So a lot of people will come to you and tell you things which are bounded to be reported to the facility. And having a counsel here today gives me that opportunity to be able to exhibit, at least for my population, where the stigma still exists. Thank you.
Sasrikal, and that is the end of our speakers list. So thank you for everyone for speaking to the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities. I think that's the first time we had someone from Bellingham come up. So thank you. Okay, or at least during my time here. Committee members, is there any discussion? And clerk, I'm going to need a bit of assistance because I don't. Oh, here we go. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I just wanted to appreciate the Children, Youth, and Families Advisory Committee for their staunch work in pushing to raise awareness on this really important topic. I think we see today, for a whole number of reasons, that mental health becomes ever more important, and particularly so for youth. And I also want to acknowledge Councillor Dominato, who has been a longstanding advocate for mental health in all its forms, but I think with particular attention to the impact on children and families. So I'm happy to support the motion. I do think that, as Councillor Dominato mentioned, we have a lot of opportunity with the city facilities and the interface that we have with the public, whether it's across community centers or libraries, to be great providers of information. Even libraries obviously host forums and different community sessions. And so I think there's a lot of opportunity if the city signals its strong support behind kind of standing up for the champions of this work. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Maloney.
Thank you. I thoroughly support this motion, and I'm very grateful to Councillor Dominato for moving it, and I'm also very appreciative of our speakers and to the members of the advisory committee for your work. And I would, in addition to this, like to see this council doing more to identify and invest in the concrete actions that contribute to supporting the mental health of our children and young people. Our values and priorities are demonstrated in the actions that we take, and I think I would like to see more money being invested in the actions identified by scholars in this area to support the mental health of children and young people in our community. And I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll just close on the motion, and again, thanks to the Children, Youth, and Families Committee. They've had a number of robust discussions about this topic. I also want to acknowledge the speakers who spoke to the issue of stigma and destigmatizing mental health, mental illness, and substance use disorders, because I think that has been one of the challenges, I would say, for not just children, youth, and families, but I would say adults as well, is talking about these issues. And I know from my own personal experience in my family, I have a number of family members who have diagnosed mental illness, and I think there still does continue to be stigma, and particularly in children and youth. Sometimes it's not clear. I think it's been overlooked as to what's manifesting in young people. Although I have a lot of hope for the future as I'm watching my daughters grow up and the conversations they're having with their friends and discussions they're having in school. It is certainly inspiring because I really think it's shifted greatly since I was a child. But there's clearly still more work to do, and I appreciate the committee wanting to see us work in partnership with agencies like the Vancouver Coastal Health Authority to raise awareness within public civic facilities. And so with that, thank you for the opportunity to bring this motion forward.
Great, thank you very much. And that's the end of the queue. So I'm now going to call a vote. Clerk, if you can please take us to the voting screen, and if council can register your vote. And that looks like it passes unanimously with one member absent. Great. That completes motion number one. The chair's back over to you, Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just going to take a moment to check in with council. We have our next motion up. We have 20 minutes before noon, so we could either introduce the motion now and come back early. So just let me back up. We could introduce the motion now and start and do a few speakers before lunch, or we could break for lunch early and come back early. And so I'm just looking to get a sense from council if there's any preference. I have a cue, so I will go ahead, Mayor Sim.
Yeah, this is a little awkward because
This
I'm
is your
also,
motion, sorry.
it's my motion. I do have a call with the Mayor of Edmonton right at noon. So I would not be in favor actually I'd be in favor of leaving a little early and then starting a little early, at 12:45 or 1 o'clock.
Thank you. Councillor Bly.
Yes, my hope is that we can introduce the motion and get things rolling ahead of lunch. Thanks.
Okay, those are the only two comments. I mean, the question I would have is, Mayor, because it is your motion, would you be open to introducing the motion at this time and then we could break for lunch?
I would absolutely love to do that.
I can either, we can move a motion to that effect. Is that?
Sure, as long as can I qualify this?
Yes.
If I can be out of this chamber at 11:57, just because I don't want to be late for any call.
Yes, absolutely. I think what I'm proposing, just so I'm clear with everyone, is that, Mayor, you could introduce your motion. You'll have 2 minutes for that, and then we would break for lunch. And so that would be about 11:45, and then we would come back at 12:45. And so that's what I'm proposing. Or sorry, Councillor Bly, did you just interject?
Yes, if we could just go with the normal process of the mayor introducing the motion and just a few minutes before lunch, we can break like we normally do. That would be, I think, procedure and make a lot of sense. So if we could just continue on as we normally would, that'd be great.
Okay, I have a cue, Councillor Bly, so hang on, I'm going to go to Councillor Zhou.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I wonder if we can just allow one more speaker, Mabel Elmore, because I know Mabel is very busy. So maybe just allow Mabel to speak before we, break it for lunch.
Okay, so we will do that. Mayor will introduce his motion. We'll hear our first public speaker, which is MLA Vancouver Kensington, and then we will break for lunch, and then we'll come back at 1 o'clock. Good? Good. Okay.
Yes, Chair.
And thank you. Go ahead, Mayor Sim, to introduce your motion, which is promoting cultural inclusion and economic vitality, advancing the Main Street Filipino Cultural Center and Hotel Project.
Thank you very much. I'm very excited. I'm extremely excited to bring this motion forward today. The Filipino community has been fighting for a cultural center that they can call home for over 40 years. This effort has been championed by dedicated community organizations, including the National Filipino Canadian Cultural Center, the United Filipino Canadian Associations in BC, and MLA Mabel Elmore, just to name a few. For decades, a lack of senior government funding has made it incredibly difficult to deliver a Filipino cultural center. But today, through this motion, we take a very meaningful first step towards making that longstanding dream a reality. Earlier this year, my office was approached by community leaders forming the Filipino Legacy Society. Their goal is simple: to finally build a Filipino cultural center in Vancouver. They've also secured a partner who owns property in the heart of Main Street and is ready to help move this project forward. Now, I want to be very clear. This motion does not approve a Filipino cultural center, nor does it approve any development. What it does create, or what it does is create and accelerate the path to bring forward a rezoning proposal for their Main Street properties. It makes the delivery of a Filipino cultural center a required component of any development on that site. This proposal will still go through full due diligence, technical review by city staff, and if it meets the necessary standards, referral to a public hearing. During that process, the details of the development and the cultural center will be shaped by city staff, the proponents, and the community. But we want this process to begin now. The Filipino community has waited long enough, and the timing couldn't be better as last week's federal budget committed federal funding to a Filipino cultural center in Metro Vancouver. A vote in favor today allows this proposal to move forward to public hearing and demonstrates Council's strong commitment to the Filipino community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I get a seconder, please? Seconded by Councillor Zhou. Thank you.
Chair, I have Chair, it's Councillor Bly. I'm on the queue.
Yes, I see you on the
I
queue.
have a
Go ahead.
point of order. I have a point of order that I would just like a legal opinion on, and it's under 8.7 B of the procedure bylaw. And the point of order is really to address a concern I have that support or not support or participation on this particular motion would prejudice the council and any individual councillor would prejudice their role in a future public hearing process, given that this motion is not general in nature. It's specifically endorsing the two sites for a hotel project, and addresses are included in the recommendations. And so I'm just, I have had external legal advice to say that it is, there is a concern that it is in contravention with our role as land regulators and the quasi-judicial nature of a public hearing process, and that it needs to be clear where council stands before this motion would proceed.
Okay, Councillor Bly. So what I will suggest, because I will have to consult with legal, and so in that may take a bit of time. So at this time, I am going to propose that we recess and move to lunch, because I'm going to have to, and I do see Councillor Kirby-Yung on the queue, so I'll pause there before and so just hold for a moment, Councillor Bly. I'm going to advance Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, Chair, I was wondering, just given this situation, if we, and looking for kind of the general tenor around the room, but I know we're also trying to accommodate MLA Mabel Elmore. So, and maybe this is a question more through you, or if the mover of the motion wants to comment as to whether or not we wish to break now and then come back. Because I'm just cognizant of balancing between the MLA schedule and the mayor's schedule as to whether or not we should deal with the procedural question and Mabel Elmore first and then go to break.
With
or
all
if
due
we just,
respect, it
excuse
actually
me,
is
it's
a
my
point of,
time.
with
Councillor
all due
Bly,
respect.
Councillor Bly.
Councillor Bly.
Actually,
It's my time. Councillor Bly and Councillor
Chair,
Kirby-Yung. Councillor Bly.
Chair, if I could
Councillor
just,
Bly,
could I
Councillor
please just
Bly.
note that was a point of order.
Councillor
It's a
Bly.
point of order. It needs to be ruled on right away.
I appreciate that. I'm going to let Councillor Kirby-Yung conclude her comments, and then I will make determination as chair.
So thank you, Chair. So just further to my question, I was just looking for procedural clarity around the break, because previously we had said we would also hear from Councillor, or sorry, from MLA, Parliamentary Secretary Elmore. So I was just looking for clarification on whether or not we are changing our intended procedure and just looking for alignment there.
Yes, and I'm going to consult with the clerks, but I do believe I need to deal with the point of order first before dealing with any speakers, and I'm just looking to the clerks to confirm that, and I appreciate everyone being patient with me, but I believe I have to do that, and in order to do so, I think it's going to take a few minutes to consult with legal, and given we are so close to lunch, I'm going to just suggest that we recess at this time for that, so that I can have that consultation, and then I'll come back and we'll provide a ruling on the matter. So I hope that is Council is amenable to that.
Just for clarity, so we're coming back at 1 o'clock.
Yes, and we would come back at 1 o'clock. And I apologize. I just want to make sure that we have time and we're not rushed in getting back legal information. And thank you, Councillor Bly, for being patient with me on that, and Councillor Kirby-Young. But I just suggest we recess it again. We are recessing now to get legal advice on the point of order, and we will resume at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Hi, Cheryl. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Thanks.
Just confirming, yeah, we do have quorum. And for anyone joining us online, just have your video on. Just before we recess, we did have a point of order called with respect to the motion that's been tabled, which is a point of order was called under our procedure bylaw 8.7B. I have consulted with legal in respect of that point of order. And the point of order raised was that whether the motion was out of order pursuant to section 8.7B of the procedure bylaw. My ruling is that the motion does not conflict with a law or bylaw of the city. The motion does not prejudge the exercise of council's regulatory authority if a rezoning application is in the future brought forward to council for its consideration following a public hearing. And so that is my ruling, council. And with that, I'm going to advance us to our speakers, and I'm actually just going to transition to our chair is going to take over the committee, and I'm going to transition back to my seat. So I'll turn back over to our chair. So just give us 30 seconds to do that.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks to Vice Chair Dominato for overseeing this morning's meeting while I was at Metro Vancouver, but I'm back at City Hall. So thanks for your patience. We are now going to hear from registered speakers for this motion. Public speakers should state whether they're in support or opposition to the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they're residents of Vancouver, if it's not noted on the speakers list. And our first speaker is MLA Mabel Elmore. But I understand that MLA Elmore is not currently on the phone line. I'll just check with the clerks if that's accurate.
Oh, apparently she is.
Okay, fantastic. Good afternoon, MLA or Mabel or MLA Elmore. Can you hear us okay?
Hello?
Hi, good afternoon. Mabel, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe do we need a minute to sort that out, phone issue out perhaps, or? Can we come back to her?
Hello?
Hi, Mabel.
Hello?
Can you hear us in the chambers, Mabel? Okay. I'm wondering if we should take a recess for a couple minutes because it sounds like we do have her on the line, but we're just having a technical issue. Okay, why don't we just take a couple minute recess to sort this out because we do have her on the line. It's just we're having some problems with the connection.
Okay, so.
Do we have Mabel Elmore on the line? Mabel, do we disconnected? Okay. Did we want to go to the next speaker or?
She's back now.
She's back. Okay.
Give it a try.
We'll give it another try. Hi, Mabel. Can you hear us in the chamber? Hello? Mabel, can you hear us? I think there might be some, yeah. So, hello? Okay, I'm wondering if we should try to go to the next speaker and we can come back to Mabel right after.
Okay.
Because there's clearly a technical issue. Why don't we just, I don't want her to wait till the end because she's provincial MLA, but perhaps I can go to the next speaker and we can try to come back to her. So do we have speaker number 1, Keem Hippel, sorry about that. Hi. No phone connection problem for you. You're in person. Thanks for being here. Go ahead, please.
Miss Kim Hippel, and an artist, cultural worker based in Vancouver. Desperate times calls for desperate measures. A news article last August 2025 reported that Mayor Sim's re-election chances were low. Then in September, the Filipino Legacy Project was suddenly announced unprecedented Filipino Cultural Center on Main Street, also backed by MLA Elmore. Many of us have long dreamed of this, but the timing raises serious concerns about whether this project is being used as political leverage to secure Filipino votes. At November 9 Community Forum, I challenged FLS, if this project is not being politicized, then move this motion after the next election. Councillor Zhou objected. Today, I stand firmly against objected this motion because the developer and the project lacks integrity. The developer is currently involved in multiple open court cases, including 2 legal battles related in the property at 1940 Main Street. He previously worked with Mabuhay House. The property was taken by the court and the project collapsed. Now, we are seeing the same pattern repeat itself. Matamis ang dila pero mapait ang loob. Some speak sweetly, but their intentions may be bitter. This warns us to be cautious of promises that looks generous but may hide self-serving motives. Ang sukdulan ng gahaman ang kapahamakan. The end of greed is destruction. A legacy built on shaky foundation, legal issues, private and political agendas will eventually collapse, harming our community. Council, what kind of legacy are you offering to the Filipino community? A cultural center shaped by legal battles and unanswered money questions? Public tax dollars should not stabilize or rebuild a developer's private struggles. A true legacy requires trust, integrity, and a transparent process, not urgency, political timing, or hidden complexities. Unfortunately, this project does not meet those standards. Ang taong matuling maglakad kung matinik ay malalim. Those who rush ahead without caution risk being deeply wounded when they fall. This project is being rushed with alarming speed despite of unresolved issues and question. Moving forward now risks deeper harm not only to the city but to the Filipino community. To those supporting this project, understand that supporting this version of Cultural Center means supporting a broken ABC party, one that has repeatedly shown that it serves private interests over people. If you believe Mayor Sim and ABC are being genuine to Filipinos, look at Chinatown, his own community, whom he has failed. Look at the 2026 budget, which failed the entire city. Why would Filipinos expect to be treated differently? Yes, Mr. Zhou, I would rather wait another 20 years for a cultural center with integrity, but not with this project. Sorry.
Okay, we're now going to go back to MLA, excuse me, Mabel Elmore, who I understand is on the line now. We have Mabel. Okay, I'm going to be really excited when this phone connection happens.
Speaker, are you on the line? There's no sound. David? Hello? Cheryl, could you please just say hello to see if we can hear you in the chamber, please?
Hi.
Okay.
Are you able to hear me?
We can hear you. You
Okay.
can hear us?
I can hear you perfectly well.
Okay. There seems to be an issue on Mabel's end. Sorry, Chair.
Okay.
I believe so.
Okay.
Is she on the line, Cheryl?
She's on the line and unmuted.
I wonder if Mabel could call back from another phone or not sure.
Cheryl, you can let her know that when she calls back, you will let me know and we'll try to fit her in. Okay?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go to the next speaker.
Okay, thanks everybody for your patience. Next speaker is Speaker 2, Warren Dean Flandes. Good afternoon.
Hi. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I am in support of this motion. My name is Warren Dean Flandes, Chair of the Filipino Legacy Society, a nonprofit with one mandate to finally deliver a Filipino cultural center for our community. But I'm speaking today not just as a chair, but as a father, a husband, a son of Filipino parents. I cannot claim to represent every Filipino in the province, but I can say with confidence that the desire for the cultural center is clear, reflected in the thousands of signatures and letters of support we've currently received. This question has never been if, it has always been how, where, when, and by whom. And too often, In that debate, the why gets lost. The purpose, the opportunity, the future we are trying to build. For over 40 years, our community has tried to build a cultural center. We have lived the setbacks and the heartbreak of watching our elders hold a dream that never materialized. But today, for the first time, we have an unprecedented opportunity. We have a site, we have a partner, and the land is zoned for use. This is not theoretical, this is tangible, the clearest path forward for our community has ever seen. Thanks to you and this motion. I'd like to be transparent. The Filipino Legacy Society has not received a single cent of government or taxpayer funding. We are volunteers. We do not have staff or consultants. We are doing this out of love, belief, and responsibility to our community. Some have asked for a freestanding cultural center, and that is a beautiful vision, but not financially realistic. We owe it to our community to pursue a model that is sustainable. That is why the hotel component is not an add-on. It is the economic foundation that ensures this center will not just make it to the ribbon cutting, it will endure. At its heart, this project is simple. Our community needs 4 walls and a roof to gather and thrive. That is the baseline. That is the minimum. We will continue building strong governance so the community has ownership and voice. And this motion today does not approve construction. It simply opens the door to real public consultation. Because consultation only works when there is something concrete to respond to. You cannot meaningfully consult a dream. You consult a plan. Moments like this do not come often. Momentum is here, support is here, and if we allow this moment to pass, we risk losing another 40 years. We have always welcomed everyone to the table, but to invite people to the table, we must first build that table. Today is one necessary step towards building it. With respect, gratitude, and hope, I ask Council to keep this opportunity alive and move forward with us in building the Filipino Cultural Center our community has waited for, worked for, and deserves. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Warren. I'm wondering if we should try Mabel Elmore again. Do we have any update on that? Sure. Okay, we can try another caller. Okay, let's go to speaker 3, Ovian Castrillo Hill. We have them on the line. Speaker 3.
Can you read it?
Who is that on the line?
Christine said everyone. What?
Hello?
Use the word everyone.
Is that speaker 3?
Said this before that, but I was
Ovian? I feel like I'm communicating with the space station.
The third speaker, if they skip me, no or not. But then the first speaker wasn't able to speak. I said there's a pitch.
Is that Mabel? Mabel, is that you? I'm just wondering if there's a technical issue perhaps here and we might need to dig into it a little bit further. Do we need a couple minutes, clerks, or are we, yeah. Okay, let's do that.
Cheryl, operator, we're ready to try for
Can we
MLA
try?
Maple, please.
Absolutely.
Hello?
She's not. There she is.
Hi, Mabel, can you hear us? Mabel, are you there?
Hello?
Hi, Mabel, can you hear us?
Hear us.
I don't
Hello? Hello?
She can't hear us. She can't hear us, yeah.
No, I think you better take it.
Okay, we're just going to take a break for 3 minutes and try to get MLA Elmore on the line. Thanks.
I don't know what's going on, Sandra. I gotta go figure.
So Cheryl, did you talk to Maple on the line?
Double muted. Okay, I can. Thank you.
Cheryl, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I can
Okay.
hear you.
Are you able to
Yep.
talk to Maple earlier?
Yeah, I'm gonna unmute her and see what I can do.
Okay, let's try that again.
Actually, she's disconnected. She just disconnected. She's called in a few times.
Okay,
Let me call her back.
just unmute her when she call back in.
Sure. Yeah.
Hi Maple, the
Hi there.
city clerks, can you hear us?
Oh, for God's sake.
Hi, is this Maple? Hello? So Cheryl, who is this right
I'm
now?
testing right now. I'm testing right now.
David?
Can you hear it?
Hi, David.
I can hear nothing.
So Cheryl, can you
Hello?
hear me? Can you hear me now,
I can
Cheryl?
hear you. I
Okay.
can hear you.
Okay, can you unmute Maple as
Yeah.
well so we can do
I
like a
got this.
three-way
I
conversation?
can't get it. Just tell us.
David has it unmuted. Can hear you. You guys are on live stream. Can you hear me on the phone?
Yes, I
She's
can
now
hear
on
you.
the phone.
Yes. I can hear.
So
Yeah,
maybe,
I can hear you.
wait, Cheryl, maybe unmute them one at a time.
Mabel.
Can you just unmute Mabel first?
She is unmuted.
Great. Hi, Mabel. Can you hear me in the chamber?
Hi, David.
I can't hear nothing.
Oh, Cheryl, can you hear me now? I can hear you.
Hi, Ira. Can you hear us in the chamber?
Sorry, he's disconnected.
Okay, but you can hear us, Cheryl.
I can hear you perfectly well,
Okay.
yes.
So right now, is speaker 3 on the line and Maple? Are they both on the line right now?
Mabel is on the line right now.
Okay, can you maybe just
And-
unmute Maple again?
Unmute. And
Okay, Cheryl, is it the number 4864 for Maple?
4864. She is now
Okay.
unmuted.
Okay. Hi, Maple. Can you hear me in the chamber?
Hi, Aaron. Hi, Aaron.
This the city clerks.
Disconnected. But you can hear us. I can hear you perfectly. Okay. So right now.
So speaker number ending in 4864. Can you hear me in the chamber?
Maple is on the line right now. Can you make some mute Maple again? Unmute. Okay, Carol, is this the number 48 for Maple?
Hi, this is Mabel. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Can you hear us?
Maple, can you hear me in the chamber? This is the speaker.
I can hear you on my live stream, but I can't hear you through my phone. Can you hear me?
Mabel, it's Peter. Can you hear me in the chamber? Mabel, it's Peter. She can't hear me though. Mabel, I can hear you, but you can't hear.
I can hear you on my live stream, and I get a message you can hear me, so I'm ready to go.
Okay.
Okay, this is Mabel Elmore. I'm the MLA for Vancouver Kensington, joining from Vancouver. Appreciate the technical being able to participate. Appreciate that. I want to just start and acknowledge Your Worship, Mayor Ken Sim, Vancouver City Councillors. Thank you for the opportunity for me to present to Council for this historic motion. I'm honored to speak in favor of the motion to build a Filipino Cultural Center in Vancouver. When I was first elected in 2009, this was the consistent request to me from the community to help to build a center. It really builds on decades of efforts to build a physical space. I've worked with countless organizations, the whole community. I can say with absolute confidence the whole community is united behind wanting a center. And today we have the opportunity with your motion before you and the question about can dreams come true. And I think for the Filipino community, it's here, and that's the possibility. For many years, the Filipino community has been nourishing this dream. They've been dreaming of a home, a cultural center where they can celebrate their rich heritage. And with the City of Vancouver's leadership, this vision is coming close to reality. I'm the first and only Filipino member of the Legislative Assembly of BC, and it's just with deep gratitude that I join you today. And on behalf of the Filipino community, you know, we've heard, we appreciate from the mayor and councillors the recognition of the contributions of the Filipino Canadian community, such an important part of the history, culture, and success of our city, our province, and our country. And it's really time for a home. The vote for the motion in front of you for a Filipino Cultural Center will serve as an affirmation of this valuable legacy, and it's so critical at this time. I want to just reflect. It's very emotional. For me, it's a very emotional topic for the community, and it's before us. In light of the tragic events of Lapu-Lapu on April 26th, where it was really brought home. My office served as a crisis center because I was steps away. I was there, and it just really, made the case in terms of the need for a physical space for the community. And so that's really a critical part of the healing journey. Your approval of asking you to follow on your commitment from 2023 and for your unanimous approval to serve as a profound reminder for the community that when the community prays hard, works hard, and never gives up, dreams can become a reality. The Filipino community recognizes that all dreams have one thing in common, and that is that dreams require action to make them come true. And I'm asking for your support to build the Filipino Cultural Center in Vancouver. With the City of Vancouver's support, the Filipino community will work harder than ever to realize their dream. We have a historic opportunity with the provincial government, federal government on board. We're going to hear from scores of members from the Filipino community outside the broad community to make this a reality. And so I want to thank you for your time. Thank you for your vision, for your leadership, and thanks for your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mabel, for the comments. And sorry about the technical issues getting you online there. We're just going to do a quick test with IT, just with the phone system. So that'll just take a moment.
Hi, Ira. Can you hear us in the chamber? You can't
Hello?
speak now. Can you hear us? Ira?
Can you
Hi,
hear us in the chamber?
Ira, are you speaking?
Oh, for God's sake.
Maybe check you didn't mute yourself on your phone. So,
Hello?
hi, Ira, can you hear us now?
I can hear you.
Great, perfect. Thank you. Oh, no, that's our staff.
So it should be.
So we do the next.
Okay, thanks for your patience. We'll try speaker 3.
It's still something where we
Ovian,
put it within the paperwork and the things
are you on
that
the
we
line?
put forward for you as supports next year in as many similar ways as we can.
Mm-hmm.
We're disregarding the alarm. It's, of course, a drill, a motion session. The alarm
Okay,
is only a
it
test.
doesn't sound like we have the
It's only
speaker
a test.
on the
Of
line,
course, they
so,
tell like half an hour before. I'm like, oh my
okay,
gosh,
I
10
think, can we
people
turn
to
this
use.
off,
Yeah.
please? Yep. Okay, I want to propose that we could go to some of the in-person speakers while we determine what the issue is. So, our next speaker in person, Lena Vargas. Hi, Lena. Good afternoon. So you have up to 3 minutes. Please go ahead. Oh, we got to turn your microphone on. Do you want the podium adjusted? There we go.
To our Honorable Mayor Ken Sim and all the councilor, good afternoon. My name is Lena Vargas, and I am the founder and president of the Diversity and Inclusion Support Group of BC. And I am privileged to express my support for the motion to establish a Filipino Community Cultural Center in Vancouver. Today, I humbly acknowledge that I live and work on the unceded territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations, and I express my gratitude to them for allowing us to be here. As a daughter of a World War II veteran, I was taught the importance of preserving our Filipino heritage, fostering peace, and spread love by giving back to the community. Our collective experiences and challenges have strengthened our resolve and underscored sense of belonging. As a testament to our resilience, we have overcome numerous challenges abroad and require a space to celebrate our heritage, uplift one another, and promote well-being. Since the inception of this initiative, I have actively sought support from various organizations and have received overwhelmingly positive responses, with 100% of attendance at community gatherings and events expressing their support for the Filipino Community Cultural Center. In addition to this testament, we have collected thousands of signatures here with me to support the motion to establish the Filipino Cultural Center in Vancouver. Thank you, Mayor Kensim and City Councilors, for your unwavering support of our Filipino community. May all your decisions be a beacon of light for all of us and the younger generations. I look forward to working together to bring this vision a reality. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Let's go to speaker 5, Leani Tumaneng. Hi, good afternoon.
Hello, testing my mic. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for giving me a chance to be here and speak with you about this motion. My name is Leilani Tumaneng. I have lived in North Vancouver since 1994. I am working as a registered nurse in Canada for 25 years, a community volunteer, and serving as a school trustee in the North Shore. I am one of many Filipinos in Vancouver who volunteered in a very long time for this dream to become a reality. I have supported myself and volunteered to initiatives, fundraising events with many groups and organizations when it comes to building, promoting Filipino Cultural Center in Vancouver. It is my responsibility to support this motion for the next generation of Filipinos in Canada. I am in full support of this motion, and it's about time that Filipinos in Vancouver and British Columbia will have a home. I humbly ask the Mayor and Council to vote for this motion. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just want to check in with the clerks to see if we should go back to phone speakers or if we need more time. Okay, how about speaker 3 because we did skip over them due to the technical issue. Okay, so we'll come back to them. So let's go to speaker 6. Okay, we'll go to speaker 6, Toby Reyes on the phone. Oh no, in person. Hi. Good afternoon.
I was worried I wouldn't make it, but I'm more
glad
than
you're in person and not on the phone, given some of the technical issues we've had. So go ahead, please.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone, Mayor, Council. Thank you so much for having me here. My name is Toby Reyes, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the motion and in full support. First, I'd like to acknowledge that we gather on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. And I'd also like to recognize our dear Indigenous friends and partners who have supported our path to be here today. This moment has been decades in the making. For so long, our community and our governments worked in parallel, hoping our paths would align. And that's why I'm here today to offer my full support for this motion, because quite simply, it is time. Through bold leadership and shared purpose, we are finally unified and ready to move forward. I'm not here not just as a proponent, but I'm a Filipino Canadian whose family has benefited from being in Vancouver, being in British Columbia, and being in Canada for almost half a century. We are here because we've benefited from the guidance of our families, our communities, and our leaders. So to begin, I'd like to express my deepest appreciation for your leadership today, for Mayor Ken Sim, your relentless belief in our community, and the reasons this vision is becoming a reality. What once felt impossible is now possible. So to you and the council, thank you. If, God willing, we were able to pass this motion, it would mark an historic confluence of support from every level of government, from our own government in the Philippines, and from a united Filipino community. Together, we are committed, I am committed to help build Vancouver's next great landmark, a cultural asset reflecting both our Filipino heritage and Canadian pride. This project is not only culturally meaningful, it is strategically significant for Vancouver. Steps from several transit stations in the heart of Mount Pleasant, beside the upcoming St. Paul's Hospital, it aligns with our city's evolution into a Pacific multicultural hub. It will all address our shortage of hotel rooms, support long stay families who are required to be near hospitals, and generate long-term economic and tourism benefits, all through a privately funded, viable, and sustainable model for a cultural center at no cost to the city. Globally, what we are doing is unprecedented. This is the world's first diaspora-led cultural landmark and cultural amenity at this scale in any G7 country. And for Port Living, the company I co-founded, it's a project and a promise. I think trials and tribulations have been well recorded in our media, but it's been nearly a quarter of a century of our involvement in the business community here, and certainly it has not gone without without our issues, especially at the onset of COVID. I'd like to address some of those things, but what more importantly is with action. We've repaid more than $400 million worth of indebtedness in the last few years. And we have also taken care of all the property tax issues on the site and are now speaking in earnest with our construction lenders to make sure this promise becomes a reality.
Toby, I'm really sorry to cut you off at this point, but you are a minute over. Apologies.
No, and so thank you so much. This is our call. This commitment from the council is our call to action, and we are here to step up and meet this challenge. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for speaking to council. We're going to go back to speaker 3, who's on the line. Ovian Castrillo. Hi. Can you hear us? Is that speaker 3? This is the same issue we were having previously. Okay, we're going to continue to work on that technical issue there. And I think we're going to go to our next speaker who's in person. So speaker 7 did withdraw. Speaker 8 is Amy Martinez. Good afternoon.
Afternoon. I'm Amy Martinez from Surrey, BC. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I am speaking in my personal capacity to support the motion of Mayor Ken Sim and Councilor Lenny Zhao. Honorable Member of the Council, the Filipino community is a major contributor to Vancouver's labor market, entrepreneurship, consumer economy, and cultural vitality. We are hardworking people who often feel high demand or labor shortage roles, especially in healthcare, where our dedication and compassion make a real difference. Beyond our economic contributions, we bring energy, color to Vancouver's multicultural identity, and our strong presence in community festivals, our dances, our music, our traditions all enrich the cultural life of this city that we proudly call home. Culture is a big part of who we are. And so today, we humbly and hopefully ask the Council to grant our long-awaited Filipino Cultural Center a space where our heritage can be shared, celebrated, and preserved for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 9, Emil Garcia. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Mayor and everybody at City Council. My name is Emil Garcia, a resident of Vancouver, and I'm the president of Property Services Branch of my union, SEIU, Service Employees International Union in British Columbia. I am grateful for the opportunity to talk to you today, and I am here to support the motion of Mayor Ken Sim to expedite the delivery of a Filipino Cultural Center, which is a very excellent idea. We need a permanent and safe place to celebrate our heritage and culture. So it's about time we have a Filipino Cultural Center. And for sure, this will bring unity to the Filipino community. Thank you, Mayor, and everybody at City Council for supporting a Filipino Cultural Center. We look forward that this motion be passed and that this center will be built for the benefit of all Filipinos and friends. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Speaker 10, Teresita de Chavez. Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor Sim and Councilor Xiao, and for all the rest of the Vancouver councilors and those people who are present right now. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Teresita de Chavez, a resident of Burnaby area and a member of the local Filipino community. I am standing before here to support enthusiastically the passing of this motion for the Filipino Cultural Center. This project is not merely a construction of a building, but this is a superstructure of an everlasting relationship within the community. If this being built, it will serve as a home, a space for cultural education, community gathering, and to have a space for cultural and fabric and diversity. More importantly, it will also serve as a venue of artistic expression, a place to honor and recognize and to preserve a nation's heritage for future generations. We are so specifically grateful for Mayor Sim and his council for your leadership and to make this initiative happen. Thank you once again for your foresight and dedication, all the people here, to make this happen successfully, and hopefully this overdue dreams of the Filipinos will become a reality now. All your effort, including your city council, are highly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is on the phone, and I'm just wondering if we think we've resolved. Okay, should we go back to speaker 3 or should we go to next speaker? Okay, do we have Walter Lumumba on the phone?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Hi, Walter.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead. You have up to 3 minutes.
Thank you. I would like to acknowledge the land from which I had the pleasure to work with here in Liquitoc people here in Campbell River Hospital. My name is Walter, and I'm a registered nurse and infection control practitioner here in British Columbia. I am here today to express my strong support for the establishment of Filipino Cultural Center. As a healthcare professional, I have the privilege and sometimes the heartbreak of witnessing the struggles of our aging population, particularly among Filipino seniors. Many of them face isolation, language barriers, and limited access to culturally appropriate programs. These challenges are not just social, they have real implications. Loneliness and lack of community support can lead to depression, poor nutrition, and even high rates of chronic illness. During the pandemic, I saw firsthand how vulnerable our seniors were when they lack a safe space to connect with our own community. Let me share one story. Pardon me, I become emotional on this because this is a personal experience of me. I cared for a Filipino elder named Maria. who had lived in Vancouver for over 30 years. She was widowed, her children lived far away, and she spoke very little English. Maria often told me how much she missed the simple things, speaking her language, sharing her traditional meals, and practicing her faith with others who understood her culture. Without a community center, she spent most days alone in her small apartment. That isolation affected her health. She became depressed, her diabetes worsened, and she ended up in the hospital more than once. But what struck me most when she said, I feel invisible here. No one should feel invisible in a city as diverse as Vancouver. A Filipino culture center with more than a building, it would be a lifeline. It would provide a place where elders like Maria can practice their traditions, share their stories, and feel sense of belonging. It will also serve a hub for health education, wellness programs, and culture activities to promote mental physical well-being. This project aligns perfectly with Vancouver's vision for inclusive cultural infrastructure and economic vitality. But beyond economics, this is about equity and dignity, giving one of Canada's largest and most dynamic communities a permanent home. As a nurse, mayors, and councillors, I advocate for health. As a Filipino, Canadian, I advocate for heritage. Today, I ask you to prioritize this proposal to help us build a space, both interim and permanent, where culture, care, and community come together. Thank you for your time and consideration. Mabuhay po kayong lahat. Thank you.
Thanks, Walter. Speaker number 12, Aaron Mariano. See them. They're not there. Okay, we'll come back. How about speaker 13, Rob Najar? Yeah, hi. Good afternoon.
Thank you. I am Rob Niger, Executive Director of Sunset on Fraser BIA, a Vancouver resident, and I, along with the Sunset on Fraser BIA Board, support this motion. Our BIA is home to the Lapu Lapu Festival and the tragedy of April of this year. It is home to the large Filipino community of shops, restaurants, residents, and students at JO High School. I will say that the energy and circumstances that have brought us to this moment, where the Filipino community has never had so much momentum and support from the public and all three levels of government, and had an organization with a plan that has moved so far forward. The opportunity is now, and if it fails, the community may never see such momentum ever again. There have been those who have spoken in the last several weeks about the lack of consultation, a lack of a clear plan, grabbing really, I feel, at anything because they really oppose it, because it's not them at the helm. If there is not enough detail in a proposal, because it is at the beginning stages of the project, then these people argue there is not enough detail and how could they possibly support something that has not been ironed out yet. If there's too much detail brought forward in the motion, then they'll argue that they weren't consulted and all these details were decided without their consultation. And so is a state of false reasoning and false opposition. A merry-go-round that council sees over and over again, year after year, on basically all public project motions. I'm very close with the Filipino community. I've served them, and I've been by their side for many years. They are supportive of this motion by vast majority, and are Vancouverites, I believe. Of course, there should be inclusion with all sectors of the community. And of course, there will be time for this. Right now is a motion to designate the land in a certain way, not about actually building the center or what the center would look like. It is expected that the organizing group will reach out to everybody and that there will be years' worth of consultation ahead. The Sunset on Fraser BIA would like to see Council approve this because the individuals of the community support this and Vancouverites support this motion. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Rob. Speaker 14, Janice Lozano. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. Honorable Mayor Ken Sim, respected councilors, good afternoon. My name is Janice Lozano. I am speaking today in my individual capacity and also the secretary for the past 10 years of the United Filipino-Canadian Associations in BC, an umbrella representing over 65 Filipino-Canadian societies and community organizations across the province. But more than any title, I stand here as someone who has lived, loved, and grown with this community my entire life. I was 6 years old when I first witnessed our community fundraising for what was meant to be our first Filipino cultural center. I didn't understand much back then, but I felt the warmth, generosity, and determination of our people. I watched elders, volunteers, and leaders give everything they had to a single dream, the dream of one day getting that Filipino cultural center. Over the years, that dream has faced delays, disappointments, and scaled down visions, but through every hurdle, our community never walked away. We showed up, we believed, we kept moving. Organizations like NPC3, Mabuhay House Society, Filipino BC, and now Filipino Legacy Society carried the torch when it was heavy. They kept this dream alive even when the future felt uncertain. Today, we stand in a moment that feels different, a moment that feels aligned and full of possibility. And in a room full of diverse opinions, there is one thing I know. Every single person here today wants to see a Filipino cultural center become a reality. We have nothing to lose by supporting this motion and everything to gain. Let us give this a chance, and if we fall short, we try again, relentlessly, until we get it right. That is why I stand firmly in support of the mayor's motion, because this is more than just a building to us. This is acknowledgement, this is identity, this is home. Filipinos have given so much to this city, serving in healthcare, education, construction, arts, community service, small businesses. We have cared for Vancouver. We've helped build Vancouver. Now we ask Vancouver to support something that honors what we have contributed. Yes, there are questions. Yes, this may not fully capture the standalone vision many of us have held for years, but this is the start. Opportunities like this do not come often, and when they appear, we must rise to meet them. A respected elder in our community reminded us, alone we can do so little, together we can do so much. Even with risk, even with uncertainty, we are willing to begin because our community has never been defined by what we lack, but by what we built together. We do not give up, we persevere, we rebuild, we rise. I also want to acknowledge the emotional journey within our community over the past few weeks. There have been disagreements and difficult conversations, and that's normal. That is what happens when people care deeply. Some support this motion wholeheartedly, others want clarity. Both come from love, both come from wanting the best for our community. But today, let us choose unity over division. Let us choose respect over conflict. Let's choose to uplift one another higher. That is how communities heal, that is how communities grow, and that is how we move forward together. And so to the counselors, the decision is now in your hands. Our elders, our families, our youth, our entire community are looking to you with hope, not just for a motion to pass, but for a chance to finally move forward for dream generations have carried. The time is here, the time is now. Let us finally make the Filipino Cultural Center a reality. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay.
Point of privilege, Chair.
Sorry, Councillor Orr?
Sorry, point of privilege. Can you
Yes.
Can you just remind speakers not to impugn the motives of other speakers? There was a previous speaker who did that.
Okay, I didn't note that occurrence personally, but of course that's a reminder for all speakers, just as normal course of duty. So thanks for raising that. I will now go to speaker 15, RC Lim. And I'll just remind all speakers that you have up to 3 minutes to speak, and there's lights on the podium.
Thank you, worthy Chair. Honorable Mayor and Council members, my name is RC Lim, a resident of Vancouver and the current president of the United Filipino-Canadian Associations in BC. I'm here to speak in support of the motion. This motion is crucial to the Filipino community because it will kickstart the process of finding a path towards our long elusive dream of having a Filipino cultural center. It is my belief that we need to bat first before we get the chance to walk or run to first base. This motion will give us that chance and the opportunity, which will shore up our hope, the hope that propels us to keep pushing to our dream, a dream that all of us are constantly praying for so that it will become a reality. UFCABC supports all groups working toward the realization of this dream. We believe that every aspect of clarity, governance, and accountability will be addressed properly as we go through the various phases and stages of any proposed project. This motion is not just about building a facility. Most importantly, it is about giving recognition to a community that has contributed to the city for decades through frontline work, healthcare, hospitality, and countless acts of service that sometimes go unnoticed. At present, many Filipinos' events are scattered across church basements, rented halls, even school gymnasiums. A dedicated cultural center will create something permanent, a home where people, groups, or organizations can plan long-term, host programs all year round, and build continuity and stability. It is noteworthy to note that this motion aligns with the city's stated values of diversity, inclusion, and belonging. Approving it sends a clear message to current and future Filipinos here that they are seen, they are valued, that their story is part of the story of this city. I am thankful for having been given the opportunity to speak, and I respectfully urge council members to vote in favor of the motion and to work with the community to make this dream a reality. Thank you for your time and kind consideration.
Thank you. Speaker 16, Maj Yi. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor Sim, councilors, and city staff. My name is Maj Yi, and I'm the vice chair for Filipino Legacy Society. I moved from the Philippines in 1984 and have lived in Vancouver ever since. For decades, the Filipino community has envisioned a permanent cultural home, a place where we can celebrate our heritage, share our history, language, and cuisine, and where Filipinos born in the Philippines and Filipinos born in Canada can stay connected across generations. This motion brings us meaningfully closer to realizing that vision. Members of our community have raised questions about transparency, inclusivity, and long-term stewardship. These values are important, and they are shared by all of us who care deeply about this project. Importantly, the motion before you today supports those very principles. The Filipino Legacy Society exists precisely to ensure this, that this project remains transparent, accountable, and inclusive. So the cultural center does not remain just an idea, but becomes a real, sustainable institution that serves everyone. This motion does not approve construction. It authorizes city staff to begin a formal, transparent review and consultation process. It creates space for refinement, collaboration, and accountability with city oversight and public engagement built in. The motion also establishes a transitional working group, including Filipino organizations and cultural partners, ensuring that the center's programming, governance, and design reflects a wide range of voices and community experience. The project model is both meaningful and sustainable. By pairing a cultural center with a hotel partner, a portion of the hotel's income will support the center in perpetuity. This allows the space to remain active and well-resourced without relying on ongoing fundraising or public funding. It allows us to do something rare in the community, Keep the lights on, not just when we open, but for generations. This is not commercialization. This is responsible stewardship and long-term planning. What's before you today aligns with Vancouver's values: cultural inclusion, economic innovation, and responsible partnership. It transforms decades of aspiration into a clear, structured pathway forward, one that is transparent, financially sound, and community-guided. By supporting this motion, you affirm the contributions of one of Vancouver's largest and most vibrant cultural communities, and you help build a place where future generations can gather and say, "This belongs to us. We belong here." Thank you for your leadership and for considering this motion with care and vision.
Thank you. Speaker 17 has withdrawn, so we'll go to Speaker 18, Christine De Castro.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Sim, Councilor Joe, members of Vancouver City Council, city staff, and everyone present. I'm Christine De Castro, Board Secretary of Filipino Legacy Society. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Recently, Harvard University launched its Love of Neighbor initiative, asking a powerful question: does love have a place in policy? I believe it does, because love expresses care, recognition, dignity, and investment in people is what strengthens communities and builds a city where everyone truly belongs. And it is at the same spirit of love and neighborness that brings me here today, even remotely, to voice my full support of advancing Filipino Cultural Center in Main Street, Vancouver. I also want to acknowledge Mayor Kenson, Councilor Lanya Zhou, and the rest of the councilors for continuously uplifting Vancouver's diverse communities. A yes vote for Filipino Cultural Center is a yes vote for Filipino community, one of the fastest growing, hardworking, and community-oriented groups in Vancouver, in British Columbia, and all of Canada. It is also a yes vote for the belief that public policy should care for people, build connection, and create belonging. Love in policy begins with recognition, recognizing who we are and the contributions we bring. A cultural center gives us a place where that identity can be seen, celebrated, and shared. Love in policy is expressed through trust and partnership. I have full trust that the Filipino Legacy Society, together with community partners, can deliver this project with integrity, transparency, and genuine community collaboration. And since programming is yet to be done, every Filipino, be it individual or organization, will have the opportunity to help shape the center. This ensures that it is a shared home for learning, dialogue, and connection that welcomes broader community. Love in policy means investing in people and giving communities the tools to continue contributing. It is a place where we can contribute, continue to uplift both our community and the city we proudly call home. I respectfully ask for your full support. This yes vote represents what it looks like when love guides public action, when care, compassion, and connection shape policy, and when Vancouver chooses to show that love truly does have a place in our city. A yes vote for Filipino Cultural Center is a yes vote for the Filipino community, and a yes for love that should be reflected in the decisions we make for our neighbors. Thank you. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you. Speaker 19, TJ Conway. Good afternoon.
My name is TJ Conway, and I'm here today in support of advancing the Filipino Cultural Center motion. I run a catering business in East Vancouver with a community focus. Ensuring people have food with dignity and a sense of community matters to me. I grew up in the Philippines not always knowing where my next meal would come from, and that experience is not unique. Statistic Canada shows that 28% of Filipino Canadians face food insecurity here in Vancouver. That would mean that 141,000 Filipinos. That means 40,000 of our neighbors are experiencing hunger. many of them women and newcomers. So as a Filipino immigrant, I'm using my skill to serve others. My team and I recover surplus food and cook hundreds of meals every week downtown for charities in the downtown east side and the downtown core. I advocate for school food program, knowing that 1 in 4 students go to school hungry. Just last week, I was presenting on behalf of the Vancouver Food Justice Council in this in here. And when our community was shaken by the Lapu-Lapu Day tragedy, that same motivation led me to start the Vancouver Filipino Chefs Meal Train. To date, we've provided more than 7,000 meals to support families, gatherings, and healing spaces, cooking Filipino foods so people can focus on healing in the way I know how to help. I'm speaking today because I know without a question that having Filipino Cultural Center would have made this work a lot easier. After the tragedy, cooking was not the challenge. The challenge was not knowing where to deliver the food, where people could gather, and where we could organize from. A cultural center would have reduced the stress for everyone helping and, more importantly, for everyone healing. Even now, our community continues to hold healing gatherings as recovery will take time, but without a dedicated space, it's increasingly difficult to come together, support one another, and to organize care in a way that honors our shared identity, culture, and grief. I understand there are differing opinions on how the cultural center should move forward, who should lead it, what it should look like, and how it should operate. But one point, we are united. We need one. I'm here today in the hopes that we can come together as a community and move this motion forward. We need City Council's commitment and partnership to make this a reality. Because until we have a cultural center, we will continue to struggle in moments when our community needs our unity, space, and culturally grounded support. At the end of the day, this is not about all of us in this room. This is about the thousands of people, youth, newcomers, families, elders, and future generation who will benefit from having a Filipino cultural center called their home. Thank you so much.
Thank you, TJ. Speaker number 20, Shirley Onanda-san.
Good afternoon, Mayor Sim and the Council. My name is Shirley Wandasan. I'm an active member of the British Columbia Nurses Union, promoting and advocating for DEI. I am here today to support and asking your support for the Filipino Cultural Center motion. A center that will unite, meet our kababayans, and help Filipinos here in Vancouver. It is also a center that will help the young generations, especially those who were born here, to have the opportunity to know the grassroots and be familiarized of our Filipino culture and traditions. But most of all, a center that will keep everybody safe in any Filipino events by not doing it in the streets, just what had happened last April 26 during the Lapu-Lapu Festival, which left 11 people died and 32 more seriously injured. As of now, I have still a colleague who is still recuperating for that tragedy. We don't want this to happen again. So we need a cultural center where we can hold all our events. I hope you support this motion to become a reality. It will mean a lot to us and to the future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 21, Joel Castillo.
Good afternoon, everyone. Before I proceed, I would like to acknowledge that we are in the unceded territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nation. My name is Joel Castillo, the founding president of the United Filipino-Canadian Associations in BC. Filipino Cultural Center has been the overdue long dream of the Filipino community. There had been an attempt regarding the building of cultural center. Unfortunately, all of them failed. Most of them failed, if not all, failed. The proposition of the City of Vancouver, headed by our Mayor Ken Sim, and the supporting councilors of the City of Vancouver, we the Filipino people, if not all, are so much grateful about this offer. Unfortunately, we have other groups rejecting the motion to be passed. And I have asked myself many times, what are we getting from opposing this motion? Instead of being grateful and embracing this offer from the city, we have some people rejecting the motion. If we are going to see the scenario of the Filipino community, we have supports from people not even living in the greater Vancouver, but to the farthest like Port St. John, supporting the motion where they could not make use of the center. We, from the greater Vancouver area, is supposed to be happy having this. And we urge the city of Vancouver to please pass this into motion. And thank you for recognizing the Filipino people, the Filipino community, being the third visible minority. And we should be proud, we should be thankful about this visibility in the city of Vancouver and of course in Canada as a whole. Again, thank you, Mayor Kensim, and the supporting councilors regarding the motion for the full realization of this community center. Thank you so much and good afternoon to all.
Thanks, Joel. Speaker 22, Ritz Nordstrom. Afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Mayor Ken Sim. Good afternoon, Lenny Sao. And good afternoon to the members of City Councilors of Vancouver, British Columbia. I have to take a deep breath. My name is Ritz Nordstrom. I'm pretty young when I came here in Vancouver. My age is no longer part of the calendar. 31, 32, 30 and 31 is the numbers in the calendar. And I will no longer be part of the bingo card as well. And you will figure out how old I am. All right? Now, the reason I'm here is I thank you, Mr. Mayor Kim Sim and Councilor Lenny Sao, for prioritizing the motions to have a Filipino Cultural Center. Filipino Cultural Center. Every people here in the rooms, including the present generations and the generations will come. You, all of us, will be part of the legacy. In our heart, in our mind, and in our soul. As long as I live, I will tell the young ones that all of you supported the motions to have a Filipino cultural centers. And if I can have a chance to teach again, I will teach. And I will be part of that social studies and history of all of you guys. I've been here for a long time and I am a very active member of the community. I solicited a lot of signatures to support the motions. And every people that I encounter, they told me it's about time. At my age, 69 going to 70, I'm also asking, where is the cultural center? And I'm also a witness because I'm one of the volunteers during the Lapu-Lapu Day. I have my kids with me and we just miss a few minutes and we hear the impact. And up to now, it's still bothering me. And I always ask myself, what if we didn't go on the other side and we'll be part? And why, if this thing happened, if we only have the Filipino Cultural Center, that we can freely perform our arts, our heritage, our culture, these things will not be happen. And then I'm being pledging to everyone here, please support the motions for us to have a second home. Our second home is the Filipino Cultural Center. And I thank everyone for letting me to have been here. And I even booked my day off not to go to work today, just because I want everybody to hear me. And I thank everyone. I thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Ritz. Thanks very much. Speaker 23, CJ Lakaba. And CJ, I see you're representative speaker. Is that correct?
True North Hinirang Eagles Club.
And I'm just going to ask the clerks, is it 3 people that need to be present?
They're downstairs.
They're downstairs. Do they need to be in the chamber, or if they're downstairs, is that enough? Can you identify them? Are you able to identify them?
Yes. Victor Baloloy, Jennifer Castaneto, and Alona Aguilar.
Okay, thank you. So you have 5 minutes, so please go ahead.
Yeah. Good morning. Good afternoon, Mayor Sim, members of council, esteemed city staff, and fellow citizens of Vancouver. My name is CJ Lakaba, and I appear before you as the secretary and official representative of the True North Hinirang Eagles Club. We are a dedicated community organization committed to leadership, service, and ensuring the rich heritage of the Philippines not only survives but thrives here in the Lower Mainland. We are gathered today to discuss a pivotal decision, the consideration of Mayor Sim's motion to support and create the framework for a dedicated Filipino Cultural Center. This is a moment that calls for visionary leadership and a firm commitment to the diversity that defines our great city. The Filipino community has been foundational to the modern vitality of Vancouver for decades. We are the backbone of our service industries and healthcare system, the dedicated nurses, caregivers, and skilled professionals who operate the city around the clock. As the third largest ethnic group in Vancouver, our presence is immense, yet our identity is often scattered, lacking a true central hub. This motion addresses a vital practical need, the creation of a dedicated physical structure for cultural preservation and community service. For our elders, our Lola and Lolo, this center will be a secure place to gather and share their experiences. For our youth, it will be an accessible classroom where they can learn Tagalog, understand the beauty of Baybayin script, our rich cultural heritage, and experience the communal spirit of Bayanihan. Right now, these activities are often relegated to borrowed school gymnasiums and temporary rooms. The Cultural Center will solve this challenge by becoming the single permanent repository of our community's history and future. It ensures that our heritage is not diluted by distance or time, but is instead concentrated, celebrated, and passed down with pride. I want to be clear. Supporting this motion is a strategic civic investment. We hope that this facility will serve the entire metropolitan area, providing essential services and enriching the city's overall cultural landscape. A hub for arts and education, we hope that the center will house critical infrastructure, a dedicated performance hall for Filipino-Canadian artists, dance troupes, and community classrooms, for language and dance troupes, for language and cooking lessons, and archive space to document our history here in British Columbia. This enhances the city's overall cultural offerings for all citizens. Economic generator and landmark. While not a city, we hope that this center will be a distinct, high-profile landmark that will attract cultural tourism,
drawing visitors who seek out authentic cultural experiences. Furthermore, it should provide dedicated space for Filipino Canadian entrepreneurs, a cafe, a bookstore, vendor kiosk to operate and thrive during driving localized economic and activity. A symbol for reconciliation and inclusion. Establishing the center is a powerful demonstration of Vancouver's commitment to genuine active inclusion. It tells the community that their deep contributions are valued, recognized, and worth investing in for the future. Mayor Sim, thank you for listening to the needs of the Filipino community and for bringing the essential motion forward. To the council members, we stand ready to partner with the city on every step of this project. We have the community commitment, the passion, and the drive. We simply require the city's official backing and support to create this foundation. By voting yes to this motion, you are not just approving a plan, you are fulfilling a promise of true belonging. You are sending a clear, powerful, and heartfelt message to every Filipino Canadian family. Your history is preserved, your culture has a home, and your future is secured here in Vancouver. Let us vote for this cultural center and establish a permanent shining landmark of pride, preservation, and inclusion for generations to come. Maraming salamat po. Thank you very much. Mabuhay tayong lahat.
Thank you. Speaker 24, Lawrence Sai. C. I didn't pronounce your last name wrong.
Thank you. Mayor Ken Sim, Councilor Lenny Joe, thank you for bringing this motion forward. Councilors, city staff, and everyone else, thank you for your continued support for the Filipino community. I am Lorenz C. I serve as a director and the treasurer for the Filipino Legacy Society. I am a CPA, and I act as the controller for various companies that I work for, including a law firm, Remedios & Company, where I conduct internal audits and ensure compliance with the Law Society rules. I stand before you here today to show my full support for this motion. This is not just a project. This is about honoring the lives, honoring the Filipinos who have come here before us, the Filipinos who are here now, the Filipinos who will come after. Now is the time to show that we see and care for the work that they put in, for all the love that they give to us, the roles that they have played in shaping our lives. Remember the Filipinos who have touched your lives or that of someone you know. Think about their kindness, their love, their warmth, their passion, the way they give so much despite all the struggles that they face. Remember, the Filipinos have actually helped build the very fabric of our healthcare system. Someone very wise told me not too long ago, he reminded me, he said, there's this saying that for many people, the first person you see is likely to be a Filipino. The last person you see at the end of your life is likely to be a Filipino. This is how integrated we are in the community. This is just who we are. For the cultural center to be in operation for the many years to come, the hotel will generate profits. It will give a percentage of its profits to the cultural center to help fund its operations. This means thousands of dollars in saving, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars. So much money will be used, can help fund its operations and produce programs, activities for the society, for the community, to help everyone. This is what we need. I urge you, city councilors, and everyone in the community, please join me, join us, the Filipino Legacy Society. Together, we will build what the Filipino community deserves: a world-class cultural center, a home on Main Street, right here in Vancouver. Together, let us unite. Together, let us support the Filipino communities that we very much need in our lives, who continue to shape the lives of so many others, if not ourselves. Together, let us shape the future. Together, let us create a better future for our children and for the next generations to come. Now is the time. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Just because we had a technical issue on our end, we're going to go back to speaker number 3, Ovian Drio Hill.
But that's what they need to study. And so when he's not here,
Hello, speaker 3?
that activity is and you're not using the test on it if he's not here.
Hello?
Is
Excuse me.
this
Hello?
Ovian?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. I'll just ask, I don't know if you had your audio on in the background there, but if you could turn it down. But please go ahead when you're ready.
Yeah, no, I was sorry. I'm actually at a parent-teacher meeting. Anyway, I'll begin. My name is Ovian Castilla Hill, an artist and Filipino-Canadian community organizer here in Fort St. John, BC, in the beautiful Northeast region of our province. I and a group that I belong to, Northeast Philcan Community Bayanihan Association, fully support the motion for the creation of the Filipino Cultural Center on Main Street in Vancouver, as proposed by the Filipino Legacy Society. This proposed Filipino Cultural Center is intended to be a provincial center aimed to serve and represent the Filipino Canadians in British Columbia, which counts us as among its scope. I have personally participated in numerous Zoom meetings, surveys, and reports for the past 6 years, among many other Filipino group initiatives for this very same end goal of having a Filipino Cultural Center in Vancouver, BC. I support this effort for 3 main reasons. 1, time is of the essence. This project is the most viable, shovel-ready planned project with the potential to break ground in the near foreseeable future. No other existing project proposals or initiatives can claim the same. With many Filipino Canadians who have longed for a cultural center advancing in age, the speed by which the project becomes a reality is more important than ever. The project, and number 2, the project is proposed to be attached to a hotel with a committed income stream to help with the operations of the cultural center. No other conceptualized proposals have offered the same. Number 3, this project, when built, can be the galvanizing entity to bring the Filipino community together, whether it be for operations, programming, or as a venue for collaboration, sports, art, and culture. We from outside the Lower Mainland are extremely excited at this prospect, and that Filipino Canadians in the province can have a home in the beautiful city of Vancouver. We have a unique opportunity where federal, provincial, and now city support have aligned, and it would be remiss of us to not act positively upon it. We hope that Mayor and Council heed our plea and unanimously support this gallant effort for the benefit of the whole Filipino community in British Columbia by passing the motion presented. We look forward to visiting Vancouver, as most of us do, and are able to proudly engage, share, and partner with other Filipino Canadians in the Filipino Cultural Center. The time to build this Filipino Community Center is now. On behalf of the Filipino community in Fort St. John, British Columbia, thank you for listening.
Great. Thanks for calling in, and sorry about the technical issues. We'll now go to speaker 25, Nico Slabinski.
And Chair, maybe just in light of that last point of procedure, maybe in light of that last caller, we could remind callers to identify where they're from. They did, but
yes, they did. It says they're not a resident, so it is noted on the speakers list, which is why I did not ask them.
Okay.
So that's as per procedure. Nico, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair, Mayor, Councilors. My name is Nico Slovinsky. I'm a Vancouver resident and the Vice President for the Pacific Region for the Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs. I am here today to urge you to support the motion to build a Filipino Cultural Center in Vancouver. The ties between the Filipino and Jewish community are deep and long-standing. I was reminded of this recently when the caretaker at one of our Jewish day schools, a Filipino man, retired after 23 years and wrote a moving letter to the entire school community. In it, he spoke about the spirit of community and the importance of working together for the benefit of future generations. Filipinos are woven into the fabric of our community life. They play vital roles across our schools, synagogues, and community organizations, working side by side with us. They have been valued partners to the Jewish community, offering support and solidarity in difficult times, with our bonds growing from shared values and shared hopes for our city. Vancouver Jewish community, which has institutions across this city, works to bring culturally appropriate services to children, seniors, families, and are most vulnerable through places like the Jewish Community Center of Greater Vancouver. Yet, the Filipino community in BC of more than 170,000 people do not have a similar home. This need for institutional and physical capacity has become urgent in the past few years. BC Filipino community was vulnerable during the COVID-19 pandemic, when many of its members working in healthcare were on the front line while dealing with the escalating anti-Asian racism and in the aftermath of the April 26 tragedy at the Lapu-Lapu Day Festival. My community, during this period of rising anti-Semitism, understands the importance of space where we can learn, organize, heal, and provide services to those most in need. This is why I feel it's important for me to be here today and to stand with those in the Filipino community who want to build a home in this city. With the federal government support for the establishment of a center and the ongoing work of the province, our city has an unprecedented opportunity to build what has been a dream of the Filipino community members for more than 4 decades. As an ally of the Filipino community and as a member of a minority community myself, I urge all of you today to meet this moment and support the motion of Mayor Sim and Councilor Zhu. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Nico. Speaker 26, Glenn Lee. Afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor Ken Sim and all councilors. Thank you for today. My name is Glenn Lee. I'm a Chinese-Filipino entrepreneur who made the bold decision to leave the comfort of a well-established family business in the Philippines to pursue opportunities in Vancouver. Immigrating here with no network, no established community, and no safety net was extremely difficult. I have built and invested in businesses from scratch, and I have also experienced business partnership that turned into nightmares. During those moments, there were no community hub that I could turn to, no trusted nor organized space for guidance, no mentorship, or even basic cultural belonging. This is why I believe so strongly in the motion before you today. A Filipino cultural center is not just a building. It creates an environment of trust, belonging, and economic uplift, especially for immigrants who are starting over, whether they are looking for a job, trying to open a business, or simply trying to find their footing in a new country. A vetted structure centered can accelerate growth through proper programming, business education, and community support. As a Filipino who attended and observed the engagement process over the past few months, I was encouraged. A clear majority of Filipino organizations asked questions. Community expressed genuine support. Many organizations asked questions. And yes, some questions were repeated many times across multiple town halls. The city and project team patiently answered them in every single time. This is why I was shocked to hear later claims that some groups were not consulted when they were in fact actively participating. But this agreement should not divide us. The Filipino diaspora is large enough and diverse enough that Metro Vancouver can support multiple cultural and community centers. There is no competition, only unity. Through different programming for different needs in different neighborhoods and cities. This is the first Filipino center in our region to ever reach this level, with a 60,000 square foot vision and a sustainable model to operate. If other groups have viable projects in other cities or neighborhood with a land and sustainable plan, I will support them wholeheartedly. Today, I ask the council, everyone, to pass this motion, not just for this center, but also for future centers it inspires. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Speaker number 27, Leonora Luganzad. Lugans, apologies. Thanks. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone for giving me a chance to speak here. I felt honored to be here. My name is Leonora Lagunsad. I am a resident of Vancouver, British Columbia. I am a president of United Latino Society throughout BC. We like to thanks to the Honorable Mayor Kim Sim and Councilor Lini Zhao for endorsing a motion in support of making a Filipino culture to make this happen. Also, to the Filipino Legacy Society for bringing this community this far. I'm not going to repeat what the other speaker has been mentioned here because we are all here for one reason, is to build community center. That's the main purpose. No matter what, United Latino will be supported in behalf of the members of the board and the officers of United Latino Society. We are here to support the motion to build a Filipino Cultural Center. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Speaker 28, Jeffrey Seitz.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, councilors, and members of the community. My name is Jeffrey Seitz. I'm a resident of Tsawwassen, British Columbia. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today in strong support of the Mayor's notion for the Main Street Filipino Cultural Center and Hotel project. I'm here not only as a community member, but as someone who has a deep and personal connection to the Filipino culture. I am married to a Filipina. We have 3 children. I've traveled to the Philippines many times, and I even have had the privilege of living there. Through these experiences, I developed a true appreciation of what makes the Filipino community so special. Its warmth, its resilience, its optimism, and its extraordinary sense of togetherness. Knowing the sincere, authentic, and genuine community-driven intent of the Philippine Legacy Society, it gives me great pride to support this initiative. Their vision is not about building a building, it's about creating a home for cultural expression, for intergenerational connection, for education, for celebration, and for economic opportunity. The Philippine Cultural Center in Vancouver would be transformative. It would offer a dedicated space to uplift one of the largest and fastest growing cultural communities in British Columbia. It would strengthen unity within the Filipino community while also inviting all Vancouverites and area to participate, learn, and celebrate together. This is the kind of project that enriches a city not only socially, but economically, bringing vibrancy to the Main Street corridor and attracting cultural tourism, hospitality, and business activity. But perhaps most importantly, this center would bring more of the Filipinos are known for: positivity, generosity, and hope. These are qualities that any great city should welcome and amplify. For all these reasons, I wholeheartedly support this project and strongly encourage Council to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 29, Intirani Iru.
Good afternoon. My name is Intharani Arul, and I'm a resident of Vancouver. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I am here on behalf of the Women of Global Change to endorse the motion of our Honorable Mayor Ken Sim and Councilor Lini Zhao to expedite the delivery of a Filipino cultural center in Vancouver. It is time to build a Filipino cultural center. BC's Filipino community has grown to around 170,000 strong, and this vibrant, welcoming, and generous community deserves a dedicated space to celebrate and share its rich heritage and culture. The vision for a Filipino Cultural Center enjoys broad support in the community, and the proposed site at 1940 Main Street is accessible to everyone. This means families, youth, seniors, and newcomers can all participate in cultural programming. The planned 60,000 square foot center will offer language lessons, culinary demonstrations, art exhibits, meeting venues, and community gatherings. These programs are more than activities. They preserve identity, strengthen connections across generations, and uplift the community as a whole. Building the center is only the first step. Ensuring it remains sustainable is equally important. I'm inspired that the neighboring hotel operator has pledged to share profits with the center, providing a long-term source of funding to ensure the center thrives for years to come. The provincial government has completed studies, and the federal government has announced support for a Filipino community and cultural center in Metro Vancouver in Budget 2025. This shows that the center is not only needed, it is ready, supported, and backed by the community and government. As the Vancouver chapter president of the Women of Global Change, I stand for service, empowerment, collaboration, and community impact. Supporting the Filipino Cultural Center aligns perfectly with our mission to uplift communities, create opportunities, and preserve culture for future generations. On a personal level, this center represents a place of belonging, pride, and inspiration, a place where young people can learn, families can gather, and culture can thrive. Thank you, Honorable Mayor Ken Sim and Councillor Zhao, and everyone at City Council for supporting a Filipino Cultural Center. Let's build a center, let's honor culture, uplift community, and create a legacy that lasts for generations. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Next speaker is Speaker 30, Maria Tugade.
Hello, good afternoon to everyone. Our one beloved mayor of Vancouver, Kimsin, and his councilors. My name is Mary Tugade or Maria Tugade, a resident here in Vancouver. And I am one of the founder of one group, Santa Maria Pangasinan Society Group. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak to everyone. What matters to me now is to have a Filipino Cultural Center. Right now, we are 170,000 Filipino Canadian residents here in BC. So we need our Filipino Cultural Center urgently, a space or place where we can celebrate our community gathering, art exhibition, and more. Also, we need a safety place or venue to celebrate together away from any destruction or tragedy like what happened in Lapu-Lapu Day at Fraser Street. So now, my fellow Filipino Canadians, I encourage you, I urge you all to reunite and give full support to the project to push through the motion. And when this project, Filipino Community Center, come in reality, everybody can call. That is our own, very own Filipino Cultural Center, not only for us, but also our young generation to come. Now, the door is open already for us with the help of our provincial government and local government. Why not grab it? the opportunity to push through the motion. But still, some group trying to oppose this motion. In fact, this group doesn't have any place yet and land, just only a feasibility studies still hanging in the air. What concerns me most is that why some group blocking the realization of our Filipino community cultural center. What makes them decide to block the motion? What is their motives for their self-interest or invested interest? They want to kill the motion, but I am here giving my full support about the motion. This time, they are killing our dreams to have a safety place and call our very own Filipino Cultural Center. We don't like Lapu-Lapu tragedy repeat again that kills a lot of innocent people. I thank you, our mayor here in Vancouver, his councilors, his participation and contribution in this valuable insight for the support without any prejudice. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Maria. Speaker 31, Alan Bernard Fernandez. It's on the phone.
Speaker 31 is not on the line.
Thanks. We'll come back to them. Speaker 32, Diris Hagis. We have Speaker 32. It says in person.
It was to be in person. I'm not seeing anybody, and we do not have them on the line.
Okay, we can come back. Speaker 33, Ted Canlas.
Yes, I'm here. Do you hear me?
Yes, Ted, please go ahead. Oh, Ted, before we start, I just need to ask if you're a resident of Vancouver.
Yeah, I will. Actually, it's in my note that I will mention I'm resident of Burnaby.
Okay, thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor Sim, Council Member of Vancouver. I am Teodorico Canlas, a Burnaby resident, a supporter of Filipino Cultural Center. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and fellow advocates for cultural preservation, today we gather to show our support for the Filipino Cultural Center and their great efforts to promote and preserve the rich heritage of the Philippines. Through traditional messages, workshops, and cultural events, the center provides a unique opportunity for people to experience and appreciate the beauty of Filipino culture. Let us come together to celebrate and honor the tradition, custom, and value that makes the Filipino community so vibrant and resilient. Today, we gather to celebrate the rich heritage of the Philippines and acknowledge the contribution Filipinos have made to our community. From healthcare and education to arts and culture and marine industry, Filipino Canadians have enriched our society with their talents, skill, and tradition. The Filipino Cultural Center is a shining example of community spirit and cultural pride. Through events like this, we honor the country's history, cuisine, music, and healing practices like traditional messages. Let us come together to appreciate the diversity and resilience of the Filipino community. Let us continue to support and celebrate Filipino contribution to our community. Let us rally together to set aside our political differences and vote yes for this motion. Let's unite as a Filipino community looking for integrity, value, and honesty, focus on good governance and accountability. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you, Mayor Sim and Councilor Su, in support of Filipino community. I beg the Council to pass this motion. What we built today is the gain for the future. Thank you and maraming salamat po.
Thank you for calling. Speaker 34, Zinni
I'm
Villamera.
here.
Hi, is that Zinni?
Yes, that's me.
Hi, Zinni. I just need
Can
to
you
ask
hear me?
for procedure purposes if you're a resident of Vancouver.
I'm a resident of New Westminster.
Okay, thanks. Please go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Your Worship, Mayor Kim Sim, Councilor Zhuang, and members of the Council. My name is Zenny Villamera, Doctor of Education, co-founder of TELA and Philippine Cultural Heritage Society, also officers of PhilCan Helping Hands Society, honorary president of the North American Global Women's Association, board of director of the Indo-Pacific Foundation, researcher, teacher, author, and entrepreneur. I am here today to strongly support the motion promoting the development of the Main Street Filipino Cultural Center and Hotel project. Based on my experience, I face ongoing difficulties in accessing community halls for events such as limited space and availability, high cost, and shortage of venues that feel culturally suitable. These challenges have often hindered me and others in my community from organizing and celebrating our heritage meaningfully. That's why I strongly support Mayor Kim Sim and Councilor Lenny Zhuang's motion to promote cultural inclusion and economic growth by establishing the Main Street Filipino Cultural Center and Hotel project. And what more? And why? Adding a hotel to the project is a strategic move for Main Street and our entire city. It will draw visitors, boost tourism, and generate a variety of new jobs from constructions to hospitality. A hotel's presence helps sustain local businesses, vendors, and artists, increasing revenue and strengthening our economic foundation. In conclusion, we humbly plea the councils to approve this motion. Let us support a project that will create lasting value, honor the cultural diversity that forms our foundation, and bring economic benefits now and in the future. Thank you again, Your Worship, Councilor Zhuang, and council members for your leadership and thoughtful consideration.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 35, Lori Russell. Good afternoon, Lori. I see you're a representative speaker. Do you have your three other members of your group here, or?
Yes, they're downstairs.
Okay, do you mind just naming them?
Bert Asanya, Marilyn Cunanan, and Danny Reyes.
Okay, thanks so much. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor Ken Sim, councilors, and members of the Vancouver City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Lori Russell. I'm a resident of White Rock, BC, and I am the president of the Philippine Bicol Association of British Columbia, proudly representing the growing and vibrant Bicolano community of Vancouver. I'm here today to speak on behalf of PBABC to fully support the motion in the establishment of a Filipino Cultural Center in our city, an idea whose time has truly come. Filipinos are one of the fastest growing communities in Vancouver. We are caregivers, healthcare workers, educators, artists, business owners, and essential contributors to the economic, social, and cultural life of this city. Yet,
Despite of our long-standing presence and the size of our community, Vancouver still does not have a dedicated space where Filipino culture, language, arts, and history can be preserved, celebrated, and shared with the broader public. A Filipino Cultural Center would not only serve Filipino Canadians, it would also serve the entire city. It would be a place for intercultural learning, community programs, senior services, youth leadership, and cultural events that enrich Vancouver's diversity. It would provide a home for traditional arts, such as dance, music, and storytelling, as well as contemporary Filipino-Canadian creativity. It would offer language classes, support newcomers, and strengthen ties between generations. Most importantly, it will give our community something we have been longing for, a sense of belonging in a city that we have helped build. Vancouver has always prided itself on being inclusive, multicultural, and forward-thinking. Supporting a Filipino Cultural Center aligns perfectly with these values. It is an investment in community cohesion, cultural education, and long-term social well-being. We are not asking the city to do this alone. Our community is energized, organized, and ready to partner through fundraising, volunteerism, programming, and collaboration with other cultural groups. What we need is the city's leadership and support to help make this vision real. In the Filipino community, we have a saying, bayanihan. It describes the spirit of communal unity, people coming together to lift something heavy, not because they must, but because they believe in one another. The Filipino Cultural Center is our modern expression of bayanihan, and today we humbly ask the City of Vancouver to join us. Thank you for your time, for your commitment to an exclusive Vancouver, and for considering this important step towards recognizing and celebrating the contributions of Filipino Canadians. I look forward to working together to bring this long-time dream to life. Thank you, and maraming salamat.
Thank you. Speaker 36, Annie Ohana.
Speaker 36, not on the line.
Okay, we'll come back to them. Speaker number 37, Michael Penalosa.
Yes.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi, Michael. Please go ahead.
Perfect. Good afternoon, Mayor Sim and councillors. It's Michael Penalosa, resident of Vancouver, and I'm here to voice my support for this motion for this project. I immigrated to Canada when I was very young, and I've lived here most of my life. And as thinking back, you know, the only experience I've had with the Filipinos has been through my parents' parties and dinners. But over the years, as an adult, I've lost touch. And because I grew up in an area that didn't have a lot of Filipinos, I felt disconnected to an extent. And I believe that this type of center and this venue will really help other people like me who are in my situation to reconnect with the culture and the roots. And now with children who are half Filipino only, they also have a disconnect with the culture, or half of their culture anyway. And I believe this is a great venue for them to get that exposure again and really learn about, you know, where part of their culture is from and how wonderful it is. So whoever has the best opportunity to plan and fast-track this project to become a reality, I'm in full support. I think that there have been in the past that I've seen that, just like many other groups, there's been disagreements on what has to be done or what direction to go. But let's not forget that the real objective here is to get this venue and this facility built. It's something that we all need, and it's something we can greatly benefit from. And lastly, it's really a great opportunity to further profile the Filipino culture to the greater community. Thank you for your support, and thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 38, Noel Marfil. Is that Noel?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Hi. You're here in person. Great. Please go
Oh,
ahead. You have 3 minutes.
thank you. Can you? Yeah. Hi. Good afternoon, Mayor Kansim and Councillor Lenny Joe and the members of council. It's really an honor to speak in front of you. Of you today. My name is Noel Marfil, and I'm here to support the motion to advance the Filipino Cultural Center on Main Street. I spent several years working abroad and on cruise ships, lived at sea for months at a time, moving between different countries. Those experiences allowed me to live closely with most nationalities. And I have observed firsthand how many communities around the world have cultural spaces, how everyone benefits from it. Meanwhile, Filipinos or Pinoys, like me, we met wherever we could squeeze in, and yet we still showed up for each other because that's what we are. Now that I'm newly migrated here to Vancouver, I finally see a real possibility, a future where Filipino culture is not just something we carry quietly in our hearts, but something visible and celebrated. I remain connected with Filipino crew and immigrants globally, and I want to be able to share to everyone with genuine pride that Vancouver is a city where our culture is seen, supported, and given room to grow. We are one of the largest communities in British Columbia, but a Filipino cultural center would not only serve Pinoys, it would serve Vancouver. It would be a public space for cultural exchange, tourism, programs, and services for youth, seniors, and newcomers like me. A center to partnerships that strengthen social connections across all backgrounds. By supporting this motion, you're not just approving a building, you are acknowledging the story, the contributions, and the heart of a community in the city we now call home. Thank you, Mayor Kansim and Sir Lenny Joe and members of council. I sincerely ask for your support. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Speaker number 39, Erie Maestro.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay. My name is Ari Maestro. I am a resident of Vancouver and a retired librarian with Vancouver Public Library. I speak to you now as interim chair on behalf of the National Filipino Canadian Cultural Center, or NPC3. NPC3 position on the center has not shifted. We said that we would help provide the city with the best possible motion for public consultation and vote. And our chair, Nora Angeles, has made important edits and amendments to the motion that you see now. We also said that as NPC3, we will work with any Filipino organization working towards the construction of a center. We also said that as NPC3, we will do our very best to represent the community, art, and culture sectors, our artists and cultural workers in this current project. The motion, as explained to us by Councillor Lenny at the Killarney meeting, is that this motion is the first step. And at that meeting, we had reiterated that as a community, we will need to continue to be vigilant, continue to raise issues and concerns, questions about access, governance, programming now, and after the motion goes to council. I also appreciate that in the motion, there is mention of an interim community space, and I think that is a very great idea. As I speak now, there are frequently asked questions that have been answered, concerns that have come up. And I would like to suggest that maybe City Hall or this committee, in collaboration with other groups in the community, have a site, small space accessible on the City Hall website so that frequently asked questions can be read, accessed by my community. Questions like this: if the center is attached to a hotel, will there be a separate entrance and exit? That is a frequently asked question, and that has been answered. And that question can be posted on that site. Another question: if the hotel, when built, is sold, what will happen to the center? And we have been told at that meeting it will be safe. If the developer does not continue with the construction midway or at the start, hypothetical, will the promise of a center be secured? And if we have, during the upcoming elections in the municipality, if we have a different council, will the center be safe? These are frequently asked questions we have heard from Councilor Lenny and the FLS and other organizations. Let that be posted somewhere so our community can have an accessible site where they can read their questions. Thank you for this opportunity to address the council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker is Concepcion Colobong. Also known as Jane. Good afternoon.
Honorable Mayor Ken Sim, Vancouver City Council, Lenny Zhao, the Filipino Legacy Society Board of Directors, friends, and fellow kababayans. I'm Concepcion Colobong from Vancouver. 52 years in Canada, and I thank you so much for inviting me today. Today is a very significant event to express my full support for the motion to build the Filipino Community Center with my fellow seniors Intercultural Society of BC. I am a chartered member of the Rotary Club of Vancouver Mountain View, a long-term 12th president of the Circulo Cagayano Association of BC, and an advisor of the Seniors Intercultural Society of BC. Today is a very significant event to express my full support for the motion to build the community center. I am a living testimony. In 3 decades, a dream to have a community center. Then, we did not have the levels of the government to support them. But we are so lucky to have these 3 levels of government to be with us to help build the community center. I am thankful, and with their efforts and the initiative, that they are with us. And I think that there is no question, because then I worked so hard with sacrifices and challenges that I had in the community. Then I lived in Canada for 54 years. The planning and building of the Filipino Community Center mean a lot to all of us, not only for myself, but for the whole Filipino community. The creation of the Filipino community is very important to all of us for our identity as Filipinos. Working together and knowing each other bring us more strength to build a common goal, to have our own cultural center. A Filipino culture is rich, and we want to preserve our values, traditions, and customs. We believe that there is a unanimous support by the members of the City of Vancouver Council, and this speaks the commitment of the government to support a Filipino community center. A dedicated Filipino community center in Vancouver will help foster unity,
Cheng, I'm really
preservation
sorry.
of Philippine heritage.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I did let you go over.
And I thank you for all your help
Thank you.
that this is a long overdue for Philippine Community Center. And thank you so much for all of us.
Thank you. Speaker 41, Bert Morelos. This is in person. Don't see them.
No.
Okay, we can come back. Speaker 42, Kevin Kicho.
Hello?
Hi, is that Kevin?
Yeah, it's Kevin.
Hi, Kevin. We can hear you fine. You have up to 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Awesome. Yeah, good afternoon. Thanks for this opportunity. I'm Kevin Kicho, a resident of Vancouver, and I'm speaking on behalf of Unikbayan BC. We're a Filipino youth and student organization with over 150 members across the province, and most of them are based here in Vancouver. As a Filipino youth organization, we also want a Filipino cultural center, and we are open to working with the city and the groups involved. But right now, there are still too many unanswered questions and too much risk for us to endorse this motion, so we don't support it. Our concerns are threefold. First of all, Port Living and companies linked to Mr. Reyes have been named in over 100 legal cases in BC Supreme Court alone. This includes foreclosures and insolvency actions. The Vancouver Sun also reported a civil claim accusing Mr. Reyes of misappropriating funds from longtime friends in the development, where they were promised a ground floor, which eventually was lost after refinancing and foreclosure. This shows what can potentially happen to community space when lenders take over. I understand that the motion says that the hotel cannot move ahead without the cultural center, but nothing here actually protects the cultural center long term. There is no covenant, no ownership guarantees if the land is sold, refinanced, or foreclosed. If this is meant to last generations, those protections need to exist upfront. Secondly, Port Living has a history with Filipino residents in Mount Pleasant. Our community members were evicted at the height of COVID, and compensation only came after months of campaigning by the Vancouver Tenants Union. I'm not raising these to attack anyone. It is simply part of the reality of our community that has been pushed out of the exact same neighborhood the center is proposed in. It shapes how our trust is built and is why genuine consultation on this matter is needed. Given that history, many of us expected deeper outreach before the motion reached council, especially to youth groups this is supposedly meant to benefit, and to the migrants and workers and Filipinos who don't have the privilege to attend hearings in the middle of the work week. Community engagement does not look like Q&A sessions where 1 minute is restricted to community members. It must involve the people who cannot be in this room. Lastly, we are not alleging any wrongdoing, but context does matter. In the Philippines, wealthy families, including the Consunji family that Mr. Reyes comes from, have long been linked to public contracts, public political power, and controversy. There is also a long record of money leaving the Philippines through real estate investments abroad, including here in Canada. Again, I'm not saying that is what's happening here, but this is part of why our community is so cautious in this moment, especially when corruption and graft is so top of mind for many of us, given the flood control stuff going on back home. This is why we want there to be more upfront guarantees on community governance, engagement, and transparency, especially when the public space is being coupled to a private hotel. We want this project to succeed, but in a way that truly serves our community and does not replicate the same oppressive system that creates the dire need for cultural space in the first place. If these concerns are addressed and openly with the community at the table, we would gladly return and support and work with everyone involved. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 43, Lester de Guzman.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, Lester. Yes, I can. Just a procedural question for you. Are you a resident of Vancouver?
No, I'm not.
Okay, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, Mayor Ken Sim, and Honorable Vancouver Councilors, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you on this motion today. Like the speaker said, my name is Lester, and I'm the resident, not a resident of Vancouver, but I'm here as the chair of the Mabuhay House Society, a registered non-for-profit based in Vancouver. For many years now, our society has worked tirelessly in partnership with the province in British Columbia to establish the Provincial Filipino Cultural Center, a space that is inclusive, intercultural, intergenerational, which is a true home for a lot of Filipino Canadians in BC. Over the years, we have engaged deeply with our community in consultation with the province and various municipalities, including City of Vancouver. In fact, more than 90 Filipino organizations have signed our unity statements supporting the Filipino Cultural Center, and we've hosted numerous community roundtables and consultation to ensure that the voices of our people are heard. As we continue our work, we've also partnered with the province in creating the Vision Survey in 2024 and What We Heard report in June 2025, which guided the development of the Filipino Cultural Center, which is now soon to be in the feasibility stage, feasibility study stage. We commend Your Worship, Mayor Ken Sim, and Council for recognizing the importance of the province and also the work of the Filipino space in the city, but we cannot support this motion given there are some concerns that the motion currently before you regarding the Filipino Cultural Center in 1940 Main Street. While we support the idea of a dedicated space for our community, we would believe this motion is a bit premature and comes as a surprise. Hence, we have some questions with skepticism and doubts. In the lack of the broad community consultation, we've worked so hard to foster, and basically this undermines the work and progress that our community and the province have already done. Mabuhay Society has spent years in engaging with the community, and we continue to see the same recurring issues with this proposal. I would like to share some of the different perspectives to you, Council and Mayor Ken Sim, to think about a different perspective. So first is the unclear land tenure and long-term site security, a lack of transparent governance and community oversight, no credible financial due diligence, insufficient engagement with the broader community, including key stakeholders and organizations, and a for-profit model through the hotel supporting a portion of the profit to a community center can also pose risk in an expensive market and issues with affordability and housing. These concerns are not new. They have been raised repeatedly by multiple organizations and community leaders over the past few months, and yet they remain unresolved. As an organization, we cannot move forward with addressing these fundamental issues. Without a clear plan for governance, ownership, and agreements, we are left questioning sustainability and legitimacy of this project. Hence, also this motion is in question. With over 1,700 Filipinos living in British Columbia.
You are over time, so we'll have to leave it there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 44, Virginia Archie. Good afternoon.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you. Yeah, my name is Virginia Archie. I live in Vancouver since 1989. And I'm a businesswoman, supporters of Filipino associations, and friends to all. Yes, I'm here to support the motion of a Filipino Cultural Center. I would like to acknowledge and thank you to Mayor Kim Sin, MLA Mabel Elmore, the Vancouver councillors, and the Filipino community leaders who have worked so hard to bring this motion forward. This is a historic step for the Filipino community, something many have dreamed of for decades. The Filipino community has contributed so much to Vancouver, BC. It's time we finally have a permanent home that reflects our culture, our resilience, and our legacy. Why a Filipino Cultural Center matters? Yes, a center like this will give us space to celebrate and preserve our heritage, especially for the next generations. It will be a home for cultural programs, language learning, cooking classes, arts and performances, community gatherings. This is not just a building. It is a symbol of identity, unity, and belonging for over 174 Filipinos in BC. Okay, the vision for the future of the FCC. A dedicated center would honor our stories, our history, and our contributions to this Vancouver, BC. It can become a gathering place, a learning space, and a home for every Filipino, whether you are an elder, a newcomer, or a youth born here. This center will help keep our traditions alive while showcasing our culture proudly to all of Vancouver, BC. To make this dream real, we must move forward, united, support one another, participating and giving what we have, what we can. If the Filipino community works together, it will lift other up, and the Filipino Cultural Center will become a reality. Let this be the beginning of a stronger, more connected Filipino presence in Vancouver, BC. I have an optional add-on for this speech. And I'd like also to share an additional idea from the heart.
Sorry,
Something
Virginia.
simple
I'm
and
really sorry,
optional
but you are
that
at
could
time.
help us move forward if funding becomes challenging.
Virginia, I'm really sorry, but you're over time. I apologize. And we have over 100 speakers. So we will have to move on. I'm sorry about that. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. Speaker 45, Dan Laflamme.
Great. Good morning, Mayor Sim, Councillor Joe, and members of council. My name is Dan Laflamme. I currently reside in Burnaby. After more than 25 years living in Vancouver, I am here today in strong support of expediting the Filipino Cultural Center. For over a decade, this idea has lived in conversations in community halls, living rooms, meetings, and events across the city. For years, people have imagined what a Filipino community center could be, what it could offer, and who it could help. And for years, it remained only that, an idea. Today, for the first time, we have the opportunity to turn that idea into something real, and that is extraordinary. My own connection to the Philippine community spans more than 25 years, both here and abroad. Throughout that time, one constant has always stood out. The Filipino community shows up. They show up for families, for neighbors, for healthcare, for public service, for culture, for connection. They contribute far more than their numbers and often far more than they're ever recognized for. That connection became even more personal when I married my wife, who is Filipina, who has very recently received her permanent resident status. As we walk through the process of building life together here in Canada, navigating a new country, new systems, and all the challenges of starting fresh, I can't help but think how transformative a cultural center would be. A place that grounds you when everything else is unfamiliar, a place that offers guidance, language support, mentorship, community, and belonging, a place that tells newcomers you are not alone here, you are part of something. And when people feel anchored, supported, and connected, the entire city becomes stronger for it. With 170,000 Filipinos in British Columbia, this center is not an optional cultural project. It is overdue civic infrastructure for a community that quietly and consistently strengthens our healthcare system, our workforce, our economy, the cultural life of our city, and so much more. The proposed site at 1940 Main Street is exactly that kind of central, visible, accessible location that can serve as a true home for this vision. But what makes this moment even more remarkable is something we never see, a long-term perpetual endowment through the adjoining hotel, an incredible financial commitment that'll help sustain this center for generations. This is not only rare, it is incredibly generous. It ensures that we are not just building a center, we are securing its future. After decades of discussions, we find ourselves at a threshold of something meaningful, something lasting, something long overdue. We have the community, we have the need, we have the location, and first time, we have the opportunity. My hope is that we seize it, and we honor the voices, the work, and the hope of everyone that has kept this dream alive, that we deliver this cultural center befitting the strength and dignity and the contributions of the Filipino community. Thank you, Mayor Sim, Councillor Lenny Zhou, and Council for your leadership and for your continued support. Now is the moment to make this happen. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Speaker number 46, Fee Uninama.
Yes. Hi.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Okay. So my name is Faye Granoma, and I am a resident of Surrey, BC. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I am participating as an individual to support and endorse the motion of Mayor Ken Sim and Councilor Lenny Zhao to expedite the delivery of a Filipino cultural center in Vancouver. Our community has contributed significantly to the social, cultural, and economic fabric of this province. Yet we continue to lack a dedicated space to preserve and celebrate our heritage. A permanent center is not simply a desirable addition, it is a necessary step toward equity, representation, and inclusion. I respectfully urge that you recognize this need and take concrete action toward establishing a Filipino Cultural Center in Vancouver, because this project can also create meaningful jobs and strengthen local tourism. Thank you, Mayor Sim, and all members of City Councils for your support of the Filipino Cultural Center. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Speaker 47, Salvation Santiago. Okay, we'll come back to them. Speaker 48, Socorro Newland. Okay. Speaker 49, Joyce Noyo. Okay, Speaker 50 did withdraw. Speaker 51, Peter Dixon. Yeah?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Peter. You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Hi. Good day, Mayor Sim and members of the council. My name is Peter Dixon. I'm a Vancouver resident here to express my support for the Filipino Legacy Society's proposal to establish a Filipino Cultural Center in Vancouver. This project represents an opportunity to create a meaningful community space, one that reflects Vancouver's values of inclusion, diversity, and long-term community investment. A Filipino Cultural Center will serve as a dedicated place to preserve and share Filipino heritage belonging to one of the fastest growing communities in British Columbia. Through cultural programming, language learning, music and dance, culinary education, and history exhibits, the center will offer opportunities for both cultural expression and cultural exchange. It will also give Filipino youth a place to connect with their identity and will give the broader public a welcoming way to experience a culture that is already deeply woven into the fabric of our city. This proposal also addresses community needs behind cultural celebration. Grounded in the Philippine value of being Han, helping one another, the center includes space for senior programs, youth mentorship, newcomer support, and partnerships with local schools and organizations. It's designed not to be just a venue, but a hub for connection, belonging, and support. A key strength of this proposal is its economic model. The integrated hotel component is intentionally created a stable revenue stream to support the center's operating over time. This reduces dependency on government funding and ensures sustainability long-term. Actual cultural programming, conferences, festivals, and exhibitions will contribute to the local vibrancy and economic activity, benefiting artists, small business, tourism, Vancouver, and broader creative economy. Supporting the motion is also acknowledged of the Filipino community long-standing contributions to Vancouver in healthcare, public service, trade, childcare, education, hospitality, and entrepreneurship. A Filipino Culture Center is more than a building. It represents recognition, representation, and respect. It is important to note that the Philippine Legacy Society is the only group that has put forward a comprehensive, community-driven, non-political, and financially responsible plan. The intention is not for a few, but for all Filipinos and for the Vancouver as a whole. For these reasons, cultural, social, and economic, I respectfully ask the Council to support this approval and allow this meaningful project to take to the next step. Thank you for your time, your leadership, and your consideration. Thanks so much.
Hey, thanks, Peter. Speaker 52 withdrew. Speaker 53 is Audrey Lim. Hi, Audrey.
Hello. Hi, hello. Hello, I am Audrey Lim, an entrepreneur in Vancouver. Thank you for the opportunity to speak up today. I would like to acknowledge Mayor Sim, Mabel Elmore, and the rest of the team. My opinion, it is about time for Filipinos should have our own community center. The center should be built because it represents the solidarity, camaraderie, and showing how resilient the Filipinos are even in trying times. Again, it is about time for us Filipinos to have a community center. Thank you, and I wish you all the best, especially with this plan.
Hey, thank you, Audrey. Speaker 54, Neza Villasaran. It says in person, but I don't see them. Okay, we'll come back. Speaker 55, Justin Anganaban. Not sure. Ask. Hi there. Are you Justin? Okay. We tried. We'll come back to Justin. 56 withdrew. 57, Oscar Bisnar. Oh, great. Perfect. Hi, Oscar. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to Mayor Sim, Council, and staff. You are hardly recognized here. Thank you for letting me speak here. My background is I've lived here in Vancouver on and off since 1956, so I've seen the Filipino community grow in Canada. And I'm really happy to see the structures that have grown around to support this growth. So, but I'm here today to offer my caution of community centers and to offer a suggestion based on my experience. I've been a member of the Kerrisdale Community Center Board of Directors for the past 16 years, serving in various capacities as president, vice president, and chair of, and or member of various committees like program and youth committees. Kerrisdale Community Center is one of the busiest facilities in Vancouver. From my experience, a Filipino community center should and must function to serve the entire population. Its leadership should be elected by the public, be term-specific to serve, and be decentralized, not entrenched, a power base for any group or individual. The Filipino Legacy Society has the strongest case of the interest groups to build the center because it has the planned partnership to the future building on Main Street and the support of City Council. Competition detracts from the intents and efforts to unite the community. Finally, there need not be a zero-sum winner-takes-all situation between the competing community interest groups. The publicly stated purpose of the Filipino Legacy Society is to facilitate the actual building of the community center. Subsequently, Mabuhay, Filipino BC, and other stakeholder groups could then focus on the public's programming needs, and this arrangement could give a win-win for every group that has an interest here. Therefore, I support and encourage the City Council to allow Legacy Society to do the functions as stated in motion number 2. I thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thanks, Oscar. Speaker 58, Liza Secretaria.
Yes, can you hear me?
Hi, good afternoon. Yes, we can.
Good afternoon, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hello? Okay. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Mayor Kinsim and Council. My name is Lisa Secretaria, and I'm a resident of Burnaby. I'm proud to support the Filipino Cultural Center in Vancouver. This is a place that we can call home. This is a place where we can invite, where we can welcome people and different culture. And thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak this afternoon. God bless us all.
Thanks. Thank you for calling in. Um, we'll now go next to speaker 59, Brad Cran. We have Brad on the line.
No.
Okay. Speaker 60 withdrew. Speaker 61, Jennifer Albindia.
Oh, hi.
Hi,
My name is
Jennifer.
Jennifer Albin. Oh, hi.
Go ahead, please.
Okay. Hi, my name is Jennifer Albindia. I used to live in Vancouver since 1997, about 7 years ago, but now I live in Surrey. I am a resident of Surrey. So thank you for the opportunity to speak for you today. I am participating as an individual to endorse the motion of Mayor Ken Sim and Councilor Lenny Zhao to expedite the delivery of a Filipino Cultural Center in Vancouver. It is time to build a Filipino Cultural Center that will serve as a community hub that supports cultural preservation, community connection, and integration for Filipino immigrants living in BC, especially in Vancouver. I hope that you will pass this motion so that Filipinos will have a place to stay, study, learn, mingle, to unite, especially during events and celebrations where everyone is welcome to participate and enjoy. Thank you, Mayor Sim, Councilor Zhao, and all members of the City Council for your support of the Filipino Cultural Center. Thanks, bye.
Thank you very much for calling. We'll now go to speaker 62, Jingle Soria.
No.
We'll come back to them. Speaker 63, Genesis Deao.
No.
Okay. Speaker 64, Selena Schurst.
No.
Speaker 65, Jeanette Mujar.
No.
Okay. Speaker 66 withdrew. Speaker 67, Luz Viminda Hua.
Don't know who.
Yeah, maybe we'll just wait until they enter the chamber.
So I would say no.
No? Okay. Speaker 68, Alona Soria.
Just getting a message. No.
Speaker 69, Antonio Ortega. Hi, Antonio.
Honorable Kim Singh, city councilors who are witnessing this afternoon, community leaders from outside Filipino community and inside, good afternoon. My name is Antonio Tony Ortega, and I am one of the residents of the city of Richmond. I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today regarding my views for the community initiative putting a cultural center here in Vancouver. I am speaking in behalf of my own capacity. I am a descendant of Lapu-Lapu from Cebu Island, Philippines. I am here in speaking in my own capacity to support the full support of the Filipino Cultural Center, endorsed by the city government of Vancouver through Councilor Lenny Zhao to expedite the delivery of the Filipino Cultural Center in Vancouver. Majority of the Filipinos here needs the Cultural Center, and I believe this is the right time to build a Filipino cultural that can be called a home, a place where we can be together. The Filipino needs a cultural space. The Filipino needs a cultural center because this is a space to celebrate and share with a wider community its rich heritage and culture. Filipino community has grown up to 172,000 strong, and the proposed site of the 1040 Main Street is accessible to everyone. The plan of 60,000 square foot cultural workspace is a space of programming and services like language lesson, culinary demonstration, art exhibits, meeting venues, and community gatherings. We have to note that there are 42,000 minor and majority festival of the Filipino culturals, the Filipinos. And some of these festivals are held in Vancouver. To name a few, the Sinulog Festival, the biggest festival of the Filipinos by the Cebuano Society, the Pintados by the Liti Association, the Fiesta celebration of the Santo Niño Shrine in Agassi, based on Agassi, and also the Fiesta celebration of the patron of the Filipino San Pedro Calungsod, now based in Richmond. We believe that by approving the motion through your honorable council, you are also giving us a legacy that it cannot erase the mindset of the Filipinos who are coming, especially to the next generation. To Mayor Kem Singh, the city councilors, thank you. And we're expecting the approval from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Speaker number 71, Tracy Adams.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi, Tracy. Please go ahead.
Good day to everyone. My name is Tracy Adams, and I am a resident of Canby Village in Vancouver. I wholeheartedly support the Filipino Cultural Center project advancement. We all know that Vancouver real estate reality is such that cultural groups and arts organizations have enormous hurdles in front of them when it comes to finding viable and affordable spaces. So I hope that a strong commitment from the city now will allow the consideration of such mixed-use spaces to become more common. Will open the door and create a way for perhaps other community and cultural groups to see a path for their own aspirations as well. I ask the Honorable Mayor and Council to not let this rare alignment of the civic, provincial, and federal support for the Philippine Cultural Center wane, and to do everything in your power to move this mixed-use building concept forward. I think we've all benefited so much from the rich cultural diversity in the city, and this project will add one more beautiful space in which to celebrate that richness. And most importantly, it'll be a space for a community that adds so much warmth and generosity of spirit to all of our lives. I think right now is an important time. We need to bring people together more now than ever, and this proposed space is a great way to help to do that. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Okay, thanks very much for speaking. Speaker 72, Mercedes Wong. Good afternoon, Mercedes.
Hello. My name is Mercedes Wong. Lived for 48 years in Kitsilano. 59 years as members of the Certified Public Accountant. I'm speaking today in support of the current proposal by the Vancouver City Council for two reasons. One, I believe supporting the proposal, it has been 40 years that we have been thinking of a dream that will come true. And this is the first time that we have ever had a support. Number two, I've looked at the design, including the towers at the 500-room hotel. I am a commercial realtor, and I believe that it's sustainable, especially on the operation side. I believe the development will fill my community, the dream that we have dreamed for 40 years. I know that they're concerned about our community. Filipinos has the knowledge, skill, experience to deal with the concerns and to find solutions. From here on, let's have more transparent and consultation. Let's have the community involvement, and I'd love to volunteer. I'm 83 years old. Thank you.
Great. Thanks for speaking to council. We'll go to Speaker 73, Rosalina Leonode. Have Rosalina on the line?
Just quick check. No.
Okay. Speaker 74, Catherine Flandez.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Sim. Hi. I'm calling in from Tawasin.
Fantastic. Please go ahead.
So, great. Good afternoon, Mayor Sim, honorable councilors, and community. My name is Catherine Flandez. I'm a resident of Tawasin, and I'm a strong supporter of this motion to build the Filipino Cultural Center. I grew up here in Vancouver, and my mom is from the Philippines. She's been here for more than 50 years and has contributed to the healthcare system in so many ways, from emergency rooms to at-home care for the most vulnerable, working days, evenings, and nights. I'll never forget the day she was upset when someone told her to come back where she came from. And I'm sure many families have similar stories. Sorry. That's why I strongly support building this project to strengthen cultural belonging for our kids, parents, and grandkids. It finally gives us a home to celebrate our culture. And beyond that, it's a world-class project that shows our community deserves nothing less. To the groups opposing this, they're coming to the table with problems, but they don't have a solution. And I've learned from many years in the corporate world that you shouldn't raise a concern and a problem unless you have a solution. This project is the solution. It's the only viable project at this stage, and it's something we can all be proud of. Thank you so much.
Thank you for calling. Speaker 75 withdrew. Speaker 76, Marcy Helt. Have Marcy on the line?
So I'm just checking. Not on the line.
Speaker 77, Olivia Carino.
Nope.
Okay. Speaker 78, Rita Rowe.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mayor Sim and Council. My name is Rita Rowe, and I live outside of Vancouver. I surely would like to see a Filipino Cultural Center in Vancouver, and I will support it. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Rita. Speaker 79, Philippa Adams.
Hello, good afternoon, Mayor Sim, Council and Community. My name is Philippa, and my family lives in Vancouver, in the Cambie Village. I believe that the Filipino Cultural Center will be a welcoming space for people to gather from Vancouver, the Lower Mainland, and beyond. It will also be a place for folk to come together to recognize, preserve, connect, educate, and celebrate history, culture, and art. I wholeheartedly support the creation of the Filipino Cultural Center, and I look forward to seeing the federal, provincial, and municipal governments work together with the Filipino community and the general community to make this cultural center a reality. Thank you all so much.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 80, Mildred Ramos. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Mildred Ramos. Oh, sorry about that. I am here to support the motion for the Filipino Cultural Center. This is an opportunity for us. Please, let's do it. And also, please accept my admiration to all of you here for the effort. And deeply thankful for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 81, Stuart Forsyth.
No.
Speaker 82, Paul Biesla.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Paul. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Paul Biesla. I'm a resident of South Van in Sunset on Musqueam lands. I'm calling in regards to supporting this motion. I've already provided written comments and a letter of support, but I wanted to share from the perspective of a community that is also advocating for their own cultural space, so I could emphasize the importance of cultural safe spaces for communities underrepresented that sometimes don't have as many opportunities to share their culture in safe spaces. And so I think for that reason, and as many speakers before me have said, this move and push for a Filipino Cultural Center is very important. And I just want to, again, share my support, not on just behalf of myself, but also the nonprofit that I volunteer with, which is the Punjabi Market Collective. And once again, we thank Mayor and Council for continuing to advocate for communities like ours and supporting them always. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 83, Angie Austria.
No.
Okay. Speaker 84, Estela De Castro.
Nope.
Okay. Speaker 85, Imelda Landicho.
Nope.
Okay. Speaker 86 has withdrawn. Speaker 87, Suki Sahota.
Nope.
Speaker 88, Mike Darby.
No.
Speaker 89, Alicia Borthwick.
No.
Speaker 90, Melanie Boutine.
No.
Speaker 91, Liberty De Vera. Hi, good afternoon.
Hello, hi. Just a quick.
Oh, Liberty, I see you're a representative speaker.
That's right.
Do you have the other three people present, or?
Yes, with me downstairs.
Okay, could you just mind reading their names?
Yep. Raymond Malewat, Apple Plata, and Carlos Aguasin.
Great, thank you. So you have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
All right, thank you so much. Honorable Mayor, councilors, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Liberty De Vera from Pinoy Festival Alliance Society. I stand before you on behalf of 49 well-established Filipino organizations who have endorsed the Pinoy Festival Alliance statement to uphold integrity. Today, we rise in strong opposition to the motion proposing a so-called Filipino Cultural Center within a commercial hotel development at 1940 Main Street. With respect and sincerity, we ask the Mayor and Council to reject this motion to advance. For generations, Filipino Canadians in British Columbia have carried a clear, dignified, and deeply held dream to build a stand-alone Filipino Cultural Center, a home that reflects our identity, our stories, our history, and our contributions. A Filipino Cultural Center is not a hotel amenity. It is a representation of identity, history, and community. It must stand on its own, be an inclusive and accessible space. It should not be embedded in a commercial establishment or tied to corporate branding. Embedding our cultural identity inside a private commercial development diminishes its purpose, limits accessibility, and undermines independence. We respectfully reject the building of a Filipino Cultural Center within a hotel. We also cannot, in good conscience, support in any process that lacks transparency, bypass established community-led initiatives, use our culture for commercial or political leverage, or does not reflect the values and priorities of the people it claims to represent. This is not in alignment with the Filipino Canadians' collective vision, and not the Vancouver we believe in. We will not take part in any project or movement that exploits our identity for profit or political gain. Our strength lies in unity, and that unity is what makes this moment so important. For the first time in decades, Filipinos across BC have come together to share a single, clear, and unmistakable message. A Filipino Cultural Center must stand on its own. Even though we have waited decades, we refuse to act out of desperation. We will not settle for a compromised or diminished version of our dream. We choose to learn from past mistakes, to move forward as one and to build the cultural center our community truly deserves. This is not resistance for the sake of resistance. It is a commitment to integrity, unity, and truth. We cannot abandon integrity now. We cannot dilute our identity now. We cannot allow our culture to be commodified for convenience. We stand firm in guarding the integrity of our culture and the unity of our community. The reality is this. The province of British Columbia has formally recognized the work of legitimate community-led groups through its What We Heard report. The government has clearly signaled its commitment to moving forward with a genuine, community-supported Filipino cultural center. We ask and expect the City of Vancouver to honor this work and support the existing and legitimate community-driven initiatives and efforts, not undermine them with a proposal inconsistent with the community expectations. We move forward together, please, aligned with one vision, one effort, and one heart for the future of the Filipino community in British Columbia. The hopes of those who came before us and those who will come after us rest in our hands. Let us move forward with integrity. We ask you to stand with us, not in a symbolic way, but in a meaningful way, by respecting the unity, the voice, the vision of the community you intend to serve. And so again, with respect and sincerity, we ask the Mayor and Council to reject the motion to advance the 1940 Main Street Hotel project as a Filipino Cultural Center, affirm the importance of a genuine community-led, standalone Filipino Cultural Center, support and collaborate with the province and with community-led organizations that are already engaged in advanced discussions on this project, and uphold a process grounded in transparency, inclusivity, and community-first decision-making, ensuring cultural spaces are built with the communities, not imposed on them. Passing this motion sets the precedent that cultural communities must accept being folded into commercial projects if they want recognition.
You're at time.
Okay?
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much.
Thanks for speaking to
Have a
council.
good evening.
Speaker 92, Lolita Elmore.
Hello, this is Lolita. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Hi there. My name is Lolita Elmore, and I live in Surrey, British Columbia. I'm really grateful for the opportunity to speak to you today, and I am here to speak on my own behalf as an individual and as a person of Filipino heritage. I endorse the motion of Mayor Ken Sims, Councillor Lenny Zhu, and I would like to see this motion expedited to deliver the long-awaited and essential Filipino Cultural Center. A couple of the main reasons that I think that this is just an excellent opportunity for the Filipino community is that the location is ideal. It's located right within Vancouver City. It is close to transportation, easy for people to get to. And I also love the long-term vision of the sustainability factor, partnering with the hotel so that there is that ongoing funding that can ensure that the center remains open long term. So I love that vision. And I just want to say thank you again to Mayor Sim, Councillor Zhu, all the city councillors, and all of the other staff and City Hall staff that are in attendance. And I thank you for your endurance because this has been a very long day. So thank you.
Thank you for calling. Speaker 93, Cherie Mendoza.
No.
Okay. Speaker 94, Pinky Lois.
No.
Speaker 95, Noble Flandes.
No.
Speaker 96, Dryden Adams.
No.
Speaker 97, Sunders Soria.
No.
Speaker 98, Ryan Michael Cabalete.
No.
Speaker 99, Bernice Blonson.
No.
Speaker 100, Victor Villamera.
No.
Speaker 101, Robert Newland.
No.
Speaker 102, Janelle Belo Santos. Good afternoon.
Council, my name is Janelle Fellow Santos. Thank you. I work in child and youth mental health, and I speak today as a daughter of Filipino immigrants and as a foster parent to Indigenous children. I'm here in support of this motion from the lens of someone who has witnessed how identity, belonging, and cultural grounding shape well-being in real and measurable ways. What I see in my home is simple and human. When children don't see themselves reflected in the world around them, they shrink. And when they do, they expand. Their confidence changes, their behavior changes, their physiological system changes. Belonging is not symbolic, you see, it's developmental and it's foundational. In the work that I do, I see that when identity is supported, we reduce behavioral crises, school disengagement, loneliness, and intergenerational harm. Cultural grounding is not a luxury, it's prevention. It reduces strain on schools, mental health services, and the social system. This is why cultural space is stabilizing and sacred. It gives people a place where their nervous system can exhale and their lived reality is affirmed. And as a Filipino living on the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples, I understand that we are guests here. And as our community becomes more rooted in our cultural home, then must reflect and respect theirs, because true belonging never asks for another people to disappear. Our community has learned to hold its breath because we've been symbolically included while structurally excluded. When people have been tokenized, they brace. But when we're genuinely welcomed like we're being today, we breathe. Supporting this motion is not about rushing or overlooking concerns. It's about ensuring that the next stage includes community leadership and transparent consultation so that what's built reflects the depth of what it's meant to hold. We can't ask our youth to take up space and feel proud to know who they are if we ourselves retreat when opportunity finally appears, as it is in this moment. We teach by modeling and we build by participating. Community is not declared, it's built. And cities become strong when the people in them feel seen. I believe our community can choose connection over hesitation, and that with the partnership of mayor and with council, a cultural center can become an asset to the whole city of Vancouver, strengthening community and enriching the city and reflecting the humanity that sustains it. Thank you, council. Thank you, mayor, for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you. Speaker 103, Haley Borthwick.
No.
Speaker 104, Casson Borthwick.
No.
Speaker 105, Yolanda Siskar.
No.
Speaker 106, Edmund Tumeneng. I'm just noticing in the gallery, are you Yolanda? Okay, we're not there yet. Thank you.
Yeah, 150.
Okay, thanks. Did we have Edmund Tumeneng? No. Jessica Lumitau?
No.
Speaker 108, Jay Jayag.
No.
Speaker 109, Dennis Lumitau.
No.
Speaker 110, Joyce Mamariel.
No.
Speaker 111, Ron Mamariel.
No.
Speaker 112, Tisha Newland.
No.
Speaker 113, Glenn Tagalo. Hi, Glenn.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
I just wanted to start off by saying that I'm here on this call not as a member of the VPD, but as a member of the City of Vancouver and a proud Canadian citizen. So me being here does not reflect the VPD. Number one, I want to thank the mayor, the city councilors, and everyone else from the City of Vancouver for their support. And you guys are the unsung heroes, and thank you so much for everything that you do. I'm a proud Canadian, proud Filipino Canadian, and I believe that this Filipino Cultural Center will do so much positive for the community, for Filipinos and all the other communities alike. To see something like that in the public can only create positive reinforcement and more confidence. I can't help but think of and just brings a smile to my face when I'm out at work and I see Filipino kids and families come up and how proud they are to see a member of their own being in the job that I'm so privileged and lucky to do. And I can only imagine what that would do for the community. So I am 100% supportive of this. And again, thank you, city councilors and all the City of Vancouver workers for all that you do. And Mayor Ken Sim, I can't thank you enough. You guys are fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker 114, Bruce Famine.
No.
Speaker 115, Anna Maria Butcher. Hi. Good afternoon. Anna, I see you're a representative speaker. Did you have the other three?
Yes.
Yeah.
I have Corazon Belves, Chinko Lubong, Arlene Nicanor, Jay Jayag, Tracy Pabo downstairs.
Great. Thank you. So you have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. First, I would like to read a good vibes from Mark Twain. The secret to getting ahead is getting started. Good afternoon, Mayor Kinsim and city councilors. My name is Anna Maria Butcher, immigrated in 1987 to Canada, resident of the city of New Westminster since 1988, and past president of the Filipino Seniors Club of BC, currently president of the Seniors Intercultural Society of BC, and active volunteer in many ways. In 1989, I am one of the founders of BBAC, Association of BC, composed of the 5 provinces, namely Benguet, Ifugao, Bontoc, Apayao, Kalinga, and the Cordillera region of the Philippines. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My group and I support the motion. When I first met then Mayor candidate Ken Sim and the ABC Party councilman candidates, I was asked how we managed to have our events. I mentioned to Mayor candidate Ken Sim that we pay the whole rental, the DJ for our music and food by collecting entrance fees of $10 per person, which is not enough. So most of the time, we, the board of directors and good-hearted donors, donate food in cash. I told candidate Ken Sim how we wish to have our own center or place for our events, to have our seniors be active for their wellness and become productive in the community. I even joke that we seniors do not keep our pensions under our pillows. We spend it, thus keeping our economy going. Kim Sim and his ABC Party Council candidates came back to join us again. This means to me something struck an interest for a place for us. I invited Mayor Kensim and councilors to attend our Philippine Independence Day celebration in June 2023, and he delivered a very moving speech about the Filipinos who came here in Vancouver, in BC, and in Canada, and all over the world as mostly nurses working in hospitals, caring for the sick, caregivers, caring families and children. We were so uplifted for the kind words and recognized for what we do. I have chills on my spine when Mayor Kensim mentioned how we sacrifice to leave our families and country for better opportunities. I have tears rolling my cheeks because most mothers left their young children. In June 2025, I invited Mayor Kinsim and City Council to join the Philippine Independence and Filipino Heritage Month celebration. And again, he announced that there will be a Filipino Community Center in Vancouver. Everyone felt reassured and excited. When I became a Canadian citizen, I was so proud of my new country. But deep in my heart, I am a Filipino and continue to speak my dialect, language, and practice our rich heritage, traditions, and cultures in my home basements, halls, and parks. My Bibak family brought our instruments such as gongs, gansas, solibaos, tik-tik to dance, practice our rituals, and colorful costumes made of fabrics weaved in our provinces. I am here thrilled in my own personal capacity and on behalf of the Seniors Intercultural Society of BC to endorse the motion of Mayor Kinsim and Councilor Lini Xiao to expedite the delivery of a Filipino Cultural Center in Vancouver. To our city councilors, I truly believe you have gold hearts to approve the motion of promoting cultural inclusion and economic vitality, advancing the Main Street Filipino Cultural Center and the hotel project. This center will be a place for everyone. It will be a place for dreams, talents, creativity, inspirations, energy, entertainment, hope to bring our best for all the Filipinos to celebrate our different cultures together as we have not done this in the Philippines, and this will definitely unite us. A place where we can exhibit and display our artifacts, paintings, vibrant colors of our costumes, the thunder of our music and dances, and the wow the world to come to Vancouver. The icons of the Bay, Sears, Eaton, Woodwards are gone, and this new icon of the Filipino Cultural Center will be forever alive. Present and future generations will have a place to learn our different Filipino cultures and traditions.
Anna Maria, I'm so sorry to cut you off, but you are over time, and you have 5 minutes, which is more. Thank you so much. I just need to check in with the clerks on speaker. So I just need 1 minute here. Yeah. Sorry about that. Okay, we will continue. We'll go to speaker 116, Gurish Kohil. Or Kohli. We have Gurish.
Now that they're here.
They're here?
Okay. Well, I guess not.
Okay, we'll come back to them. 117, Mike Dizon.
No.
118, Vivian Vega.
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Vivian. Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you very much. So my name is Vivian Vega, I am an active member of the Felcan Helping Hand Society. I am the secretary of this society, also a resident in Vancouver. Honorable Mayor Ken Sim and city councilors, thank you for having this opportunity to express my strong support for the motion advancing the Main Street Filipino Cultural Center. I strongly urge you to help us achieve this long-standing dream of our community. This project will allow us to build, support, and strengthen connections with one another. It will provide a dedicated space for cultural celebration and lifelong learning for all ages. The Filipino Cultural Center will also serve as a central place for gathering, healing, and mutual support. It is envisioned as a space for intergenerational healing, reconciliation, and for sharing our rich Filipino culture with the broader community. Here in Vancouver, we are fortunate to have a variety of cultural centers, but no center for Filipino yet. People are becoming more interested not only in their own heritage, but in learning about the cultures of others. Cultural centers benefit health, bring communities together in shared learning, celebration, and understanding. So for these reasons, Mayor Ken Sim and city councilors, I respectfully ask for your support in moving this project forward. Thank you in advance.
Okay, thank you for calling. We'll now go to speaker number 119, Ahmed Delos Santos.
No.
Okay. Speaker 120 withdrew. Speaker 121, Dax Karmarsi.
No.
Okay. Speaker 123, Goldie Castro.
No.
Okay. Speaker 124, Alexander Lowell. Lowell.
No.
125, Marlene Kudiamat.
No.
126, Alda Deaza.
No.
127, John Braganit.
No.
128, Agnes Ugiel.
No.
129, Aaron Arnold.
No.
130 withdrew. 131, Charisse De La Cruz.
No.
132, Princita Herrero.
No.
133, Francis Mathieu.
Yes.
I'm here.
Hi,
Can you
Francis.
hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Honorable Mayor Ken Sim, City Council members, guests, sa aking mga kababayan, good afternoon. My name is Francis Matthew. I am a Filipino theater artist, director, and cultural worker based in Victoria. I finished my MFA program from the University of Victoria in 2023. In the same year, I directed and was the event organizer of the first Lapu-Lapu Day in BC that happened here in Victoria before it transferred to Vancouver in 2024. I am here today to express my strong support for the Filipino community's aspiration to build a Filipino Cultural Center in Vancouver. As someone who has devoted decades to theater, my work centers on uplifting marginalized voices, strengthening cultural connections, and advancing meaningful artistic exchange. In my practice, I champion Filipino stories, not only to preserve our heritage, but to push artistic boundaries and engage new generations of Filipino and Canadian audiences alike. My work has taken me across communities creating theater that bridges cultures and reflects the realities, histories, and aspirations of Filipino Canadians. A Filipino Cultural Center would not simply be a building, it would be a platform, a home for creativity, education, and community life. It would support artists, elders, youth, and newcomers. It would allow us to gather, share our stories, nurture cultural pride, and contribute more visibly to the artistic and civic fabric of the city of Vancouver. The Filipino community is one of the largest and fastest growing migrant groups in Canada. We continue to contribute to Vancouver's cultural ecosystem in vibrant and meaningful ways through dance, music, theater, food, films, and community care. Imagine what we could accomplish with a center that provides rehearsal space, classrooms, galleries, and venue for performances that reflect our lived experiences. As a theater artist, I have witnessed how cultural spaces ignite creativity, mentorship, and integral intergenerational exchange. A Filipino Cultural Center would empower emerging artists, support cultural workers, and open doors for collaborations that connect Vancouver to Filipino and Filipino Canadian creators across the country. It would also strengthen Canada's cultural landscape by giving voice to stories that have long been underrepresented in mainstream arts institutions. This center is not just for Filipinos, it is for Vancouver. It will enrich the city's cultural diversity, deepen intercultural understanding, and inspire new artistic and community partnerships. I urge the Council to support this motion to help us build a home for Filipino arts, culture, and community. A place where our stories can thrive, where future generations can see themselves reflected, empowered, and valued. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak, and thank you everyone for all of your hard work and dedication to keep on improving the city and the lives of the citizens of Vancouver. Mabuhay po kayong lahat. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Speaker 134 withdrew. Speaker 135, Will Abale.
My name is Will Abale, and I live and run an art gallery in Vancouver in the traditional and unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. I'm here today to speak in support of the proposed Filipino Community Center at Main and 4th in Mount Pleasant. For generations, Filipino people have been an essential steady presence in Vancouver. Despite our deep roots and enormous contributions, we have never had a community center of our own, a place where we can gather, celebrate, learn, and be seen. This proposal finally offers that opportunity, and importantly, it offers it in a location that is both symbolic and practical. The site in Mount Pleasant is profoundly accessible. It is surrounded by, in the future, 3 SkyTrain stations directly connected to major bus routes and just a short walk from Pacific Central Station, which is the province's main transit hub. For many Filipino families, public transit is a lifeline. Accessibility is not an abstract issue. It's about whether people can realistically participate in their own community life. And with the new St. Paul's Hospital opening just 10 blocks away, this location becomes even more meaningful. A significant number of the hospital's future caregivers, nurses, and support workers will be Filipino. To build our community center within walking distance of where so many of our community members will work, often long, difficult shifts, is an act of recognition and dignity. It anchors the center where our community already lives and contributes. I also want to acknowledge that there are other Filipino groups with other visions for community centers in other neighborhoods, including Southeast Marine Drive. And that is not a point of division. That is a reflection of our community's size and diversity. Because the Filipino community is not monolithic. We come from over 7,000 islands, dozens of languages, multiple faith traditions, and a wide range of professional and cultural backgrounds. Our population is large enough and diverse enough that Vancouver can and should support multiple Filipino community centers in different parts of the city over time. This proposal does not negate others. It simply represents the one that is ready, accessible, and sustainable today. I also want to highlight the importance of cultural programming within this community center. Culture is not an afterthought. It is a driver of belonging, learning, and economic activity. According to the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, as cited by the Canada Council just last week in a report, the the arts sector accounts for 2% of Canada's GDP, and when total impacts are considered, contributes $131 billion to Canada's GDP while supporting over 1.1 million jobs nationwide. Placing a Filipino cultural hub in Mount Pleasant, one of Vancouver's most active creative districts, connects our diaspora directly to this powerful cultural and economic ecosystem. It ensures that Filipino stories, art, and creativity are not pushed to the periphery but woven into the cultural life of the whole city. This is more than a building. It is a long overdue affirmation of the Filipino community's belonging in Vancouver. So it is time for the Filipino community.
I apologize. I have to cut you off. You are over time.
No problem. Thank you for your time and for listening with open hearts.
Thanks for calling in. Speaker 136 withdrew. Speaker 137 withdrew. Speaker 138 is Roberto Hayot. Pardon me. Roberto?
Yes.
Is that Ruperto?
Can you hear me? Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. I just need to ask you for procedural reasons if you're a resident of Vancouver.
I am a resident of Burnaby.
Okay, thanks. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Ruperto or Rupi Payot. I live in Burnaby. I am representing two associations, religious and non-religious. The non-religious is the Bohol Foundation of British Columbia. And the other one is Viva Senior Santo Niño Association of BC. I'm also a realtor at the same time. However, on behalf of these associations, I would like to thank Vancouver Council and the City Mayor Tim Sen for giving us the opportunity to gather tonight or this afternoon. Yes, we are really supporting the recommendation of this proposed Filipino Cultural Center. We really hope and pray that this motion approval will help make this long Filipino dream a reality. Looking back 40 years ago, exactly in the early 90s, I was one of the committee members to make a steering committee or to propose for the another cultural center at the time. That was exactly, to be exact date, our first meeting was on April 25, 1992 at St. Joseph Parish Hall. That was in 1992. But however, after that, we organized elected presidents, so many volunteers were involved. At least 6 doctors, Filipino doctors were involved in those days, 3 lawyers, so many engineers, architects, accountants, and so many volunteers from all walks of life. However, the group did not last. Maybe it lasted only for around 10 years, but I'm happy to hear or to know that at this moment, there are many groups that are still continuing to carry the torch of building a community, and I'm very happy, and I'm here to support this group. And again, I would like to thank the City of Burnaby, Vancouver, for all this opportunity, for giving us the opportunity to be part of this city. Thank you very much. May God bless us all. May tomorrow be a more pleasant day.
Thank you for calling.
Thanks again.
Thank you. Speaker 139, Gagandeep Chador.
Hear me?
Hi, yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Perfect. Hi, so my name is Gagandeep Jador, and I'm a resident of Surrey, BC. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm here to strongly support and endorse Mayor Ken Sim and Councillor Lenny Joe on the Filipino Cultural Center and Hotel project. I'm speaking as a member of Gobind Marg Charitable Trust, a Sikh charitable society with a temple in Surrey. Our organization has been deeply involved in community service, cultural preservation, and supporting people from all different backgrounds. Because of this work, we understand how important it is for cultural communities to have a safe, welcoming, and permanent space where people can gather, celebrate important occasions, keep traditions alive, and truly feel at home. Cultural spaces like this aren't just facilities. They're anchors for identity and belonging. They give children a place to learn their heritage, they give elders a space where their stories and experiences are valued, and they give families a center where they can connect, celebrate, and support one another. When a community has that foundation, it becomes stronger, more confident, and better equipped to contribute positively to the broader society. The Filipino community has made and continues to make an incredible contribution to Vancouver and the Lower Mainland, whether that's through healthcare, business, hospitality, public service, arts, or culture. Establishing a Filipino cultural center is a meaningful way to honor that contribution and ensure future generations have a place to celebrate and preserve their identity. At the same time, cultural centers benefit everyone. They bring economic activity, support local businesses, encourage tourism, and create opportunities for cultural exchange. In a diverse city like Vancouver, spaces that promote understanding and connection between communities help strengthen the social fabric. When cultural groups have a home where they can welcome others in, it fosters genuine inclusion and mutual respect. Supporting this project, it's not just empowering one community. It's about building a city that embraces diversity, strengthens social cohesion, and supports economic vitality. This initiative reflects leadership from Mayor Ken Sim and Councillor Lenny Joe in recognizing the value of cultural infrastructure and the importance of supporting Vancouver's diverse communities. For all these reasons, I'm proud to endorse this project and the leadership behind it. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Hey, thank you for calling. Speaker 140, Gurik Hashe. Uh, 141, Sheila Charlon. 142, Cecilia Mamalis. 143, Harvey Mata Inahid.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Sheila Charlon. One moment, please.
Cool.
Okay. 142, Cecilia.
Oh, do you mind just turning down your audio of the video? Because we're just getting some feedback. Thanks.
Sure. Thank you. To the esteemed members of the City Council of Vancouver, Mayor Ken Sim, and the proponent of this motion, good afternoon. I am Harvey Inahid, and I am based here in the city of Vernon of the North Okanagan region of BC. I am a member of the Filipino Association of Vernon, but I am speaking with my own capacity as a Filipino. With a big resounding yes, I support in favor of the establishment of the Filipino Cultural Center and Hotel project in Vancouver. This long overdue project is not just about recognizing and celebrating the decades of Filipino contribution to Canada, but this is a profound reminder of how Canada is true to its nature of being a highly diverse country, a melting pot of various multicultural influences without destroying the core foundation of the Canadian values. Having a cultural center that promotes, preserves, and sustains the Filipino culture and values is the greatest gift that the city could give to the Filipinos across Canada, past and present, who have offered and sacrificed their time, talent, skills, among others. We have a term in Filipino called kapwa. Kapwa means a shared identity. It signifies a deep sense of interconnectedness and unity between the self and others. Suffice to say that having a Filipino cultural center goes beyond politics or economic benefits. I must say that regardless how this proposal is designed, there would always be positive and negative perspectives nonetheless. But if we expand and look at the bigger picture and its sustainability and put our kapwa as the core of our intentions, then a Filipino cultural center means preserving the Filipino identity, enriching the Filipino values, and nurturing the Filipino heritage for generations far and beyond. From the Okanagan region, city of Vernon, BC, I support the motion and I support my kapwa Filipinos who deserve to have a better common space where culture is celebrated, values are nurtured, and our Filipino quality of care is shared to the rest of the world. Good afternoon.
Thank you. I needed that energy boost. Speaker 144, Jovel Lazazo Kumar. Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Hi. I just have to ask for procedural reasons because it's not on our list. If you're a resident of Vancouver.
I am a resident of Delta.
Okay, thanks. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, or we've come to that hour of the day, or at least almost. Thank you for having us here. The opportunity is received with a lot of gratitude. My name is Jovel Lizaso Kumar. I'm here today as a longtime public servant with over 20 years in public service and as someone who has lived, worked, and contributed across this region. Thank you, Mayor and the Council, for hearing us today. I lived in Vancouver from 1998 to 2008, and I now reside in Delta, where I serve on the City of Delta's Diversity, Inclusion, and Anti-Racism Committee. My work in the community spaces has taught me a simple truth, and that is cities grow stronger when people can see themselves reflected in the public realm, socially, culturally, and economically. I'm here to express my strong support for advancing the Main Street Filipino Cultural Center and Hotel project. Filipinos have been part of Canada for over 160 years, dating back to the arrival of Benson Flores on Bowen Island in 1861. Census records from 1881 and 1901 show Filipino settlers living and working in Vancouver, New Westminster, and Bowen Island. Immigration has expanded significantly in the mid-20th century, and today, nearly 1 million Filipino or people of Filipino origin, both born in Philippines and born here. And they call Canada home. This is our home now. For generations, Filipinos have invested in this country, building careers, families, businesses, and communities. Like I said, Canada is our home. The Filipino community is one of the largest and fastest growing in Metro Vancouver, yet we remain underrepresented in cultural infrastructure. Filipino Cultural Center, as proposed, would, like it's been said many times today, provide a home for cultural expression, intergenerational learning, uplift Filipino arts, food, history, celebrations, offer a gathering place for both Filipinos and non-Filipinos to connect and feel safe. This is not just a representation, it is a belonging, identity, heritage, and community program service delivery. Personal note is that my grandmother moved to Mount Pleasant in 1969. Nearly 6 decades and 2 to 3 generations later, Vancouver still has no Filipino cultural center. That truly makes me sad. And it's 2025, almost 2026. This project fills a long-standing, vital need. Economic vitality, pairing the cultural center with a hotel is actually smart and future-focused planning. It will drive cultural and culinary tourism, create sustainable jobs in hospitality, arts, and community services. And I've seen this firsthand. Community services, provincial program service deliveries need to be accessible to the Filipino Canadians. Activating the Main Street corridor and strengthen partnership with local businesses. Filipino hospitality is known worldwide. The project turns that strength into an economic engine. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I believe this is not just a Vancouver project, but a regional project. Families, organizations, and cultural groups from Surrey all over Lower Mainland will use and benefit from this center. It positions Vancouver as a regional leader in
Sorry,
cultural inclusion
we are
and
over time.
innovation. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks for speaking to council. Next speaker is Speaker 145, Maria Lourdes Imus. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. My name is Maria Lourdes Imus, and I'm a mother of three, a resident in Vancouver, and I'm a founding chair and a lead choreographer of Anahaw Filipino Canadian Performing Arts Society in British Columbia. This is a registered nonprofit organization, as it is a newly established since July 7 this year. And I'm very passionate about culture, community, and that's why I'm standing here. And I'm not speaking only on behalf of the organization, I'm speaking with my personal capacity. Why? Why I stand here for today? Because with my dedication and with a deep realization, and I prayed a lot why we need to build this cultural center and why we need to support this motion regardless of different kinds of negative, positive, like feedback around the community. But I'm standing here because I wanted to see the realization of the Filipino community, because this has been a dream not only for caregivers like me, a nanny. I started working as a nanny, and I have a big dream, not only for the for the people who lead the group, the festivals, but for the generations, the young minds, the children, because they are the one who needs nurturing our heritage. They are the one who needs learning, education, and this is the time that they could show their talents, their skills. They could do workshops. They could dance not only in the streets, but they could dance on stage in indoor facilities, not only outdoor facilities. Because in my observations and in my experience, right now we're dancing in the streets. We can dance without a building itself, but I'm standing here because we need a building. We need a cultural heritage, a Filipino cultural building that we could gather together. We could collectively share our culture. We could collectively express our identity as Filipino Canadian. And on behalf of our organization, Mayor Kinsim, and of course all the councilors, I'm 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 humbling, and I have a conviction that if this mission will proceed, there's a lot of Filipinos will be grateful. And of course, we cannot deny that there's different kind of feedback after that. But I'm just standing here speaking with myself, and I prepared a speech, but I don't want to read my speech right now because
Maria.
I want to speak in my heart. Thank you.
Maria. Thanks for
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. We're just over time. I'm just noting the time, as in the time on the clock, and wondering what councillors would like to do regarding this item, and if anyone wants to move a motion. Yeah, Councillor Kirby Young was on the queue first. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm noting that we seem to be making our way through the speakers quite well. I know we do have some a few left to go and a few to call back, but we seem to be moving along. And I know how long the community's been waiting here today and hanging out, so it makes me feel a bit thoughtful about having everybody wait while we take a regular dinner break. And I'm just wondering what council's appetite would be to push through on this and conclude this item, and kind of look around to sort of get a sense there. But I would like to propose that to complete the item before taking a break.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Dominato. Council, any discussion? I see some people on the queue. Mayor Sim?
I know I would totally support that.
Okay, and Councillor Dominato, you seconded it. Councillor Maloney.
Yeah, I'd like to suggest that we finish speakers and then have a dinner break and then finish the item after dinner, if that's okay with everyone.
And Councillor Kirby-Young, you were suggesting completing the item, correct? Oh, we'll turn your mic on.
Sorry, my mic. No, I was suggesting completing the item.
Completing the item. Okay. I see more support to complete the item. So that's been seconded by Councillor Dominato. So all in favor say yay. I'm in favor as well. Any opposed say nay. Councillor Maloney noted. So we are going to complete the item. And we'll take a 5-minute break once we get to the end of the speakers list before we go back through the list of speakers so people can take a bio break. Okay, so let's keep moving. Speaker 146, Queenie Chu.
Good evening. My name is Queenie. I'm the CEO of Success, which is headquartered in Vancouver. Success is a multicultural, multilingual, and multi-services nonprofit agency for newcomers, affordable housing, and seniors care. So thank you for the opportunity to speak, Mayor Ken Sim and the councillors. Imagine walking down Main Street and seeing a vibrant hub where culture thrives, a place where Filipino art, music, and cuisine come alive, where stories of migration and resilience are celebrated, and where visitors feel the warmth of Filipino hospitality. That is the vision behind the Filipino Cultural Center and Hotel Project. This is not just a building, it is a statement that Vancouver values diversity, honors heritage, and invests in inclusion. For decades, the Filipino community has contributed to our city's social fabric, and yet there has never been a dedicated space to showcase its rich traditions. This center will change that. It will be a home for cultural programs, language classes, and community events, fostering pride and belonging for generations to come. But this project is more than cultural. It is economic. The hotel component will attract visitors from across Canada and beyond, creating jobs and supporting local businesses. It will bring new energy to Main Street, revitalizing a historic corridor and driving tourism. Studies consistently show that cultural hubs are economic catalysts. They increase foot traffic, boost the property values, and generate sustainable growth. And let us not forget, this aligns perfectly with our city's priorities: diversity, equity, and economic recovery. At a time when communities seek connection and businesses seek revitalization, this project delivers both. Mayor and Council, this is an opportunity to lead this vision, to invest not only in infrastructure, but in people, culture, and prosperity. Let us build a space that tells the story of resilience and celebrates the beauty of multiculturalism. So I urge you all to support this motion and help make Filipino Cultural Center and Hotel a reality. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Queenie. Speaker 147, Grace Hu. How?
Good afternoon, Mayor Ken Sim and honorable council members. My name is Grace Ho, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Macau Canada Business Association. Our group is in full support of this motion today. I will now read a letter provided by our members and our vice president. I write on behalf of the Macau Canada Business Association to express our support for Mayor Ken Sim and Councillor Lenny Zhou's motion regarding the property at 1940 Main Street and the Filipino Legacy Society's proposal to establish a Filipino cultural center at this location. The Macau community our association and all of our members recognize the importance of this project and stand with the Filipino community in advocating for the cultural center that honors their contributions and encourages their continued engagement within the community. The Filipino community has waited many years for a dedicated community and cultural center. Community groups continue to operate without a permanent space to gather, organize programs, celebrate their culture, and provide support. Establishing a center at 1940 Main Street will address this long-standing need and offer a stable place for cultural, social, and community activities. We are in full support of the motion brought forward by Mayor Ken Sim and Councillor Lenny Jo. We believe that the community as a whole will benefit from a Filipino cultural center and that the presence of the center will allow for the much-needed representation of the Filipino community in British Columbia. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 148, Hilani Bebe. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor. My name's Lani, and I've lived in Vancouver my whole life. I recently moved to Burnaby, but I'm here representing my family who still live in Vancouver, especially the youth in my family, and the young people who could not be here today. I want to be very clear. I support the idea of a Filipino cultural center, but I cannot wholeheartedly support this motion. Council, you are already aware of the legal and financial issues with the developer. You are also aware of the issues the community has raised surrounding the leaders behind this proposal. So instead of repeating what many others have said and what people will continue to say today, I want to speak directly to your role in this. What is the point of having almost 200 people sign up to speak if the decision has already been made? Let's be honest. We know that this motion will likely pass, regardless of how many people oppose it. It feels like our words will fall on deaf ears. The youth, like me, who are not represented among the supporters, only among the opposers, will not be listened to. If the outcome is predetermined, then what's the purpose of having me stand here, having others stand here with public input? But I'm here, still trying. I grew up in this city. I respected the mayor, I respected council, and I respect the ideas of our leaders listening and ideas that you actually care for us, that you are public servants, not just decision makers behind closed doors. So I'm here today pleading with you as a youth, please listen to us. Listen to those who have not been represented here today by the elders. Listen to my younger sisters, my younger cousins, the younger generation that do not know the full scope of the corruption behind this specific project. They rely on you to make choices rooted in integrity, not convenience. We need a Filipino cultural center. Our community needs it. Our youth needs it, but not like this. Not with this process, not with this without transparency, not without accountability or proper engagement with the people who will inherit this space, the youth. So I'm asking council to do the right thing, to prove me wrong, to prove the community wrong, and show us that you actually care and want to listen to the city, want to listen to the Filipino community, want to listen to its people and its youth. Because we're listening and we're watching and we're asking you, please, please do better. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, I have a point of order, just the same one that Councillor Orr raised earlier when he was reminding us to caution the speakers about impugning motives. And I think corruption was suggested as motives. And I think that does border on impugning motives. So maybe we can just have a friendly reminder.
Yeah, I didn't quite catch that word, but I would like to remind speakers not to, make assumptions or impugn the motives of council members in your comments. That's much appreciated. We'll now go to Speaker 149, Vivian Cabalete. Oh, okay. Speaker 150 is withdrawn. Speaker 151, Nasisa Vinulan. Okay. Speaker 152, Lucy Ibrahim. Speaker 152, Lucy.
Hello. Hi.
Hi,
Can
Lucy.
you
We
hear
can
me?
hear you. We did hear some feedback in the background, but please go ahead.
Okay. Um, yeah. Thank you, Council, for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Lucy Ibrahim. I'm calling from the unceded traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nation. I would like to begin by saying clearly that I support the vision of creating a Filipino cultural and community center here in Vancouver. A dedicated space for our community is deeply important. It holds meaning for our elders, for our newcomers, and for our youth and the future generation. I believe in the goal, and I hope that for what it becomes. However, I cannot support this motion in its current form. The Council is already aware of the legal and the financial issues involving the developer connected to this proposal. There also has been concerns raised by community surrounding the leadership behind this initiative. The Filipino Legacy Society, as some of you may know, was only registered in August of 2025, which brings the question about accountability, capacity, transparency. Many in our community, including myself, have not experienced meaningful consultation engagement from those leading this project. The absence is significant. If what we've seen of other cultural spaces across the country struggle and fail when projects move forward without strong community involvement and proper due diligence, I do not want to see that repeat itself here in Vancouver. A Filipino cultural and community center should be built with community at heart, and it should reflect the shared values of our stories, our collective priorities. At this time, the proposal does not meet nor demonstrate that foundation, and it's quite disappointing. To me and to many others who have experienced similar concerns, this project appears to serve interests of a few selected rather than the wider Filipino community. That is discouraging because our community deserves better. I remain in support of the dream of building a community center owned and led by the community as a whole. And I encourage a process that is transparent, accountable, and inclusive. With the right leadership, genuine community engagement, we can move forward towards a center that is truly representative of the wider community. I thank you all for your time.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 153, Jacqueline Shaw. Afternoon.
Good evening, councillors, mayor. I am here as a resident of Vancouver and of the past 5 years a homeowner in Mount Pleasant. Very fortunate to live in the neighborhood and be established there. I am here to oppose this motion and to make clear that my opposition of this motion should not be confused as opposition to a Filipino community center, but to the way that it has been presented in this motion. As other speakers have shared, there are many questions that are quite legitimate behind the leadership and the planning of this proposed motion for the community center. I'm also speaking, I'm speaking as a private citizen and as myself, but as someone who was directly affected by the vehicular attacks on the Lapu-Lapu Day Festival this year as a member of the Filipino BC organization, as well as a community member that jumped in to serve as interim Director of Care and Community Outreach at the time, a position which had to be developed due to the lack of supports that systemically already existed for such an event. So I have seen firsthand the importance of having a space and a community center and having an established representation for our community, but also believe that this motion is quite frankly offensive to the work that has been put in place for decades through other community groups, through our Lolas and Lolos and our Titas and Titas or Titos who have put in the footwork towards a community center. I have so much to say, but it's been a long day and my mind is racing. So I just want to put forward this question that's been on my mind, which is why now? Why suddenly is this opportunity the one that we have to jump on as a community that has been asking for this kind of resource and recognition for decades? In the motion itself, it says that the time-sensitive nature of the hotel proposal is why that this motion is getting pushed through so quickly. And if the goal really is to have a center that honors our legacy, why should we complete the finish line of this long vision and dream in such haste? Thank you.
Okay, thanks for speaking to council. Speaker 154, Joanne George. Not on the line. We'll come back. Speaker 155, Christy Ann Watkins. Good afternoon.
My name is Christiane Watkins, and I'm here as a Filipino East Vancouverite, born at St. Paul's, raised in East Vancouver, where I still reside with my husband and 2 young boys. I have also lived through something I will never forget. Myself and my son are survivors of the Lapu-Lapu Day tragedy. I love this community with everything I have and have fallen deeper in love after seeing how much this Filipino community rallied behind myself and my son after the tragedy. I want to say this clearly. I do not oppose a Filipino cultural center, but I do oppose this motion for the so-called Filipino Cultural Center on Main Street. And I'm heartbroken that I even have to be here saying this, because this dream of a community center is something we've been talking about since I was attending St. Patrick's Elementary School. For context, I turn 45 in a few weeks, so we're talking 35, 40 years at least. We've waited decades. We showed up to consultations. We poured our hearts into imagining what a real center could look like, something built with us and for us. And now, after all of that, we're being told that a museum and some event space at a bottom of a hotel is supposed to be our center? That after years of real community work, some organization that's only existed for 3 months, paired with a developer in foreclosure, no less, gets to swoop in and declare themselves the voice of the Filipino community? Who decided that and who gave them that right? And why is no one asking whether this newly formed Filipino Legacy Society is even legitimate? What have they done, truly done, for our Filipino community? We as a Filipino people deserve better than this hotel lobby, just like how we deserve more than a Filipino plaza tucked behind a SkyTrain station, just like how we deserve more than a Filipino Lapu-Lapu Day festival to be held on multiple blocks of smelly alleyways. But the deepest betrayal, the one that still stings, is from MLA Mabel Elmore and Mayor Ken Sim. I know you know who I am. Remember when you visited me in the hospital? You said, as a fellow parent and as a fellow human being, if there was anything I needed, I just had to reach out. Well, here I am. You both stood at my hospital bed and looked me in the eyes. You promised that the government would take care of us, that victims and families would be supported. As a survivor, I cannot describe what it feels like to watch you both use our grief as a talking point. And now, instead of focusing on survivors, on services, on recovery, on healing, you've been scheming behind closed doors to push a cultural center that the community never asked for. How dare you use our suffering for political gain? How dare you take our pain, turn it into your platform? How dare you speak about caring for us while doing the complete opposite? This is not what solidarity looks like. This is not what leadership looks like. This is not what healing looks like. So today, I'm not just opposing this motion. I'm demanding that this council finally honor its promise. Put victims and families first, like you said you would, before grand openings, before press conferences, before deals with developers. We are still grieving. We are still hurting. We are still trying to put our lives back together. A real community starts with community. And right now, you are leaving us behind again.
Hey, thank you for speaking to council. Speaker 156, Ivan Ruano.
Hi, good afternoon to everyone.
Hi, Ivan.
My name is Ivan
Please go ahead.
Ruano. Hi, my name is Ivan Ruano, a Filipino youth leader and a resident in Vancouver. Filipino youth are watching, and we understand what is happening. For years, our elders, advocates, artists, workers, community groups, and more than 90 organizations across BC have built a clear, united vision for a provincial Filipino cultural center. A vision rooted in transparency, long-term security, and community ownership. A vision created through consultation, sacrifice, and decades of work. The proposal in front of you today does not honor that work. We are being asked to support a cultural center that is tied to a private hotel project on land with unresolved legal issues and led by a developer with active court cases, with governance structures that are unclear, and with that process that has left out with very community it claims to uplift. For youth like me, why is our culture being used as a leverage for someone else's project? Our culture is not merchandise. Yet this proposal places our identity inside a branded hotel, and something more reflective of marketing strategy than cultural stewardship. A real cultural center should not be an amenity, but it should be a home. And for us young people, this matters deeply because whatever you build today, we are the ones who will inherit tomorrow. We've learned from the past, rushed decisions, lack of transparency, and weak foundations lead to failed projects. And if the base is fragile, the house will fall. Council is being told this is urgent and that we must move fast or lose our chance. Filipino youth reject this fear-based framing. A cultural center built on shaky ground is not a gift. It's a burden. And as a voice of youth, as I represent the Filipino youth community, we are not saying no to a cultural center. Hindi kami papayag sa proyektong mahina ang pundasyon at hindi tiyak ang kinabukasan. We refuse a project built on weak foundations and an uncertain future. We are not here to be a symbolic or used politically. We're here because our cultural future matters more than rushing emotion. The question isn't whether Filipinos deserve a cultural center. We do. The real question is whether we deserve one that is safe, secure, and free of unresolved issues. As a youth leader and as a Filipino, my answer is yes. Approving this motion without full transparency risks creating cultural project that community itself has warned is unstable. And if it collapses, it won't just harm Filipinos. It will expose a preventable failure in the city's oversight. Council, I urge you to vote with that same conviction. Elders, listen to the voice of the youth. Reject this motion, not to delay our dream, but to protect it. Thank you, everyone. Mabuhay.
Hey, thanks for speaking. Speaker 157, Mirasol Vega. Speaker 158, Lena Aro.
Hello.
Hi, Lena.
Hello. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go
Hello.
ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon to Vancouver City Council. Hi, my name is Lena Aro. I am a member of the Board of Directors of the Cebuano Society of British Columbia, and I support the motion to expedite the construction of the Filipino Cultural Center. Those who are opposing this project are trying to deny the Filipino community an opportunity to showcase their culture. Anyone truly interested in providing a window into Philippines culture should be supporting this initiative. And if they think their project lacks some elements, should be showing the initiative to develop supplementary culture centers to address those gaps. I would encourage Council to support other realistic cultural initiatives as well as this one. Thank you. And mabuhay ang Filipino.
Thank you.
And
Speaker 159, Gregorio Apolionio.
Apolonio.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi, how are you? Yeah.
Doing good. Please go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, we acknowledge that our City of Dawson Creek, we acknowledge Treaty 8 territory, the Cree, Indian, Salt, Sicanni, and Slibi Nation. We uphold the Metis people that live and gather here. We commit to upholding the respectful relationships these nations have built with the land, and we acknowledge our responsibility to carry on that forward today and into the future. Thank you, Your Worship, Ken Sim, City Council, and City staff for the opportunity to speak in your council meeting. Thank you very much for bringing this motion forward. On behalf of most of the Filipino Canadian communities, I sincerely appreciate your supporting this project, the Filipino Cultural Center in Vancouver. I am Greg Apolonio, the incumbent president of the Dynamic Philippines Southeast Filipino Canadian Association in Dawson Creek for 9 years now. I'm also an incumbent councillor with Filipino descent in the city of Dawson Creek. On behalf of the more than 1,000 Filipino Canadian Dawson Creek, we fully support the project of the Filipino Cultural Center in Vancouver. I believe it's about high time to make this plan to happen. I remember during COVID-19 in 2021, MLA Mabel Elmer did the legwork in going to different Filipino Canadian communities, including the Southeast or Dawson Creek. I sincerely appreciate the effort in coming to our humble city and association. Supporting the Filipino Cultural Center in Vancouver is truly a legacy that the Filipino Canadian communities can have and pass on to future generations. It will not only promote inclusivity and diversity, but it will encourage education, cultural exchange, tourism, and letting any communities thrive. We are thankful to Mayor Kim and Sim and Council for recognizing and respecting the value of our communities. Building this center will be a great opportunity to make different communities gather in one center, not only Filipinos but other nationalities. To also have where Filipinos coming from other countries, provinces, or cities like us, as far as the north, where we have a safe place we can visit, stay, explore, and marvel the beauty of the Filipino heritage. This brilliant that the project will not require budget from the city, but it will be supported by the hotel or the developer and volunteers that it will be sustainable. It will not be hard to ask for funds or do fundraising. Being the city council, I am aware how difficult or hard to ask for budget or funding from the city or the province. Thus, this kind of setup is just perfect to build the center. I'm aware that there are different voices being put forward that are in favor or not in favor. I am pretty sure all are heard. May our please let us gather our acts together, let us unite, let us settle the differences. I know where there will be others along the way, but please and kindly let us do for our famous Bayanihan to make this Filipino Cultural Center to happen. Let us strike the iron while it's hot, while the mayor and council and the province are in support, but the Filipino Canadians are engaging and everyone is listening. It has been decades this project was discussed and brought up. We can't afford again to lose this momentum and wait again for many years. Thank you very much again, Mayor Ken Sim, council and city staff for the time, the attention, and the support. Magbuhay po ang lahat. God bless everyone.
Thanks for calling. Speaker 160, Lorraine Lowe. Okay, we'll come back to them. Speaker 161, RJ Aquino.
Good afternoon, Council, staff, and members of the remaining public. My name is RJ Aquino, and I serve as Chair of Filipino BC. I'm here today with a deep sense of responsibility, not only as a representative of our organization, but as someone who has spent years listening to our community, sitting with them in moments of joy and in moments of pain. Over the last 3 years, we've done the work. We've held town halls, conducted surveys, and met with thousands of community members. We've heard their hopes for a Filipino cultural center, what it could mean for our families, our elders, our youth. And we're not alone in that effort. Mabuhay House and many other Filipino organizations have also led meaningful engagement. Only recently have we begun to come together, building something rooted in cooperation and shared purpose. And that is why today matters. Because the proposal before you is not just a building. It's not just an initiative. For our community, it represents memory. It represents identity. It represents belonging. And if something is going to carry that weight, it has to be built on trust. In these past weeks, many people have reached out to me late at night, during school pickups, at grocery stores, and sometimes with very strong emotions. They're not calling because they oppose the dream of a cultural center. They're calling because they care about how we get there. They want to make sure that we build this in a way that honors everyone who has poured their heart into this vision. Some have suggested that raising concerns creates division, but I believe the opposite is true. In any strong community and in any strong democracy, questions aren't threats. Questions are how we make sure we're moving forward together. Questions are how we build something that lasts. Now, let me be clear, Filipino BC has always supported building cultural infrastructure for our community. We have always advocated for collaboration, transparency, and collective leadership. We believe in the dream. But belief alone is not enough. We have to make sure that the process lives up to the promise. And right now, our community is asking for clarity, real clarity, before moving ahead. They're asking to understand the governance, the partnerships, the commitments. And they're asking to make sure that the work done over many years is respected and not overshadowed. I've heard these concerns directly from elders who have fought for recognition their whole lives, from business owners who have seen neighborhoods change around them, and from young people who are longing for a place to gather, to learn, to celebrate their identity. They all want this project to succeed, but not in a way that risks repeating past frustrations, not in a way that leaves people behind. After Lapu-Lapu Day, we saw what our community is capable of when we're united. We saw that how we can grieve together, heal together, and stand together. That moment reminded us of who we are. It reminded us of our strength, our compassion, our resilience.
Sorry, RJ, I'm really sorry to cut you off, but I did let you go over time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for speaking to council. Speaker 162, Danilo Guevara. Not present? Okay. Speaker 163, Arlene Nicanor. Okay. 164, Rolando Nicanor.
Hi, hello everyone, Mayor Sims and councilors. I'm Rolando Nicanor, resident of Vancouver, Shawnee area for the last 40 plus years. And I'd like to express my support on the Main Street, on the motion for the Main Street Filipino Cultural Center and Hotel project. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for calling. Speaker 165, Joseph Scott. It was a quick one.
Hello.
Joseph,
yeah,
is
can you hear me?
that you?
Yes, it is. I'm going to take you off speaker here.
Go ahead, please.
I just want to thank everyone that spoke before me and the city and the mayor. My name is Joel Scott. I live here in Vancouver. I am so excited for a community center for such a wonderful and deserving people. The area needs this. The city needs this. The country needs this. The world needs this. In a time of division, war, strife, and uncertainty, places that build care, kindness, and understanding are essential. This center would be exactly that, a space where community is strengthened and celebrated. I've traveled for many parts of the world, and everywhere I've been, I've met nothing but kind, generous, fun-loving Filipinos, always smiling, always sharing. The very first Filipino family I ever met and was welcomed into, I met in my hometown of Prince Rupert in the early 1970s. My father was there, the head of social housing development in the north, and his secretary, Chris Rosario, was Filipina. Around Christmas time every year, we'd be invited to their home. I still have vivid memories of the food, the skewered barbecued meats, the pancit, the lechon, the laughs, the singing. Those early memories left a mark. Sorry, thinking about my dad and stuff, the times we had there. And I still love Filipino food today. One of my dreams is that someday we might even get to enjoy blue here in Canada. Wouldn't that be something? One can dream. A dream come true would be this community center. And that dream connects directly to the caring nature of the Filipino community. I spent time visiting loved ones in hospitals, and in those hallways and rooms, I met more of the same warm, generous spirit. Filipino nurses, care aides, and staff who were always smiling, always sharing.
when my grandfather and father were facing their final days. Much of their care came from Filipinos and Filipinas. I cannot thank them enough for the love and compassion they gave to the two people I loved most. Supporting the center feels like one of the best ways I can honor everyone who helped my family through some of the hardest times. With the new St. Paul's Hospital rising just down the street, this community center would be another much-needed and welcomed addition to the neighborhood, a small village filled with the warmth and kindness of the Filipino community. This is what the area needs. This is what the city needs. This is what the world needs. And this is what Filipinos truly deserve. I cannot wait to walk into a new community center. It would feel like walking into Christmas Ariel's warm kitchen as a kid to grab another barbecue skewer. Only this time expanded into a whole building, lively, welcoming, filled with food, love, and laughter. That unmistakable sense that everyone is either an aunt, a kuya, a teeter, or is about to become one. I hope this happens, and I can't wait, to be able to walk into those doors and just meet all those Filipino, and I sure hope that this passes today. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Joseph, for calling. Speaker 166, Armor Valor, Corrales. Hi. Gotta get your mic on. So it's not working. There we go.
Good evening, friends, Mr. Mayor, distinguished councilors, city staff, and to all the attendees. I speak to you all today to express my opposition to the motion being brought forward today. My name is Armor Valor Corrales. I am a chef at Children's Hospital, and I'm a resident of South Vancouver, an area that is diverse and rich with culture and community, but lacks many of the community programs and services that are offered in other parts of the city, an area that is well populated but underfunded. I will not go into the details that have already been hammered home by other speakers regarding the financial soundness of the development. Many of the arguments that have been made for and against this project is painting the other side as politicizing and divisive. However, to you all, my dear friends, councillors who I've respected and stood shoulder to shoulder with when we faced our crisis that shook our entire city, it seems that you have forgotten the friendship that we have with each other. It seems that this sense of urgency has left many of us out, specifically the Filipino youth. The children of the Filipino community that you all refer to are not here today because many wholeheartedly feel they are underrepresented by their elders. When it comes to the Filipino community, we often forget the youth who will inherit the basis of what our community looks like today. This council passed a motion in 2023 in regards to this already. Now this motion is being forced down the throats of our community to have it remain that this project near Main Street is the only viable option. My dear friends, you know me all personally, and many of you have been to my home, we've had dinner together, we've had coffee together, and you know that this is not the case. Although our community has waited a long time for this, this is for our entire community, and the entire community needs to be represented in this. If you look around, no one my age is here. No one my age attended any town hall organized in recent months unless it was to object. And no one younger than me is here today unless it's to object, and nobody younger than me is at the events that you attend. Yes, it is hard to get representation from every facet of society. However, as a democratic society, it is a step that is necessary to get the principle to get inside as much of the broad community as possible. This situation of painting those who oppose the project near Main Street as troublemakers, as divisive and politically motivated, has caught many in the crosshairs, like me. Objecting a project that has many red flags is not a divisive opinion, as if the project ultimately goes through and fails in the end, will ultimately be a representation of our community as a whole. And we are all actively protecting our community's best interest from that happening. Risking our community's best interest on a gamble for a center that will be balanced on the House of Cards that is 1940 Main Street is not in the best interest of our community. My dear friends, I want you to look into your hearts and look into my eyes. And the actions that you take today will determine if I was truly a friend to you, if it meant anything to you at all. It hurts me to say this, that we have been left out, and the aftermath of Lapu-Lapu has brought our community to distraught. Thank you for listening to me. Just Yangina, Laban.
Thanks, Armor. Speaker 167, Marius Aparake. Speaker 168, Carla Jubali. Speaker 169, Christina Corpin-Moser.
Hi there.
Hi, Christina.
Hi, my name is Christina Corpin-Moser, and I'm speaking to you today because I love my community. Because of that love, I can't support this motion. Earlier, someone said that having 4 walls and a roof is enough, and I wish it was that easy. I wish that building a home for our community was as simple as putting up walls, but the Filipino community has lived a different reality. We've had those walls before, and we've also watched them fall. We had the Kalagayan Center. We had the Philippine Women's Center. Those spaces meant so much to us, and losing them for reasons tied to governance, conflict, and instability hurt deeply. It still hurts. These losses taught us something important. A building is not enough. Without transparency, without accountability, and without real community trust, even the strongest walls will crack. We have supported efforts and raised money only to find ourselves disappointed. People have said today, if we fall, we can just get back up. But getting back up takes time and takes healing, and our community is tired of falling. Right now, our community is still grieving, still trying to make sense of the tragedy of April 26th. Families are still hurting. People are still scared. And this council promised in June to prioritize supporting those victims and families. That is where our attention should be today. Instead, we're here debating a proposal that has raised serious concerns, legal, financial, governance concerns, echoed not just by the community members, but also in the media. When the people most affected are asking us to slow down and listen, we should honor that. And I want to be clear about something. Because I value our whole community, I want to see spaces shaped by all our voices, not just the ones who can make it here today. The voices of the 40-plus organizations and their members represented by Pinoy Festival Alliance, the voices of the 90-plus organizations represented by Mabuhay House, and the voices of the over 2,000 people who came together to build the Weaving Our Voices report. People who shared their needs, their fears, their dreams for a cultural space built right. Many of them could not be here today. Some are working. Some are taking care of children. And frankly, some are too afraid to speak up. But their voices matter, and they deserve to be respected in every decision we make. So I'm standing here or speaking here, not out of anger, but honestly out of heartbreak, out of love for a community that has carried me, my family, and so many others. I don't want us to lose another space. I don't want us to repeat the pain of the past. I don't want us to look back one day and say we should have asked harder questions. This community has already endured so much. It deserves care. It deserves honesty. And it deserves protection. With the concerns we've heard, with the grief we are still promising, and with the promises this council has already made, I can't support this motion today. I'm still waiting to see the accountability we have all been promised. I haven't seen it yet. My hope, my ask, is that this council holds this decision with the same tenderness and responsibility that so many of us carry every single day for our community.
Sorry, Christina. Thank you. I was just going to say I let you go a little bit over. Speaker 170, Matthew Asuncion.
Hello, my name is Matthew Asuncion, and I am a proud Kapampangan, a proud Filipino, and a resident of Renfrew Collingwood, where I've worked in social services for the past 2 years since graduating from UBC. It's been a privilege learning from my kababayan, whether it be mentors and newcomer programs while leading youth basketball camps, senior services while leading holiday luncheons, or visiting homebound seniors seeking culturally relevant food, and lifting my friends' heads high as we recovered from our injuries at the tragedy that followed the Lapu-Lapu Day Festival. I'm glad for Council's unanimous support in 2023 for a Filipino Cultural Center, and for the countless neighbors from a population often underrepresented in policymaking here at City Hall today. My groups, too, have faced the challenge of moving gatherings to church basements, to neighborhood house halls, to parks in the pouring rain to create community for our kasama. However, this motion is not a referendum on the support of a Filipino Cultural Center. It is a land zoning matter regarding a combined hotel and cultural center project by a proponent deserving of scrutiny. And for that reason, I am in opposition to the motion as presented. This motion directs staff to assist the applicant to, and paraphrase or direct from the paper here, secure the construction and delivery of the Filipino Cultural Center on the proposed lands as part of any future rezoning application that may be brought forward to council for its consideration. Now, currently it's exploratory. There's no language regarding how this would be done, whether through a community benefit agreement or through other means, and whether this project in its specific form, a combined center hotel, is the only way that a Filipino cultural center on the site would happen. As others have mentioned, the site at 1940 Main is currently under foreclosure, and the developer, Port Living, remains under countless lawsuits alleging failures to pay debts that are before the courts. Now, Councillor Bly already noted the potential legal ramifications regarding council's jurisdiction over zoning on public hearing, in a public hearing on this matter. However, are we expecting taxpayers to weather any potential legal limbo and Mount Pleasant neighbors an empty site should the project not come to be, held by a covenant bound to a single group that has no track record in community program and service delivery and seemingly came up alongside this specific development project? And just as city staff were called to do with the social policy grants earlier today, let's assess this direction: to identify a suitable city-owned or city-controlled property for use as an interim community space and report back to council on a potential location that may be leased to FLS at a nominal lease rate subject to council approval of this lease as a grant. Now, while I appreciate the diversity of groups pursuing Filipino programming, with this motion, council is seemingly being called to foreshadow a grant for an organization that, again, has zero track record of community programming. I've heard organizations providing food security and healthcare services to thousands of Vancouver seniors being called to meet market rates or be gone when it came to city or city property. Does this motion sidestep the existing
Sorry,
grant
Matthew,
process?
you're over time.
Thank you.
Thanks. 171 is withdrawn, and that is the end of our speakers list. We are going to take a 5-minute break before we go back through our list of speakers that we missed. So we'll be back in 5 minutes. to call on speakers who were not present at when originally called. So first speaker would be speaker 12, Aaron Mariano.
This is a little more challenging, so we'll just have to go through it slightly slowly. But I do not see that we have speaker 12.
Okay. We'll keep going through the list. Do we have speaker 31? Alan Bernard Fernandez.
Just checking.
I'm here.
Hi there. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, good evening. I was actually in for my turn, but I guess because I used a different number, I wasn't allowed to talk. I do not have a prepared speech, but let me start by saying good evening to Your Lordship, the Honorable Council, and whoever is left in the session hall. My name is Alan Bernard Fernandez. I'm not a resident of the City of Vancouver. However, I do work in the City of Vancouver. I am a podcaster and a Filipino immigrant advocate. We hold our podcast in Vancouver, the traditional unceded lands of the Squamish, the Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh-speaking nations. We are thankful for the motion that His Lordship and the Honorable Zhao has presented, and we are in full support of the motion. I'm sure you've heard dissenting opinions, and dissenting opinions have come from strong desire. But with those dissenting opinions, I'm sure you also heard that we all agree we need a home, we need a safe space for Filipinos to gather. And we are very appreciative of the support and the spirit of the motion of the mayor to help with the bureaucracy. We appreciate the provisions of the motion to welcome and include groups wanting to collaborate and ensure both the success and accountability of every single group who will be participating in the eventual build of the space. I believe firmly that whatever current disagreements you might have heard or are about to hear, whatever are present, they can be healed once we move on to the next phase, which is governance. This space is personal to me. This is important to me. I have 2 children born in Canada, but they do not know what it's like to be Filipino-Canadian. They know what it's like to be Canadian, but they do not know the Filipino side of their heritage. This is important for the cultural preservation of every single Canadian-born Filipino, to give them a sense of pride, give them a sense of identity. We know, you know who we are. We're your neighbors. We work for you. We work with you. You see us in hospitals. You see us in food courts. You see us in schools. You see us everywhere. But this space will allow you to demystify who the Filipino-Canadian really is. This space will allow the Filipino-Canadian in BC to enrich Canadian culture. That one singular space allowing us to gather, that one singular space allowing us to display our history, our heritage, dioramas, posters, everything
Alan,
about being Filipino.
Thank you for calling. Sorry, you're at time, but appreciate your comments. Thank you. Speaker 32, Dyrus Kajis. Okay. Speaker 36, Annie Ohana. Okay. Speaker 47, Salvation Santiago.
No.
Okay. How about 48 Socorro Newland?
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
Hi there.
Hi, I'm here.
Great. Please go
Hi.
ahead.
Hi. Good evening. My name is Socorro Babes Newland. I live in West Vancouver, but I work in Vancouver at the Ministry of Social Development and Poverty Reduction. I'm also one of the founding directors of the Filipino Legacy Society of Canada, and it is my honor to speak before you today. The Filipino community in British Columbia is one of the largest and fastest growing in Canada, yet we remain one of the very few major cultural communities without a permanent center. A place that reflects our contributions in arts, history, business, cuisine, and public service. A place where we can host workshops, performances, festivals, seniors programs, youth activities, and community services. A place that says, we are here, we belong, and we are an integral part of the Vancouver's multicultural story. Today, I'm here to express my full support for His Worship Mayor Ken Sim's motion to fast-track approval of the landmark development on Main Street, alongside Twin 30-story Tower Hotel. And let me emphasize something important. The inclusion of the hotel component is not an afterthought. It is a thoughtful, strategic business model. Under this model, a portion of the hotel's revenue will be directed to support the cultural center, not just during construction, not just in the early years, but in perpetuity for generations to come. Thus, ensures financial sustainability, cultural programming, community services, and long-term operational stability. This is visionary. We, the Filipino community, have waited nearly half a century. We have shown resilience. We have shown commitment. We have shown that we are ready. So, Honorable Mayor and City Councilors, on behalf of thousands of Filipino Canadians across Vancouver and British Columbia, I respectfully urge you to support this motion and help make history. Thank you so much. Maraming salamat po.
Okay, thank you. I missed Speaker 41 on our list. Bert Morelos. Where is Bert there? Okay, that's okay. Speaker 49, Joyce Anoyo. Okay. Speaker 54, Vanessa Vila Saran. Speaker 55, Justin Panganiban.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, Justin. I just need to ask first if you're a resident of Vancouver.
I was a Vancouver resident, but now I moved into Richmond.
Okay, thanks so much. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Members of Council, Chair, Honorable Ken Sim. I'm here today as a civilian born and raised in Vancouver and a Lapu-Lapu Day victim to speak on the motion on establishing a Filipino Cultural Center in Vancouver, an institution that our community has been long waiting for and one that holds tremendous promise for our cultural inclusion, economic vitality, and deeper recognition of the Filipino-Canadian presence in the city. Your recent motion highlights many important facts Vancouver has repeatedly committed to, strengthening cultural infrastructure and boosting economic resilience through the Vancouver Plan, Broadway Plan, and Economic Development Strategy. The Filipino community, one of the largest and most dynamic diasporas in the country, has been seeking a permanent home to celebrate its heritage, support intergenerational learning, and act as a space for cultural expression. The proposed development on Main Street brought forward Port Living, aiming to deliver exactly this, a Filipino cultural center featuring educational programming, events, and gallery spaces, and what would become the largest Filipino art collection outside of the Philippines. It also includes a privately funded hotel offering 500 desperately needed rooms to contributing to tourism, hospital access, and economic development, all without requiring city funding. I support the idea, the purpose, and the long-term benefits of this project. However, supporting this project doesn't mean I support the process. I cannot agree with the way that the urgency has been used to accelerate the proposal while the city has failed to meaningfully acknowledge what happened on April 26, 2025 during the Lapu Lapu Day Festival. It has torn our community to pieces. On that day, I was a victim. I came face to face with the driver of the black SUV. I witnessed the chaos that the SUV barreled through 43rd Avenue. I stand here to honor Jen, Kira, Vicky, Alyssa, Jendel, Richard, Katie, Lynn, and Nerissa, and many that were injured physically and mentally that day. I nearly lost my own life. The trauma of that moment does not simply fade, but because a new cultural initiative appears before council. While the Cultural Center represents hope for the future, the unresolved pain from that day is still part of my present reality. It's part of all of ours. For many of us, healing must happen alongside the process, not behind it, and certainly not ignored for the sake of expediency. Our community cannot celebrate cultural milestones while carrying the weight of an unaddressed tragedy at our very own cultural event. Therefore, I urge you, Council, support the project, yes, but do so responsibly, transparently, and with a commitment to the people who are harmed. Recognize that cultural inclusion requires acknowledgement of our traumas as well as our triumphs. Let the Filipino Cultural Center be built on a foundation of truth, healing, and respect, not just on procedural momentum. And thank you for allowing me to be served.
Okay, thanks for calling. Speaker 59, Brad Chen. We have Brad on the line. Okay. Speaker 62, Jingle Surya. Speaker 63, Genesis AIO. Okay. 64, Selena Schurst. Hi, Selena.
Hello, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Selena Thea Schurst. Immigrated to Canada in 1981 from the Philippines. I am a Vancouver resident for 44 years. I was married, and my parents-in-law, mom French-Canadian, dad Russian, but now I am a widow. I have one child, a handsome son, and a gorgeous Cantonese daughter-in-law, and a cutie pie granddaughter, 7 months old, baby girl. She will be one of the children in young generations who can avail of any services from the Filipino Cultural Center, either attending program activities or celebrating her 18th birthday at the hotel with her parents and guests in the nearby future. Here is my honest opinion in the motion why I support. I read most of the news on what is going on in the social media, the ups and downs. So I would say a controversial personal or business topic. So happy to read both sides of the story. They are all exciting and challenging news to me. Well, I have my own mind. For the good of the community, I am taking my action to have a positive motion. I strongly support concerning the Filipino Cultural Center become a reality and serve the Filipino Canadian community for generations to come, and they can stay connected to the roots. This is the only way to stay informed and engaged with the community, to connect with other Filipinos and allies. They can share their thoughts and ideas, and they can be involved in the events and festival. We have to support other in working together as a team, not only the community groups, and as well as the levels of the government, the municipal, provincial, federal. We can both build the Filipino Cultural Center as a family. We learn about the history of the Filipino Canadian in the area and the many contributions they have made in the city culture fabric.
Selena, I'm really sorry.
When opportunities arise, we participate in community consultation.
Selena. Sorry, Selena. I do have to cut you off. Selena. I'm sorry. It's okay. Just over time. I understand. Yeah. Sorry, Selena. Thanks for speaking. That's okay. We do have to move on to the other speakers. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, Selena. I have to be fair to everybody. Okay. Thanks, Selena. Selena, I have the gavel in my hand, but I don't want to use it. So we'll have to wrap it up. And I think it's the first time I ever took it out. So thank you for your passion. And we'll keep going through the speakers. We're going to go speaker 65, Jeanette Mujar.
Hi.
Hi, Jeanette.
Hi there.
You have 3
Hi,
minutes.
good evening. All right. Oh, you tell me, really 3 minutes. Okay. Hi, everyone, to the Honorable Council, to my favorite Honorable Mayor King Sim, who wore the very first Barong Tagalog I've ever designed and created. Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, and to my fellow supporters, good evening. My name is Jeanette Mohar. I am a resident of Vancouver, a board member of Diversity and Inclusion, a board of director of Binibining Pilipinas NBC, and a proud Bicolano fashion designer of Vancouver. It is an honor to speak in this motion to promoting cultural inclusion and economic vitality. which is Advancing the Main Street Filipino Cultural Center and Hotel Project. I've heard of negative things about this matter, but today I stand before you to advocate for the promotion of cultural inclusion and economic vitality through the advancement of the Main Street Filipino Cultural Center and Hotel Project. This initiative is not just a development project, but I think it is a symbol of three things. First, bridging communities. Second, celebrating diversity. And third, fostering economic growth. Speaking of bridging communities, this is the first to the process of connecting different groups of individuals. I will not name any groups of you or individuals. If it is, I don't want to name any one of you too. Within a community to promote understanding, collaboration, and unity. It involves creating opportunities for people from diverse backgrounds to come together, share experiences, and work toward common goals. This can be done through various activities such as community events, workshops, dialogues, and projects that bring people together to learn from each other, build relationships, and address challenges collectively. By bridging these communities, individuals can overcome barriers, build trust, and foster a sense of belonging and inclusion for all members. Ultimately, bridging communities help create a stronger, more cohesive society where everyone feels valued and supported. We need to we need to remember that. And fostering economic growth. It involves implementing policies and strategies
Sorry,
aimed
Jeanette.
at
You
increasing.
are at time.
Oh my goodness, I still have so much to say.
That's
Thank you so
okay.
much. And mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Thanks for calling. Okay, speaker 67, Luz Viminda Kua. Okay. Speaker 68, Alona Soria. Speaker 73, Rosalina Leonard. Good afternoon.
Is it afternoon or already 6 p.m.? Good evening, everyone. My name is Rose, a part of the Filipino community and a resident here in Vancouver. And I fully support this motion to advance the Filipino Cultural Center. For many of us, this project is not only about culture, it's about the future of our children and the generations who will grow up here. Filipino youth in Vancouver often struggle to access programs that reflect their identity, history, and heritage. Without a permanent space, it's difficult to run consistent workshops, leadership program, cultural education, or mentorship activities that help young people get grounded in who they are. A Filipino cultural center would change that. It would give young people a place to learn, create, and connect with others. It would help them grow up with pride and their heritage while also giving them opportunities to contribute to the city they call home. By supporting this motion, you're acknowledging the story, contributions, and the heart of the community and the city we now call home. Thank you, Mayor Kansim, City Council, and also I thank Mabel Elmore, MLA Mabel Elmore, for her leadership. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking to council. Speaker 76, Marcy Het. Speaker 77, Olivia Carino. Okay. Speaker number 81, Stuart Forsyth. Speaker 83, Angie Austria. Okay. Speaker 84, Estela De Castro. Speaker 85, Imelda Landicho.
No.
87, Suki Sahota.
Yes.
Just checking, can you hear me? Hello?
Is that Suki?
Yes, that's me. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Can you
can.
just
Sorry.
confirm you can hear me?
Sorry,
Okay.
please go ahead.
Thank
You
you.
have 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you so much. As a former federal candidate for Vancouver Granville, which encompasses Vancouver South, I am speaking on behalf of the people in South Vancouver, on behalf of the young and elderly friends who have spoken to me personally but unable to participate today. Every one of us knows how badly we need a Filipino cultural and community center, which I will now refer to as FCC, following the Lapu-Lapu tragedy. So it's with a heavy heart that I tell you, from all the concerns I've heard about this project, I have to oppose this specific development. Again, I support AFCC, but it needs to be done right and it needs to be truly sustainable. This motion is very specific. It's a rezoning motion. This is all about the developer being able to increase added height to the main hotel. It's all about the view cones. This is the prime actual agenda for this motion. It's not about the actual FCC. The FCC comes second to this. And that's my biggest concern. Without the FCC in this proposal, the developer would not even be able to get any rezoning on this land. It's a perfect location for a hotel. It's close to downtown, but it's nowhere near the heart of our Filipino community in South Vancouver. And if I'm wrong, please, councillors, if I'm wrong, make an amendment to the motion and oppose the view cone. Show me then that you truly do want this Filipino community center, and this is the reason why you are actually in favor of this motion and not in the favor of the view cone getting removed. And let's also be honest, the developer might be proposing a hotel as a way to support and sustain the actual FCC in the long term, but we have to also remember this is the same developer who actually evaded the legal process in a recent lawsuit by ensuring that legal documents never got delivered to him formally over a period of 11 months. In fact, that they had to go to a BC Supreme Court judge to get those documents delivered alternatively. That is really concerning to me if I'm looking at a developer. We are putting our whole trust in a developer who doesn't actually respect the law in the first place and doesn't represent our community. And one other concern, I know there are other pipeline projects as well, which the city is currently working with other organizations. And
Sorry,
my biggest
Suki,
concern is that
you are at
it's going to get
time.
restricted. Thank you.
Apologies. Thanks for calling. Speaker 88, Mike Darby. Okay. 89, Alicia Borthwick. 90, Melanie Boutin. Okay. 93, Cherie Mendoza. Okay. 94, Pinky Lois.
Hello, I'm here.
Pinky.
Hi. Thank you. Yes. Hello, Mayor Sim and Honorable Council. My name is Pinky Boyce, and I'm representing myself. I'm currently residing outside of Vancouver for my husband's military posting, but I do consider Vancouver home. My parents immigrated from the Philippines many decades ago, so Filipino culture and tradition has always been part of my life. And for me, being born and raised in Canada, I grew up in a household where Tagalog was spoken. We ate Filipino food and often gathered with other Filipino families who shared similar experiences and traditions to us. I'm really excited about the momentum towards the dedicated Filipino Cultural Center, not just as a simple gathering space for myself or even my parents, but for my kids or anyone else who did not grow up immersed in the Filipino culture the way I was brought up. My personal experience in Vancouver was trying to find Tagalog lessons for my daughter, and it was not straightforward, which highlighted a need for a central hub to access local connections to Filipino resources, but also, for a way to preserve culture for future generations. I'm also I'm all for collaboration and appreciate the idea of sharing the space with a hotel. And also, I appreciate the element of sustainability for the center for the long run and how they thought about that. So I wholeheartedly support the Filipino Legacies proposal for the build of the Filipino Cultural Center in tandem with the hotel. And I thank you for, listening. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you for calling. Speaker number 95, Noble Flandes. Okay. How about Speaker 96, Dryden Adams? Okay. 97, Sunder Surya. 98, Ryan Michael Cabalete. 99, Ferenz Bionson. Or Viranese. Okay. 100, Victor Villamera. Okay.
Hello. Hello, Victor.
Hello, good evening.
Hi, we'll just need to get you to turn down the background noise because we're getting an echo. Is this Victor? Victor, is that you? Hello? We may have disconnected. Okay. Okay, well, let's go to the next speaker. 101, Robert Newland. Is 100 back on the line, Victor? Let me check. Okay. Speaker number 103, Haley Borthwick. Okay. Okay, so let's connect to 100, Victor.
Yes.
Hi, Victor.
Good to go?
Go ahead, please.
Hello, good evening. I'm going to start. Mayor Kim Sim and Councilor Lenny Zhuang and the esteemed members of the Council of Vancouver. I am here to express my full support for the motion to develop the Filipino Cultural Center. This center will serve as an essential space to uphold and celebrate our rich Filipino heritage, fostering cultural pride and unity across all generations. It will provide a home where our tradition, arts, and history can be shared not only within our community, but also with the broader society. True service is a core of this initiative. It involves a commitment to serve our community by fostering identity, delivering education, and encouraging cultural understanding. This center will serve as a beacon of hope and inspiration, empowering Filipino Canadians to contribute meaningfully to society while honoring their roots. A long-term endowment has been set up to ensure financial stability and ongoing support for the center's program, reinforcing the trustworthiness and lasting impact of the initiative. To my fellow Filipinos, let us come together with dedication and resolve, knowing that this cultural center is more than just a building. It is a legacy of service, culture, and community for now and future generations to come. Together, we can turn vision into reality and enrich the lives of the many through genuine service rooted in our Filipino heritage. This motion deserves our trust and full support as it is grounded in a genuine commitment to community, transparency, and sustainable development. Thank you and good evening.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 104, Kassan Borthwick. How about Speaker 105, Yolanda Siskar? Okay, 106, Edmund Tumeneng, sorry. 107, Jessica Lumatau. 108, Jay Jayag. 109, Dennis Lumatau. Okay.
Yeah. I lost my computer.
I noticed that. Screens are.
So no.
110, Joyce Amariel.
No.
111, Ron Amariel.
No.
Okay. 112, Tisha Newland.
Nope.
114, Bruce Famine. Amin.
No.
116, Gorish Kohil.
Yes.
Kohli, sorry. Good afternoon. Good evening.
Good afternoon. Oh, good evening.
Sorry.
Good evening, councillors, Mayor Sims, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Gorish Kohli. I'm a resident of White Rock. I'm here as a member of public to express my strong support for the motion that would allow the development of the Filipino Cultural Center. The Filipino community has been a part of Vancouver story for generations. They are neighbors, friends, organizers, volunteers, community builders, whose presence is deeply woven with the fabric of the city. Yet, despite their long-standing roots and contributions, there's still no permanent cultural center, no dedicated place where they can gather, celebrate their heritage, support one another, and strengthen community ties. This motion is an important step towards finally giving them that space. Such a center would be a place for celebration and pride, where youth can learn about their heritage, elders can share traditions, and the wider Vancouver community can engage.
Yep. Do we have a photograph?
Sounds like there's some audio coming in.
Should I?
Could we? Is that Councillor Bly? It sounds. Wonder if we could mute them.
Should I continue?
Sorry for the interruption.
Don't worry. Can I continue?
Yes.
Okay. So, such a center would be a place for celebration and pride, where youth can learn about their heritage, elders can share traditions, and the wider Vancouver community can engage with the Filipino culture in a meaningful and enriching way. One of the most compelling aspects of this proposal is the self-sustaining aspect of it. It's intended to support the cultural center. This project will help empower programming, operations, long-term sustainability, and creating a center which is both culturally valuable and economically practical. The project itself also brings a clear benefits to the city. It will create jobs, attract visitors, support local businesses, and contribute to the local overall vibrancy and economic activity in the surrounding area. Its presence strengthens the project as a whole and further ensures that the cultural center can thrive for years to come. For all these reasons, I strongly urge the council to support this motion because it creates a home, one centered on culture, identity, support, and community and pride. A home for a community that has given so much to Vancouver, built on a model which will be designed to thrive for generations. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 117, Mike Dizion. Okay. Speaker 119, Ahmed Delos Santos. Yes. Evening.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ahmed Los Santos, and I'm a resident of Vancouver, Kensington community area. I'm very thankful for this particular opportunity to give me the chance to speak to you today's agenda. Me and my wife came here in our own personal conviction and capacity to express and show our full support by all legal means to endorse the motion that our Honorable Mayor Ken Sim and Councilor Lini Zhu, as well as Mabel Elmore, to expedite the delivery of what we call Filipino Cultural Center. We, the majorities in the community, believe that it is time to put this in actions urgently to build the center. Our prayers and wishes that we shouldn't wait and wanted another tragic, unforgettable, untimely moments that lost innocent lives. That's why we urge everyone of us to support the motion to build the center, a place where we can unite and for reconciliation and express our sentiments, emotions, forgiving each other to move on. We are so grateful to our kind-hearted Mayor Sim and Councilor Zhu and everyone at the City Councils for their support, for the supporting of the Filipino Cultural Center. Everyone's contribution, big or small, it matters and valued so much to make it happen. The legacy, for sure, will be remarkable and remembered for the next generations to come. So let's all start now to put our vision and wishes without delay and prejudice into actions. Time is so much precious to give importance to this project. It's like a platinum opportunity to everyone's contributions without hesitation. Lastly, we should appreciate very much the provincial government and federal government express and announce their support in 2025 budget. Once again, thank you very much being part of this opportunity to express my full support. We pray for the success of everyone's endeavor. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you. Speaker 121, Dax Kamarsi. Okay. Speaker 123, Goldie Castro. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Narcisa Viesca Vinluan.
Oh. Sorry, what speaker number are you? Do you know offhand?
151.
151? Oh, we haven't got there yet, actually. That was 121.
She pointed me, but I'm eager because I'm here since morning.
Okay. Yeah, we do have to go through the order, but I promise you'll be coming up soon. So 123 we don't have, right? Goldie Castro. 124, Alexander Lawal. Okay. 125, Marlene Kudimat. Okay. 126, Alda Deaza. 127, John Ragani. Yeah.
Good evening.
Hi, John. Please go ahead.
Hello. Yeah. Good evening, Honorable Chair, Honorable Mayor Ken Sims, and Honorable Councilors, community leaders, neighbors, and friends. My name is John Ragani. I speak to you as the founding president of Driving This Basketball Club, a director of the Filipino Canadian Cultural Heritage Society, and a past director of the Society of International Trained Engineers of BC. Drive and This is a not-for-profit organization of more than 800 individual participants across Metro Vancouver. Our mission is simple and unwavering: to make basketball accessible to everyone and to strengthen unity, leadership, and camaraderie across generations and cultures. Today, I stand before you to urge your support for this motion, promoting cultural inclusion and economic vitality by advancing the Main Street Filipino Cultural Center and Hotel project. For 40 years, the Filipino community in this region has contributed to Vancouver's prosperity, culture, and civic life as healthcare workers, entrepreneurs, caregivers, students, artists, and volunteers. Yet, for 40 years, we have done this without a permanent, visible home, a cultural center that recognizes our history, gathers our people, and shares our culture with wider city. That absence is not merely symbolic. It is a gap in the social infrastructure of this city, a missing place where language, traditions, skills, and civic participation are passed on to the next generation. This project is about more than a building. It is about belonging, intergenerational continuity, and shared prosperity. Approving this Main Street Filipino Cultural Center and Hotel project will deliver tangible social and economic returns for our community and for the city at large. One, strengthening social bonds and well-being. Second, investing in youth and heritage preservation. Third, economic vitality and job creation. Fourth, cultural exchange and civic inclusion. Fifth, strategic partnership and community capacity. To those who ask about accountability and return on investment, this is measurable. Reduce social isolation, lowers health and social service costs. Youth engagement reduces delinquency and improves educational attainment. Tourism and hospitality revenue fuels local businesses. The center's programming
Sorry,
will be
John.
trackable.
Apologies, but you are over time, so we do need to move on
Thank
to the
you.
next speaker. Thanks for calling. We'll now go to speaker 128. 128, Agnes Ugiel. Okay. How about 129, Aaron Arnold? Okay. Sonia McLaughlin, 130. Okay, 131, Charisse De La Cruz. 132, Princita Herrero. 140, Gurek Hashe. Okay. 141, Sheila Charlon. 142, Cecilia Mamalis. Okay. 149, Vivian Calbelete. 151, Nasisa. Your time has arrived. Vinulan. Good evening.
Anyway, I'm happy I'm called already. Thank you. Good evening to everyone, Mayor Kensim, and all the council people that I'm seeing all the time. I do my volunteer. My name is Narcisa Vinluan Viesca. I'm here in Vancouver for almost 35 years and 34 years paying my business license in the City Hall as a hairdresser. And I really heard and saw what's going on in Vancouver. So me and my husband are favor this time to have this Filipino Community Center because it's been for myself now. I came 30 years old. Now I don't lie with my age, 67. I'm already senior, and this time I saw in my eyes the generation from all walks of life. The young generation are working hard, really pursuing to have a place because Canada are not accepting any Filipino without any good education. That's what I am proud of. And when it comes to job, now I'm positive that because as a senior, I got this contract from different field of Vancouver Coastal Health to cut this senior citizens and their family, and they are proud when they're hearing you're what citizen are you, and I told them I'm a Filipino. Oh, you are working hard, and I'm proud of that. So this is probably the first time now that it will be granted, and I'm praying for that because I saw in my eyes those people who tried to build our own with their own money, but because we are not partly seen by the government, federal, provincial, this time I saw it, so I'm expecting that this will gonna be happen. For those who are opposing, I know they will realize they have a good intention, but basically I'm speaking in behalf of what I'm seeing because I love Canada and I love my country too as my second home now because I grew up here and I saw. I almost cried. Thank you very much and mabuhay.
Thank you. Speaker 154, Joan George. Okay. 157, Mirasol Vega. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. I'm Mirasol Vega. Hold on. My name is Mirasol Vega. I am the president and founder of the Pelican Helping Hands Society in BC. Honorable Mayor Kenzie and Councilor, good evening. I am supporting the motion to promoting cultural inclusion and economic vitality, advancing the Main Street Cultural Center and Hotel project. I strongly support building a Filipino community center in Vancouver because it will provide a much needed space for cultural celebration, community connections, and shared learning. It will help preserve our heritage, support Filipino families, and strengthen multicultural understanding across the city, creating a more vibrant and inclusive Vancouver for everyone. Thank you again, Mayor Kensley, councilors, and also Mabel Elmore for your good leadership. Thank you so much. Good evening.
Thank you. Thanks for speaking to council. Speaker 160, Lorraine Lowe.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Please go ahead, Lorraine.
Hi. Okay, I know you guys have a long night, so I'm going to keep this brief. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for your time. I'm speaking today in support of this motion. As a longtime Vancouver Gen X resident born and raised in Southeast Vancouver, with the Punjabi community, the Chinese, the Vietnamese, and the Filipino, we were all just one. It was such a diverse neighborhood, yes, but what really held us together was that community spirit, and at the heart of it, the Filipino community. They were always showing up and always leading with heart. And some of you may remember back in the 90s, there used to be a Filipino Day at the Plaza of Nations. And that was like the annual event I would look forward to each year. But one annual event, that's not enough. What this community needs is a lasting sense of belonging. Placemaking is not just about activating an event space. It's where identity takes root, where culture lives, grows, and is passed on through generations. And years later, I carried that belief into my role as the executive director at the Chinese Garden. And some of you were there with me, Councillor Kirby Young, Councillor Meisner, MLA Mabel Elmore. And during that Filipino Heritage Month, we opened up our space to act as a community hub where we gathered and celebrated that Filipino spirit. Those enchanted evening concerts filled with local Filipino talents, and the audiences they brought were living proof of the Filipino community's ability to transform space. People talk about the Filipino heart. I witnessed firsthand the magic of that Filipino community bringing in and activating those spaces, turning that garden into a home stage in the spirit of the community, a celebration of togetherness. It wasn't just music and talent, it was belonging in action. That's why a permanent Filipino Cultural Center matters, because when this community has space, real space, they don't just gather. They build something lasting, a place where culture isn't just preserved, it's lived, celebrated, and passed on. And that's why I'm here in full support of this motion. It helps build a lasting sense of place, a place where belonging isn't temporary, it's rooted, shared, and protected. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Lorraine. Speaker 162, Danilo Guevara. Uh, 163, Arlene Nicanor. Hi, good evening.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Arlene Nicanor. I live in First Genesee District in Vancouver for more than 40 years. So I'm here in person. I was here since 9 o'clock and I waited for this time. So thank you for your time, and I'm here to support this 100% motion for a Filipino Cultural Center. And I would like to thank the opportunity to all of you, especially to Mayor Elmore, to Mayor Ken Singh, and to all the councils, to put their hard work and time together to make this motion possible. And I would like to congratulate all the Filipino people to make this dream come true to have a Filipino Cultural Center. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for speaking and for waiting for so long. Speaker 167, Marius Aparque. Good evening.
Mayor Kensim, honorable council members, good evening. I appreciate your tenacity and the hard work that you're going through today. My name is Marius Alparaque. I'm the first vice president of the Filipino Seniors Club of BC. With our president, we were here this morning and then realizing that we'll be into the night. Our president is not here. So I'm speaking on behalf of our society as an official spokesperson. The Filipino Seniors Club of BC has been involved in all the conversations around the Filipino Cultural Center. We support the initiatives of the Mabuhay House, having been part of the Council of Elders in pursuing this dream. And then we also had been participating from the very beginning in the dialogue that was brought to us by the Honorable Mayor and Trevor and Councilor Lenny. And we really, really appreciate that. So the Filipino Seniors Club of BC wants to be the voice for the seniors. And having heard what has been presented to us, we look when Trevor mentioned the fact that there's only one dish on the table at this point in time. And when I say dish, is what is present before us, an opportunity where we can have the realization of a Filipino cultural center. And that dish looks very luscious, mouth-watering. It's maybe it's a ribeye steak, with all the trimmings. And we want to take it and avail of it. But then there are several things that comes with this consideration. A consideration where people around us will say a lot of things that are negative around it. So we are in trepidation of sometimes grabbing the opportunity. However, I'd like to share with you a different perspective insofar as what is before us today. I remember the story in the Bible about Jesus. One day he was walking the hills by the Sea of Galilee, and he was followed by a throng of people, thousands of them. And then towards the end of the day, his disciples came to him, Master, we don't have anything. These people are hungry. They've been here since this morning, and they're thirsty and hungry. We need to feed them. So the Lord told them, okay, look for some food. And the disciples went around and asked for if anybody brought some lunch with them.
Marius.
And you know what?
Marius, I'm really sorry to do this, but I do have to stop you because we are over time.
Okay.
Apologies. Thank you for speaking to council. Speaker 168, Carla Jubilee.
Hello? Hello?
Hi, Carla.
Can you hear
Please
me?
go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Carla. I'm a resident of Vancouver and a Filipino and Lebanese journalist and community organizer. I cover culture, food, and community in the city. My work brings me into Filipino spaces every week: restaurants, living rooms, fundraisers, small businesses, and grassroots organizing. I see firsthand what our community builds with almost no resources and very little institutional support. Today, I'm opposing the motion for the proposed Filipino Cultural Center and Hotel in Mount Pleasant, not because I'm against the idea of the cultural center, but because I believe that this motion is not rooted in real community needs or leadership. Filipinos have shaped Vancouver in countless ways. We know this already, through caregiving, food, art, labor, mutual aid. Yet every time we ask for support, we're told there's no budget, no land, no long-term plan. Suddenly, when a private developer is struggling, a prime piece of land becomes available and the Filipino community is invoked as justification. So I have a couple of questions to ask. Is passing this motion required for the developer to get refinancing to pay back his lenders? Will the developer face foreclosure if this motion doesn't pass? Does everyone fully understand what this motion authorizes and what it obligates the city to do and who it ultimately benefits? As someone who documents our culture, I can clearly say this is not how cultural infrastructure is built. Communities cannot thrive on political optics or developer rescue packages. A cultural center that depends on private interests is unstable from the start. And I wanted to name something uncomfortable: the pressure for groupthink. When something is framed as for the Filipino community, people feel pushed to support it, even when it doesn't feel right. But real community work isn't about nodding along because it's convenient. It's about asking hard questions. And this is not division, it's about caring. If we don't speak up now, we're swept into decisions that were never made with us or for us in the first place. Mount Pleasant feels like the wrong location for this project. It's one of the most expensive and development-heavy neighborhoods in Vancouver. It's also not where Filipino families live in large numbers. It's not where our small businesses, churches, or gathering places are. Placing a Filipino cultural center here makes it symbolic and not accessible. What we deserve and need is a center guided by the people and organizations that have already done the research. Groups that have collected the data, consulted the community, and articulated what we actually need. So the city should be working with those groups, not pushing forward a project first and consulting later. I also want to speak from lived experiences. I volunteered at Lapu-Lapu Day, and I was a part of the emergency response that followed. I saw which groups actually showed up, and I also saw how quickly the Filipino Legacy Society stepped into that space without consulting any of us. No consultation, no relationship building, no acknowledgement of the organizations that have spent years collecting data, conducting feasibility studies, and doing the groundwork.
Sorry,
They
Carla.
inserted themselves.
You are over time.
Thank you.
Apologies. Thanks for calling. That does complete our speakers list. Thanks, everyone, for calling in, coming to City Hall to speak to the committee. Committee members, is there any discussion? I see Councillor Fry. Please go ahead.
Yeah, and I have a great number of questions. So right off the top, I'm wondering if we might indulge a second round. I have questions to the move of the motion.
Second round, but are we? What about breaks for? We're in discussion. No. We need to.
Yeah, I would be asking points of. I know my timer's moving though.
You want to ask a question through the chair to?
Yes, I do, but I have several, and my timer's already clocked, so I'm wondering if we would indulge us. Right? Okay, so appreciate this. I'm looking at this through the lens of our code of conduct, and if I may, through you, I have questions of the move or the motion to the mayor. One of the essential tenets of the code of conduct is part 2, standards, values, and transparency. And I'm worried that there's a number of material facts that weren't disclosed, including court filings that have been indicating that the developer had foreclosure proceedings, and that court filings from August 28th indicated that the developer had cited ongoing negotiations with the city and province as grounds to delay an order absolute, using the existence of the mayor's pending motion as evidence in court. Which raises a pretty big flag for me, the whole sort of genesis of this. And I'm wondering, through you to the mayor, at what point did the mayor commit to the developer in this location?
My mic on? Okay. Yep. Sorry, Councillor, can you repeat the question again?
Well, so at what point had you committed to this developer in this location?
Okay, so I think what's before us right now is
just to reiterate, Mayor, there was a court document that indicated that the evidence of your motion was enough to grounds to delay an order absolute in a foreclosure.
yeah. To my, if you're are you asking has the developer made interest payments and what have you, or I don't understand.
No, when did you commit to this developer in this location that this was something you were moving ahead? Okay, well, I'm like my clock's ticking, so.
Yeah. And you do probably get another 30 seconds or so, Councillor Fry, just because we had that debate there or discussion.
Yeah. Okay.
Go ahead.
I still don't understand the question. Like, if you're asking me when we're here right now, there is a motion before council.
Okay. Well, Mayor, were you aware that there was foreclosure proceedings on this site?
It's my understanding that this stuff has been cleared up, and just so we're clear, this motion here is to accelerate or move a process along where there will be a bunch of due diligence the developer would have to bring, any proposal to council. It would go through all the rigor. They would literally have to go to public hearing. So, it would not be like any other, rezoning.
So you were not aware that there was foreclosure proceedings on this particular location?
No, it's my understanding that the stuff was.
The mayor's, your office first hosted a meeting on this project when I was invited on July 18th. And it was definitely in foreclosure, and the legal proceeding that happened, the court filings were August 28th. So this has been actively in the courts as this was coming forward.
Well, I've had no dealings with the developer personally.
Okay, but Mayor, you did put out an endorsement of the Filipino Legacy Society on moving forward with this project. Also,
yeah, and that's correct. And so, you know what? They're coming to council. At the end of the day, this will go through the same rigor as every other process where,
I'm seeing that I'm almost out of time. I'm going to want to come back on and move an amendment because I don't think I'll get a second round. Yeah, no, and I'm seeing as I'm out of time, I want to come back on and move an.
You're on the queue.
Sorry, that's.
Would you like me to come back to you?
Just take me off, please.
Sure. Councillor Orr.
Can I move for a second round?
We're in discussion, not questions.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yeah, I also misunderstood earlier as well, but we are in discussion.
Okay. I can wait and I can hop back on. Sorry.
Okay. I'm not seeing anyone else on the queue at the moment. Councillor Fry.
Oh, sorry. I'll let Councillor Maloney go first.
Okay. Councillor Maloney.
I need to go after you.
I will be moving an amendment then. If I guess with the remaining time, we can move to an amendment queue.
Okay. We'll just take it to an amendment queue here. Just one moment. And I've just received that. So yeah, go ahead, Councillor.
I'd like to frame this up that I do have concerns under our conflict of interest rules, things like conflict of interest, use of municipal assets and services, use of influence, preferential treatment, intimidation, and improper influence. Those aren't allegations. Those are just the labels within our code of conduct. And I'll just address folks who are watching right now. And Mabuhay, I've been nursing a leg injury, and it's I've had to take some of this meeting from my office, but I have been listening to everybody. I've heard every speaker today. I've reviewed a lot of the correspondence, shared a lot of the chismes over the last little while. And first and foremost, I want to acknowledge the collective support of the Filipino Community Center and readily agree that it is long overdue. I also want to acknowledge that almost everybody who has spoken is coming with the best intentions and truly wants something great here. However, I want to acknowledge that this particular proposal is not without controversy and risk, reputational risk and financial risk. If we want to create a meaningful foundation for a Filipino-Canadian community and dedicate city resources to do it, then we have a responsibility not to rush into this, but to get it right. And getting it right means bringing the community together, a truly comprehensive, collaborative, and co-created framework, and a sound and sustainable financial model. And what troubles me is we've got a brand new organization, less than 4 months old, a developer with let's say, a checkered reputation, a financial model as described, with fiduciary irregularities and instability on title for some of these lands. And the fact that the approach, as I've described, seemingly alienates a lot of long-standing cultural practitioners and community groups. I noticed that the language in consultation up to this point, including in the What We Heard document, talks about a community center, but this motion only suggests a cultural center and seems to miss the bayanihan, or community spirit, that so much of this work has been talking about. I don't think there's really a rush or imperative to get this wrong. So let's get it right, and let's make sure, first and foremost, this center is rooted in bayanihan and transparency and accountability. And I say this with all the mahal and all the galang. Salamat po. My amendment then is to defer decision on Articles A, B, C, D, and F for future consideration pending review of this motion and background information by the City of Vancouver's Integrity Commissioner before Q2 2026. Because I do feel that there are some significant irregularities in this work, and I don't want us to find ourselves in legal trouble. And further, the council amend E as follows to work with Filipino stakeholders, including but not limited to Filipino Legacy Society of Canada, but also many of the other groups that aren't mentioned in this work right now, including NPC3, United Federation, the Seniors, Filipino BC, Mabuhay House, and Pinoy Festival Alliance to identify a city-owned or city-controlled property to use as interim community space and report back to council on a potential location that can be released to the Filipino community at a nominal rate. So this is the idea to keep things moving so we can still keep the community moving forward on a real community institution, but not get ourselves into legal jeopardy that hasn't been fully formed. There are so many irregularities in this particular motion as it's written, and more specifically in the items leading up to this. I wish I had more time. I have pretty extensive notes, and certainly enough that I will be filing these with the Integrity Commissioner at appropriate time. But I do worry that this has not followed the appropriate procedure for delegating council resources, staff resources, and we can get this right. And let's not rush into a poorly orchestrated plan, and let's get it right. So I do say it with all the respect and love, and that's where I'm at.
Councillor Farr, we'll need a seconder for your amendment. Councillor Maloney. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I appreciate the discussion, and it's really important that council kind of color within the lines and sort of be very aware of our distinct responsibilities in terms of our sort of policymaking, legislative, and here in our regulatory authority in the chambers. I do feel that the point of order that was raised by Councillor Bly at the beginning of the meeting covered some of this ground. I think it was prudent of then acting chair, I guess would be the appropriate term, Councillor Dominato, to take a recess and allow the full time at lunch to consult with legal. And what we heard back was that there was, this in no way fettered council in any future land use or regulatory decisions or decision on a rezoning application. I think what is unique here is that a particular site opportunity has arisen. The proponent will have to be able to prove that they are whole, and I think they would have to go through what is typically a pretty rigorous process with our staff in terms of review of a site. It doesn't preclude it doesn't suggest approval. It does advance a goal of retaining or ensuring that part of a community amenity is considered as part of a process. But what it's attempting to do is have it be reviewed. Yes, it identifies a particular site, but I can think of different precedents. I remember a motion from Councillor Bly with respects to advancing an opportunity with Green Line Ferries with a singular proponent to use a civic asset and facility in terms of looking at different locations, but predominantly looking to use a civic asset facility at Harbour Dock and asking for that opportunity to be proposal to be looked at, embedded, and assessed, sort of with a preference given to sort of assessing and expediting that opportunity and to look at, again, sort of a particular site and asset. And that was advanced and fully supported by council because sometimes opportunities simply arise. And so I'm under no illusion that this does not have to go through its full due diligence, and it will. Council will have to duly consider the information at this time, but I think that Councillor Bly raised that point at the beginning, and I think that with the legal consideration review, and my understanding is that this the mayor did receive advice from staff around framing this to bring it back so that it fairly clearly distinguishes the roles. It just asks them to review from the policy perspective and look at the opportunity. What staff actually bring back in advance will be based on our protocols and due diligence, and then any future decision at council will not be beholden to that. It will be based on the information that comes back. So I think those are important considerations for everybody. Thanks.
Thanks. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, and appreciate the chance to actually respond to Councillor Kirby-Young. Maybe there was just confusion on the part of the councillor in terms of the point of order I called earlier, which was wholly around a rezoning, a potential rezoning, and a future prejudicing of us as a council through this process to not be able to participate in a future rezoning. And so that was the point of order, and maybe that was missed by Councillor Kirby-Young, but that's wholly different than what is being proposed here. What's being proposed here is that there are there are questions of integrity and code of conduct that Councillor Fry has raised that I believe are questions that those in the community that have been working on this project in a way that shows good governance and good financial management have also raised these concerns. So I think it's actually very responsive to what we've heard. And the way in which the details have been laid out here are clear that it's not a point of order, it's a code of conduct and integrity question that needs to be reviewed before this decision can be made. I think, you know, given the number of years, the provincial grants, the city grants to organizations already who are not included in this, this certainly feels as a motion itself in the order that it's coming, which I think is unprecedented actually, when without any application, any formal application that has been brought forward to have a motion and an endorsement from the mayor is a very unusual situation. So I think we're just looking to ensure we are following good governance practices and our fiduciary responsibility in making sure that there isn't a financial risk exposure that we will put not just the city at, but the organizations that have been working on this for a very long time. This seems to detract from that and could confuse senior government funding, and all on the backs of two sites that are have court documents and foreclosure documents on it. So it just seems quite bizarre that we're even in this conversation, notwithstanding the importance of the center to the community. But we're not debating whether or not the community will have a center. We're debating whether or not the center should be at this particular address. So I'm going to support this because I have as many questions as have been laid out in this amendment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Chair. I'm curious, do we have any staff present? City manager, oh, sorry, I didn't see Sandra. I do, just in light of the discussion, I'm going to propose, and I just wanted to confirm this, the appropriate, and maybe Tina as well. Just we're really getting into a bit of a legal realm and questions being raised about city liability. So I'd like to propose that we recess and move this discussion in camera. And I was just curious maybe from, and I'm not sure if it's Sandra or Tina could comment on just the, how I would propose that, and whether I need to set a time, if it would be immediately following, like we would have dinner, break for dinner, we could break for dinner and do that. But it just seems that we've now gone into a realm that warrants an in-camera discussion and not a public discussion. So maybe Sandra, if you could comment first on that and then.
Thank you for the question, Sandra Singh, Deputy City Manager. If Council Chair, if I could have just a moment to consult with the City Clerk on this.
Yeah, we can take
Thank you.
Recess for a couple minutes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Let's just
Appreciate
take
that.
a 3-minute recess. Sandra Singh, Deputy City Manager, I understand you have a response to Councillor Dominato's question.
Yes, thanks so much, Chair. The city clerk you can move to go in camera. City clerk can explain the procedures around and your options.
Yes. So I believe the question is, can we resolve to go in camera and do so immediately? The answer is yes. You have to do a motion in public and state why, which, based on what I'm understanding, it's to seek legal advice, which would be Section I under the Act. We could resolve in camera. I'm not sure how long of a discussion it would be. And then you would adjourn and you can, I guess you have a few options, come straight back here and continue the debate while we're in recess or after we come out of recess. Or the other option, I guess, is we haven't had a supper break yet. So if you wanted to work that in.
Okay. Thank you. That I appreciate that. That's really helpful context. I am hopefully at the will of council. I'd like to propose that we recess for dinner. I think we haven't eaten. It's now almost 7:30. I know I'm getting quite hungry and I'm less focused. And so if we could, I propose that we break for 45 minutes to 8 o'clock to give time for dinner, or half hour if people have
Half an hour dinner break.
half an hour dinner break, just so we can refresh and then we can come back and. So that's my motion. Recess for 30 minutes for dinner till 7:45.
Second.
I have a question.
Yes, Councillor Kirby.
I don't know. I don't know if you need a new queue or if I can just go on. I just have a question with respect to the rest of the business and other speakers that are waiting online, and just to understand the sequence of events. So we break till 7:45. We come back. We go in camera. I have a couple questions procedurally, which is, we're going in camera presumably for legal reasons. Do we have staff available to provide legal advice?
I don't think you were proposing that in your
I haven't made the motion yet, but we would have to. I think the question would be to Sandra.
That would be a question. And then if we do that, presumably that takes a period of time. Do we anticipate that we will be able to come back in and finish some of the other business? Because we've got a couple more items tonight, and I'm just trying to get a sense of how our evening might pace. I know that there's a bunch of speakers on it, and I know one speaker stayed in Vancouver overnight on another motion. So
I think it's not for me to answer, but I think I'm not moving a motion yet about in camera. I'm just moving the motion for dinner, but I think it would be for Sandra to answer whether we would be able to have legal staff available after 7:45 this evening to meet with us. If that was.
I can confirm we have.
Okay.
Okay, and then we would resume, and follow up to that, Chair, if I might, we would resume back, because I know there's people in town for the following motion after this one, literally staying this evening. And the reserve date is tomorrow afternoon for 2 hours, which I can't make, so I'd like to know if we are going to come back to do that, or if that needs to be, I potentially also need to make a motion to put that to another reserve date, so we're not waiting an hour and a half and then figuring that up later.
If I might propose taking a half an hour dinner break, going in camera to seek the legal advice, that be the motion? Someone want to put that forward?
I'm happy to amend mine and make it.
Sorry. I was just going to, I don't know what the usual procedure is and whether you can break in the middle of a motion. I don't know if that's possible, but if there are speakers that have been here for other motions that I'm not anticipating will be as long at all, I don't know if that's something that could be considered to hear the other motions and then come back to this one. I don't know.
I think regardless, we do need a dinner break. Just
So I could propose, just to clarify, is that we move to a 30-minute dinner break, followed by moving in camera for the reasons stated, which is to seek legal advice, and that we refer the last two motions on the agenda to the reserve, which I believe is tomorrow at 3 o'clock. I don't know if that would work for everyone. I'm trying to work on the fly here.
May I speak to it? Do you want to start a new queue, Chair?
So that's a motion I'm proposing.
We'll just let Councillor Kirby go first, and then I heard.
I didn't know if you want to start a new queue, because I think it's debatable, so. just so I'm not jumping in and it's okay?
I can make another cue
Sure.
for this.
Yeah, my question is, I would prefer to just get certainty that we can do the following motion tonight. I cannot refer it to tomorrow afternoon because I am chairing a zero waste conference tomorrow. Unfortunately, I'm moderating a panel at that time. So I would like certainty that we can do that motion tonight or that we flip it to reserve date next Tuesday, December 2nd. But I would like to do it tonight because I do know somebody stayed in town specifically for.
And Councillor Kirby, just so I'm clear, are you referring to the current motion?
I'm referring to the following motion, number
the
3,
second motion.
Growing Up a Vibrant Vancouver, for which there are 6 speakers.
So, Chair, I wonder if can we take a 30 minutes break and then go in camera and refer the decision for this item to the future reserve date and finish the other 2 items, so the speaker they don't have to wait. Can we do that?
That's another option.
That is another option.
I think we should just try to do both. That would be my suggestion.
Yes, both motions after this one. Can we do that? So we have more time for review the.
Also, Joe, I liked what you proposed. I don't know what others think, but we absolutely need a dinner break. I think all of us are struggling to.
We do.
Think.
May I?
I'm gonna take myself off the queue because other people are trying to weigh in. I think Councillor Joe has spoken. I think I hear other councillors
Councillor
online.
Orr, why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, I'm gonna need more than a half an hour. I think I'm planning to come back to City Hall. I was planning to come back at 5, but we went past dinner. So if an hour that would be great. But I don't even know the motion on the floor. I was sent a link to go in camera. So what the motion on the floor is
It
what?
has not yet been passed. Okay. Councillor Bly, did I hear you wanting to weigh in?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I just, you know, at the risk of us all suffering from a bit of groupthink right now, I think it's just the referral motion on the floor is to get legal opinion and legal advice. I find it quite unusual that we are going in camera to get legal advice on a member motion. I don't think that has ever happened, for the record. So I just want to make sure that we are not losing track of good governance and the practices we're supposed to be. That if it was my motion or someone else's, I just feel like it would have been referred back and said, go fix the motion and come back when it's ready to be tabled. So regardless of when we have dinner, I think we have a much bigger issue here. And so I just want to, for the record, state my objection to us such a massive exception in what our normal practice would be to get legal advice on a member motion. That's the responsibility of the person moving the motion. I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Councillor Maloney.
Can I just suggest that we have a dinner break because staff have been, working for many, many, many hours and then worry about all this afterwards and that you can have some discussions amongst yourselves and sort yourselves out without us having to do it here.
Thank you, Councillor Maloney. Councillor Dominato.
That's what I was going to suggest. We just move for a 30-minute
Let's keep it simple for now.
dinner break, and that's the motion. And I'll leave everything else.
Thank you. So Councillor Dominato moved and Councillor Maloney seconded. I'll take it on the dinner break. So all in favor say yay.
Yay. And can you confirm return time would be 10 to 8?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I get a vote of opposed?
Yep.
Procedurally, I don't think we need to vote on a dinner break.
Okay.
I
Let's
think
take
the
the
chair
dinner
can
break
just
then.
call a recess.
Thank you.
Okay, let's call a recess
also
for 30 minutes.
To Councillor Maloney's point that we can discuss amongst ourselves, we actually can't. We should be discussing this in the public eye. That's the point of laying out the procedure publicly. It should not be discussed out of the public eye.
We're going to take the dinner break and we'll be back in 30 minutes. And just to clarify, that actually didn't require a vote, so that's my mistake. Thank you.
Welcome to TELUS Conferencing.
Hi, Judy. Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Great. Thanks, Cheryl.
Thanks.
Hi, Julie. Can you hear me? So just to checking the Talus line, not the Teams.
Hi, David. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep, now I can. Thanks.
I'm not on Teams.
To resume. Thanks for your patience. And we will go to councillors in the amendment queue. And Councillor Montague, I see you on the queue.
Yeah, I just would suggest that we, considering the mover of the motion isn't back yet from dinner, that we wait till he's considering this involves him directly.
Mm-hmm. And Councillor Joe is not here either.
Neither of the member motions are, neither of the movers of the motion are here.
I think we should take a 5-minute recess till they return. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you everyone for the reprieve of some dinner. I think that was all needed. Just following on my questions to the clerks and city management, I do want to move a motion to go in camera. I'm citing section 165.21 of the Vancouver Charter. Section I, the receipt of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. And again, just to reiterate and recap from earlier, it does stem from, I'm hearing a variety of questions raised and allegations, and particularly I'm hearing that councillors may not have comfort voting at this time. And so I think it would be helpful then to move in and seek legal advice. And so I am advancing that motion at this time, and that we would do so immediately this evening. Thank you.
So we need a seconder, please. Second by Councillor Joe. Okay, do we need to record a vote for this motion or just do a show of hands? Show of hands. Okay. Okay, I understand. Okay, so all in favor of Councillor Dominato's motion to go in camera? Aye. Say aye. Thank you. Any opposed? Okay, not seeing any opposed. Okay, we will go in camera, and following that, we will return to chamber to continue the item. And are we going to cast the usual room?
And by 9 o'clock at the latest?
I would propose that we come back at 8:30 or 9 o'clock at the absolute latest. Thank you.
Hi, Julie. Can you hear us in chamber?
Hi, David. I can hear you on Teams.
Do you mind tell Julie to respond on TELUS?
Sure, 1 second.
Hi, David. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep, thanks.
Okay. Thanks for your patience. I see several counselors here on the queue, but some of them are not present at the moment. I'm wondering if we could advance maybe to Counselor Joe, but keep the other counselors on the queue, just because you're present, Counselor Joe. We can just turn your mic. There we go. One moment.
Thanks, Chair. So I think this issue and this motion is very passionate. Everyone's so passionate about this motion. So I'd like to ask, take another 5 minutes recess until everyone's here back to council.
Okay. I am a little concerned that several people, including the mover of the amendment, is not present, as well as several other people on the queue. So I concur, and I think we should take another 5-minute recess. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks everyone. Thanks for your patience. We are going to resume, and we are on the amendment queue. Councillor Joe, anything further to add? Sure. Okay. We'll advance. Councillor Kirby-Young.
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay. Mayor Sim.
Fine.
Okay. Councillor Orr.
I didn't know I was on the queue, but just to, yeah, no, I can hop off if Councillor Maloney wants to go on.
Okay.
Goes on the queue.
Councillor Maloney.
I'd just like to ask the mover of the motion a couple of questions through the chair, please.
Mover of the amendment or the motion?
The mover of the original motion.
Mhm.
Yes. So what is the time imperative that requires prioritisation of this development ahead of other work that's in the queue for the planning department, or whichever is the relevant department?
You know, I think the only time of the essence is the community's been waiting for 40 years, 4 decades for this, and like everything else, we want to accelerate things as quickly as possible. So, you know, community's been waiting 40 years.
Thanks. And what makes this Main Street site more appropriate than, say, for example, a site in South Vancouver, given the just
Well,
what makes this site a more appropriate and advantageous site?
So, Councillor, if you're asking me to adjudicate something,
I'm not asking you. I'm just asking you to factually state what makes this.
I'm trying to answer your question. So, if you're trying to ask me to adjudicate what site is better than another site, it's really hard to do that. What I can tell you is this: this project was presented, and it looks like a viable option, and I would love to see it go through the rigor of the process of going through council. Today wasn't a day where we were going to approve a project. This was just the first step. We still have to go through a rezoning application, negotiations with city staff, referral to public hearing. So, and that's where you would get your answer, whether or not the site was appropriate.
And what guarantees are you contemplating to make sure that the hotel owners continue, as they change from time to time, if the hotel changes ownership, continues to contribute financially to the Filipino Cultural Centre?
Yeah, so I don't know if this answers your question, but in clause B of the motion or of this motion, it does direct staff to ensure that the construction and the delivery of the Filipino Cultural Center is secured on the proposed lands as any a part of any future rezoning application. And it's also the structure of a public hearing. When it finally does, if it does go, hold on.
Sorry, I'm really referring to once it's built, so nothing to do with rezoning.
Yeah, okay, but I'm trying to answer your question again. So, when you go through a public hearing, the conditions are, something could be approved as is. It could be sent back for more work. It could be rejected outright, or it could be approved with conditions. So that would be another
so I'm
vehicle.
not talking about rezoning. I'm talking about once the site is built and the cultural centre is established.
It could be a condition of rezoning.
No, it can't be, because you're not rezoning it. What I'm trying to ask you is, how do you contemplate? So you're saying that the hotel's going to contribute financially to the Filipino Cultural Centre for many, many years. No rezonings. How are we going to make sure that the hotel owner keeps giving the money from the hotel to the Filipino Cultural Centre? What mechanism?
Well, look, these are going to be business arrangements. In the future, you could have counterparty risk, but these are things that we will figure out. So, and
Don't think
I
we
can,
should
I can,
figure
I
them
can
out
add, sorry,
before
Counselor, I'm trying to
we.
answer your
Sorry,
question. So,
Councillor Maloney, Mayor Sim, I just ask Councillor Maloney if you put your questions through the chair, please, and Mayor Sim through the chair, please. Thank you.
Sorry, could I just have point of personal privilege? I've got Councillor Joe whispering in my ear while I'm trying to concentrate on asking my questions. Could you please ask him to refrain from making comments in my ear?
Okay, I just ask all councillors just be respectful of one another. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm running out of time, so I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciating there's been a number of questions. I appreciate the time moving in camera. But given, because I think a number of points have been raised, I do want to propose an amendment to this amendment, which would be a strike and replace. I'm going to circulate that right now to Council. Oh, thank you. Sorry, it's late. Just really briefly, it's gremlins today. Thank you. Recognizing and appreciating there's been a number of questions raised as part of this debate and with the amendment that was tabled, I'd like to propose that we refer this motion to the December 10th Standing Committee on City Finance and Services, which would allow a bit more time to look into the concerns and review the matter. And so I'm tabling that for Council's consideration. I'll pause there.
yeah, sure. So, colleagues, I do need to address what's been said in this chamber today. I have brought this motion forward for one reason, to support the Filipino community and the Filipino Legacy Society, to imply that these community leaders who have been advocating for more than 40 years are involved in something improper is deeply unfair. I want every member of council to be able to consider this motion with the same confidence and clarity that I have. And so, in light of the suggestions made here today, I will be referring this motion to the next standing committee to give us extra time to review the matter due to the suggestions made here. If that's what it takes to keep the dream of a Filipino cultural center alive, then that's what I will do. My commitment remains unchanged, though, to stand with the Filipino community and to ensure that their voice is heard and respected in this chamber.
Okay, thanks, Mayor Sim. Councillor Maloney.
I think this is a point of information through the chair to maybe staff. If this strike and replace amendment is voted on by the majority and goes through, what's the implication for, is this a strike and replace motion to the original motion or to Councillor Fry's amendment? So what's the implication for Councillor Fry's amendment?
I'd be looking to the clerks perhaps, or city manager, just for clarity.
Chair, if I may, the implication would be if this, what's up on the screen, gets passed, it would defeat the amendment that's sitting on the floor, and it would refer the main motion to the meeting stated.
Just further to that, would that preclude Councillor Fry from moving that motion when it comes back on the 10th?
This question through me to
Through you to the clerk.
yes, that would be the case because you can't put forward, you'd have to reconsider a defeated motion to get it back on the floor. So it is possible, but there's rules around reconsidering a defeated motion.
So if you don't mind telling me off the top of your head, question to the clerk through the chair, what is that requirement to bring back a defeated motion?
Give me a second, Chair.
Of course.
So I believe it's 814 of the procedure bylaw. If you could let me just pull it up here. So a defeated motion may be brought back before council by a motion to reconsider, provided no person has taken irreversible action. If the motion is made within 365 days of the date it was defeated, and if it's more than 365 days or a new council, there's some rules around that. A motion to reconsider a defeated motion may be made at the same meeting. It's debatable. If adopted, the motion can be reopened for debate. If reopened for debate, I don't know if my if you can hear me, may be referred, amended, postponed, or voted on. A motion to rescind is also debatable. If adopted, the previous motion is no longer applicable.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Councillor Dominato.
Yeah, I was just going to wrap up just so that's helpful again for council in moving this is simply that, again, referring it to December 10th, enables time, as I heard from the mayor, to review matters that were raised here in chamber. So just to be really crystal clear on that, because a number of points were raised. And so this enables some time to do a further review of matters raised. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, Chair. I just have a point of information through you to the mover of the original amendment. Since it was the referral and it was asking for time to establish, possible rationale or answers for some of the what was called into question, I just want to clarify with the mover of the original amendment if this feels consistent with what was moved, or if this is an amendment to the amendment that sort of is a true strike and replace of the original intent of the amendment.
And just to clarify that question is to Councillor Fry, is that correct?
Yes,
Yep.
yes.
Okay, I'll turn on his microphone.
I believe the amendment to the amendment generally captures the first portion of the consideration around further review in the context of our code of conduct, that kind of thing. It does eliminate any consideration on Article E, which is to move forward with a broader temporary nominal lease space for members of the Filipino community, including but not limited to a broader definition. So I'm not sure if that becomes frivolous in a future in a future motion after the 10th. I would have to ask the clerk that kind of question. If that makes sense.
I would ask if the clerk can answer that, whether or not the original intent of the original amendment would be considered if this referral was to pass, or if this motion was to pass by Councilor Dominato.
So again, if the motion by Councillor Dominato, I'm not sure I'm entirely understanding the question, but the passing of Councillor Dominato's amendment to the amendment would essentially defeat the amendment that's on the floor. And then the next impact it would have is we'd be back to the main motion that would be referred. Does that answer the question?
Yes, it does actually very well. So thank you so much, Clerks. I'll come off the queue. I see someone else is on the queue.
Okay, thank you. Their
Oh,
queue is clear.
okay. Well, then I'm just not, I'm not going to vote in favor of this. I think it is a delay rather than a resolution to the original amendment that I supported. And I'd like to know the answers and information in the original amendment that was supported. And I think that needs to be shared publicly. So until that is, I can't support just a simple delay.
Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. I did second it, and I do support this because I listened to the mayor's comments, and I do not see this as a simple delay. What I heard from the mayor is that he is taking time and acknowledging suggestions that were made, and so I don't think it's an intention just that we simply pick this up again as is and have the conversation on a different date. I think I heard from the mayor's comments, and certainly that was my clear inference that there's an intention to take that time and take a pause and to deal with these suggestions that were posed. You can use your choice of terminology, suggestions or aspersions, but I think that's my understanding. It's not that it's a simple scheduling issue, that it's actually a pause to respond to it. And I'd also like to comment to the previous question. I think it would be when you refer a motion, based on my experience, you're referring the motion in its entirety. You're not dealing with specific components, because once you start voting on components, you're actually dealing with the motion. So the body has to decide if we're dealing with it today or we're going to support this as proposed to take this pause and take the mayor's comments at heart and face value, that he's responding to the points that were raised. That's my understanding. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, seeing no one else in the queue, we are going to vote on the referral, strike and replace amendment to the amendment. You may need to vote
If I can
again.
get it.
Councillor Bly, do you need a vote assist?
Yes, can I have a vote assist in opposition, please?
Yep. Just waiting for votes from 3 more councillors. There was a glitch and it restarted. Councillor Kirby-Young, Councillor Dominato. Apologies, just need you to vote again. There was a technical glitch. Okay, that passed with Councillor Bly in opposition, Councillor Fry in opposition, and Councillor Maloney in opposition. Okay, so that has been referred to the meeting on December 10th. So clerks, just refresher, that completes the item for now. Like, we're referring it and we're moving on to the next item. Thank you. I'm just going to clear these queues. Okay. Okay. We are now going to move on to the next motion, which is Buoying Up a Vibrant Vancouver, which is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Kirby-Young. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? Councillor Kirby-Young, you have up to 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
I have a point of privilege, if I might, before I start, Chair. I know that the speakers were waiting for some time and they're downstairs. I'm just wondering if we could bring them up first before we start the item. I believe they need to transition up and through security. Can we do that? Is that possible?
Yes. I'm not sure if they've been through security already or...
They were downstairs and I think they're just coming in now.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm just asking for a moment's grace.
Sure. Do you want a few minutes?
Nope, I think they're coming in.
Okay.
That's all I
okay.
needed.
Okay, thanks. So, thanks. Okay. So Councillor Kirby-Young, please introduce your motion. You have up to 2 minutes.
All right, switching gears, I am very happy to take the opportunity to introduce this motion called Buoying Up a Vibrant Vancouver, which is asking council to express its support for the Maritime Museum, Vancouver Maritime Museum's identified partnership opportunities with Haven Sana, and direct staff to work with them for the potential addition of a repurposed 1943 World War II vessel that would bring a wellness experience to Vancouver, to the waterfront, adjacent and supporting other museums in the leased and managed water lot. Quickly, because I know we have limited time, I know that council's been committed to a vibrant Vancouver. I think this opportunity has many benefits, including supporting entrepreneurship, local business, and our visitor economy. But while the City of Vancouver has protected our arts and culture grants, we know that arts and culture in general are experiencing very challenging economic times. And I think that this is an innovative proposal that fits beautifully with the purpose and the raison d'etre of the Vancouver Maritime Museum, which is to celebrate and connect people to our maritime culture with a very unique and complementary experience. And it would additionally provide not only a new experience, but a new revenue stream to support the museum. When we have opportunities that come forward that are a little outside the box, so to speak, it can be difficult to identify the path in terms of navigating them through City Hall. And this is simply asking our staff to work with them. I have had a lot of conversations with staff about this going back to the summertime. I'd hoped that this would not necessarily need council direction, but staff had had shared and indicated to me, including conversations with our director of planning and planning team, that this would be helpful. And I think just last comment is, generally speaking, this is a floating hydrotherapy, quiet wellness experience. I think we could all use a bit more of that in our lives. It has operated successfully in Victoria. They're a proven entity. I experienced Boda Boda in Montreal, which was amazing. And I think that there is a real opportunity to bring something unique like this forward to our city. And I would love to see it cited here in the city of Vancouver.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Dominato, thank you. We will now hear from registered speakers for the motion. Public speakers should state whether they're in support or opposition to the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they're residents of Vancouver, if it's not noted on the speakers list. Our first public speaker is Ryan Hunt.
Hello.
Hi, Ryan.
Hi, my name is Ryan Hunt. I'm the CEO of the Museum of Vancouver. I'm speaking in support of this motion. MOV is a neighbor of the Vancouver Maritime Museum. We're about 100 meters away. I think this would be a great way to bring new people into our neighborhood who would then benefit from the cultural experiences available in Vanier Park. I think it would also benefit our museum. We have a thriving wedding rentals business, and being able to market the fact that there is a floating spa 100 meters away from our venue would be an asset. And finally, I think this is an innovative example of a cultural institution partnering with a BC-based business for mutual benefit, and is exactly the kind of creative solutions that our sector needs to embrace in order to find long-term sustainability.
Okay, thanks very much, Ryan. We'll now go to speaker number 2, David Jordan. Good evening.
Good evening. Thanks for the long day. I really appreciate you hearing us. My name is David Jordan. I'm the Executive Director of the Vancouver Maritime Museum, and I'm here to speak in favor of the motion. There are 3 main drivers for the project for the Maritime Museum: revenue generation, protecting the harbor infrastructure, and attracting new visitors to the museum site. We have not received any substantial increases to our operating grant from the city or the province in decades, which has led to a real need for new revenue sources. In 2024, we posted an operating deficit. In 2025, we were projecting another deficit. These operating losses have been offset by income from investments, but as we draw down those funds for projects and to offset these losses, this model is not sustainable. The museum has been understaffed in various ways over the past decade that has led to underdeveloped exhibits and collections management. But our staff costs continue rising, driven by the commitments of our collective agreement. In addition to this pressure, we are also losing good staff. In the past 4 years, we have lost 2 curators, a collections manager, an archivist, 2 programs coordinators, a marketing coordinator, and a designer who all went to work for government, larger organizations that pay more, or left Vancouver for more affordable communities.